Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After Saitama finished fighting these monsters, he fell back to the roof of the Hero Association headquarters and looked at the shocked faces of the surrounding staff. Saitama's painting style gradually became serious, with the shadows and the angular face. Under the shocked eyes of the staff, Saitama said slowly, "I was in a hurry, so I had to solve it with one punch. It was so boring." After Saitama said this, he jumped directly towards the suburbs of Z City. At this time, Chiyu felt so happy in her heart. It turned out that talking in a sandwich was so refreshing. No wonder Li Yuqian said this every time he pretended to compete. Learned. In the hall of the Weird Association, looking at De Jiongyan, who was giving a speech, Li Yuqian suddenly sneezed. Li Yuqian looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Damn it, it feels weird. Could it be that someone said bad things about me? Evil little devil Guang. Li Yuqian made Guang take the blame every day and complained in his mind. Guang was furious. "Li Yuqian, you will regret it. I am a host." Guang. At this time, De Jiongyan, who had just described the upcoming attack on the Heroes Association, turned to look at Li Yuqian. Indicating Li Yuqian to speak, Li Yuqian nodded, coughed a few times, and began to speak. At this time, Li Yuqian was very flat and did not look like a human being. Guang. Yes, that's very true. This guy is not a human being. He is worse than a dog. Fellow compatriots, I am a spy lurking in the Heroes Association, and I obtained important information from them. Humanity's #1 S-Class hero explodes and invites Boros, the strong man from the universe, to kill us weirdos. Even the human prophet C. Babeva recognized this ending by prophesying ability. We weirdos are going to be in big trouble within half a year. However, I believe that under the leadership of Lord Orochi and Lord De Jiongyan, we will successfully survive this disaster. If Li Yuqian said that Orochi and De Jiongyan would be very useful, the original follow-up should be for De Jiongyan to arrange various weirdos to deal with the corresponding heroes, and then the meeting would be officially concluded. But Li Yuqian doesn't want this meeting to end like this. He still has to delay. Big brother who drives the spaceship, you have to come quickly. Finally, let me talk about the key point. Under the leadership of Lord Orochi, our weird association has grown very fast. The reason is this. Well, of course, this is not the only reason. The weirdos staying near the weirdo hall vaguely felt that the words of the flat weirdo who was talking were strange. I feel like my head feels itchy after listening to your words, and I feel like I'm growing a brain. At this time, a guy who looked like a little black monkey suddenly interrupted on a step in the Weirdo Association Hall. Wait a minute, you just said that the so-called big trouble will happen within half a year. That is to say, it may be tomorrow, it may be today, right? Thin and small, his style of painting looks as simple as Saitama's. Isn't this the Black Sperm, the dragon-level leader of the Weird Association? Your kid's style of painting is the same as Saitama's, but I didn't expect that your words would be similar to Saitama's. Such a crow's mouth. Is it possible? Li Yuqian looked up at the sky. There are many weirdos, big snakes, and big eyes around, and they are still a little confused. Why does this guy suddenly stop talking? Everyone is a little uncomfortable for a while. There was a sudden boom, and the entire underground headquarters of the Weird Association shook violently. Li Yuqian looked at the many weirdos who were a little confused, and then slowly replied, "What you said, Black Sperm, makes sense." The S-Class heroes who had just gathered a few minutes ago were now responsible for several areas and surrounded the headquarters of the Weird Association in the suburbs of City Z. There are several S-Class heroes stationed in the east, west, south, and north. To the east, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and Genos are staying together. Tornado is a little irritated. Why hasn't Li Yuqian's plan started yet? Why haven't the so-called aliens arrived yet? Damn it. Why are you making it so troublesome? I can handle it by myself. Fubuki comforted her sister on the side. Since she became S-Class, Fubuki's confidence has greatly increased, relying on her body advantage. Standing next to her sister, she cooperated with Fubuki to comfort Tatsumaki. From a distance, she looked like Fubuki was her sister. A legal Lolita, a contrasting royal sister, jie. At this time, Genos was on the phone with Saitama, telling him about his surroundings to prevent Saitama from taking the wrong path. Teacher, we're standing on the roof of the tallest building in this area. It should be easy to identify. Teacher, I have always had a question. Why are you so powerful but still unable to fly? I'm a human. I can't fly. Isn't it normal? Genos was speechless, while Saitama sighed on the phone. Liuqian's pink door is more convenient. You can go wherever you want, but Liuqian's taste is too bad. He created a fan school and got bad reviews. Maybe Mr. Li is more girlish. Genos defended Mr. Li, although maybe this kind of excuse made Liuqian paint a darker picture, making him look like a pervert. Saitama seemed to have thought of something. Speaking of which, how will that powerful alien Boros appear? Was it a circular spaceship that cast a beam of light and then slowly flew down? It's very touching when I think about it. Following the explosion, Genos immediately retorted righteously. It's not round. Instead, it looks like a big fork but without a handle. How did you know? I saw with my own eyes. If only one alien spacecraft from the universe appears today, it should be this one. This spaceship just blew up the suburbs of City Z. The way it appeared was different from what you thought. Teacher. Genos used all his strength to resist the aftermath of the explosion, and said seriously while looking at the huge purple spaceship floating on the outskirts of City Z. At this time, all the S-Class heroes around the suburbs of Z City looked up and stared at the purple spaceship above and entered the battle state. I hope Liuqian's plan will succeed. At this time, Saitama said in surprise on the phone from Genos. Is this the way to appear this year? It feels pretty cool. Wait, you said the suburbs of City Z were all bombed. Yes, fortunately, the suburbs of City Z are a famous ghost town, and no one lives there. Moreover, part of the headquarters of the Weird Association has spread into the forest. It didn't affect City Z at all, there were no casualties, and the property damage was not big. Genos was obviously in a good mood from his tone. Saitama fell silent. So have you all forgotten something? No. Our home is just on the outskirts of City Z. Our home is all gone. Saitama's expression was ferocious, feeling that he had been tricked by Liuqian, and his speed increased several times. This move is called Run Seriously. Liuqian, who was smiling all over his face, suddenly felt a chill on his back and touched his head. I feel like I forgot something. Forget it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Liuqian then looked above his head with a smile on his face. At this time, all the weirdos understood that the loud noise just now was because someone was attacking the headquarters of the Weirdos Association. And listening to the noise, it is very destructive, powerful, and dangerous. Many weirdos were immediately frightened. Damn it, what that guy just said was not true. Some weirdos are already preparing to grease the soles of their feet and run away. Wouldn't that be great? Just kidding, we are weirdos. He's a villain, okay? Don't question the professional ethics of us weirdos. However, most of these weirdos are relatively weak and often dodge and run away in order to stay alive. It is normal to be timid. As for those powerful weirdos, they were very angry at this time, and they were preparing to rush out one by one to kill those who dared to attack the weirdo headquarters. The Jiongyan did not stop him. Such a close attack, whether it was an attack by so-called aliens or the Heroes Association, would have a great impact. The headquarters of the Weird Association has been exposed. This is inevitable. But before they could take action, another round of violent shaking came from the surface, and the sound of rumbling was endless. This sound is stronger, and the attack feels more concentrated. The surface of the ground was directly blown open, and the hall of weirdos hiding deep in the ground was exposed. On the huge purple spaceship, the blue octopus man Goryu Ganshupu on the control desk looked excited. Sure enough, I found it right, it's right here. As expected of Lord Poros. Just now, under the guidance of Lord Poros. That round of shelling was concentrated in that direction. There was indeed something underground. Behind him stood Boros, wearing golden armor and pink hair. Boros felt the powerful aura below. They're all very capable, which makes me want to fight. This planet can actually produce so many good guys. I feel like I can really find someone who is evenly matched with me. But let's warm up with him now. Boros looked unusually happy, turned around and left the console, muttering to himself as he walked. Orochi, are you in there too? I want to see how you pull my armor and slap me in the face. Goryu Genshipu, on the other hand, only looked at Boros, who was walking away, and at the control console. Sir, let me help you get rid of some miscellaneous fish. By the way, Glalabas and Maruza Gerudo, you two also go down and kill some miscellaneous fish. Don't disturb your master's interest. I'm so happy. I think so too, just kill them all. What a great idea. Maruza Gerudo, who had 5 heads, nodded happily and ran downstairs. Gloribas, who was covered in green, had teeth on his hands, and had an unusually big mouth on his head, also quickly followed. Both of them are the top combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates, and it is their duty to screen out weak enemies for Lord Boros. Goryu Ganshuop watched the 2 people walking away and pressed the button on the console without hesitation. Another round of mass bombs hits the surface. Suddenly, Elder Centipede in the Monster Association Hall jumped directly into the air, and his body blocked the incoming mass bomb. The terrifying power of the mass bomb directly punched cracks in the body of the dragon-level Elder Centipede. But after a while, the terrifying recovery ability repaired all the cracks. Elder Centipede's huge body blocked most of the mass bombs, but a small part hit near the hall of the Weird Association. Some weak weirdos were beaten into a pulp. Liu Qian smiled even more happily. I want to see rivers of blood. The big-eyed man on the side suddenly turned his head. What did he seem to hear just now? Liu Qian directly performed the show of changing his face without breaking the beans, and his face instantly became angry. You dare to attack the Weird Association, and you deserve to die. Da Jiang turned his head suspiciously, always feeling that something was strange. Forget it, the top priority was to bring down the spaceship in the sky. Otherwise, this situation would be very disadvantageous. Suddenly, 3 alien figures suddenly appeared at the bottom of the purple spacecraft in the sky. With a roar, the 3 aliens hit the ground heavily. The dust on the ground dispersed, and the 3 aliens looked at the big pit in front of them, the hall of the Weird Association in the big pit. The leader, Boros, looked down in a calm and condescending tone. Who among you is the strongest? Boros was very arrogant in the eyes of all the weirdos, and he simply ignored them, especially the tumbling Elder Centipede. Elder Centipede felt that he was being ignored. Even though he was so big, it was disgusting. Before anyone could speak, Liu Qian spoke first, pointing at Poros very arrogantly. Who is the strongest here? It must be the big snake. It's hard for me. As Liu Qian spoke, he pointed at the big snake behind him. Boros smiled. Are you the big snake? It feels good, but it seems to be a little bit worse. Let me introduce myself first. I am Boros, the leader of the Dark Matter Pirates and the overlord of the universe. Holy shit, are you so arrogant? And you are Boros? If you dare to come to the headquarters of the Weird Association, I tell you, the big snake will not give you good fruits for a while. Just wait. Liu Qian turned to look at the weirdos again. This guy is so arrogant. He simply looks down on us weirdos. Come on, everyone, we are weirdos. We don't need to talk about morality. Let's kill this guy. Before the weirdos could say anything, Liu Qian's answer had already confirmed to Boros that the guy clamoring for him in the universe was the big snake. He had found the right person. Not only was his name Orochi, but the tone of his men's words was also very similar to that message. That's right, it's him. A little confused, but feeling that he could not give up at this time, the big snake showed his strong aura with a fierce look. De Jiongyan felt that something was wrong, but the atmosphere at the scene was becoming more and more depressing. It was obvious that this battle was inevitable. Boros raised his hand downwards, pointed at a few weirdos with whom he had stronger senses, and then pointed at Elder Centipede. You guys come together. I'm going to beat 10 of you. Suddenly, Boros' domineering power leaked out. Yes, it all leaked out. However, Boros also lamented that there are quite a lot of evolved species on this planet, and it feels like none of these creatures are the same. And he actually has hair. Wait, why do you think it's weird to have hair? What a weird feeling. To be honest, the scene was very weird. It felt like a fight was about to happen out of nowhere, which was outrageous, but it didn't matter. The enemies were bullying me. If I didn't fight, it would be okay. The big snake was angry, although he couldn't figure out what was going on now. After all, the big snake was only good at fighting, so what was the point of using his brain? I have never used Orochi before, so I don't know. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. My brain hurts when I think about it, and my brain will grow again. Usually this kind of thing is handled by the Jiongyan, and the snake doesn't have to worry about it at all. He just needs to satisfy his own desires and become stronger. Just rule this world and be the king of weirdos. But the alien in front of him actually dared to challenge me. What his little brother, that flat guy, said made sense. He must be killed. Without him, we will suffer the consequences. Seeing this, Li Yuqian, who was surrounded by fire, smiled slightly, protected the weirdos in front of him, and prepared to apply oil on the soles of his feet. I want to see rivers of blood. The angry snake, with dozens of tentacles on its body, struck directly at Boros. Each of these tentacles can directly kill ghost-level monsters in an instant, and even dragon-level monsters must be dealt with seriously. But Poros, who was holding his fists with both hands, remained motionless as huge amounts of tentacles and ferocious snake heads, or dragon heads, bit Poros' body. Unexpectedly, Boros didn't even get a single wound. He swung out a punch and directly turned all the surrounding tentacles into blood mist. Boros then moved his hands and feet. Orochi, if your strength is only this little, then it will really disappoint me. Maruza Gerudo and Glalabas, go and destroy those miscellaneous fish that are preparing to escape. Yes, the body of the big snake began to expand. All the tentacles of the dragon began to be liberated. The body turned into a structure similar to a bipedal dinosaur. The whole body of the dragon began to move, and a multi-layered mouth grew out of the main head. Damn aliens, don't be so arrogant. After the words fell, the serpent's main head began to spray, and the unstoppable ultra-high temperature rays hit Boros heavily. Boros stretched out his palm to receive the attack, and easily blocked the blow. The scattered ultra-high temperature rays lightly hit Boros. Nice hot bath, but that's about it. The golden armor on Boros seals most of its own power, but it originally also has strong defensive power. If the big snake in front of me can't even break my own armor, that will really disappoint me. This scene made all the weirdos understand one thing. That arrogant alien is really strong. Some of the weirdos had already begun to flee in all directions, but before they could get very far, the two men behind the arrogant alien just now began to kill like tigers entering a herd of sheep. They're also very strong, and those two guys are also dragon-level monsters. Although De Jiongyan feels that the current scene is very strange, he still cares so much. The top priority is to eliminate the alien. He shouted directly, "Fellow compatriots, come together and let the alien see the power of weirdos. This alien keeps saying he wants to destroy us." The weirdos present either stood there or turned around and ran away, with no intention of taking action. Suddenly, Black S*******N stood up. "I'm only interested in dealing with the Heroes Association. I don't care about this kind of thing." The black sperm said, turning around and leaving, as for the two aliens blocking the way. The black sperm didn't take it seriously, but the pink-haired alien put him under pressure. He must be very strong, so it would be better to retreat strategically. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind the black sperm. "I told you I'm going to hit 10. You are also in the 7th. Don't even think about running away," Boros said and punched out. The black sperm didn't even have a chance to react and was instantly beaten into a puddle of flesh. The next second, countless small black sperm appeared in the meat. The black sperm shouted angrily, "You have angered us. B****************D." Boros was a little disappointed. He originally thought that this little black monkey was quite special. Why was it so weak? But its resilience was quite good. The energy gradually gathered together, and Boros was ready to kill this group of little black monkeys directly. The little black monkeys instantly sensed the sense of crisis. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Give me some time. I can become stronger. Boros stopped his movements and looked at him with interest. The black sperm wiped the cold sweat on their heads and shouted, "Brothers, come out quickly. It's time to let them see our power." Deeper underground in the Hall of Eccentrics, there are many black sperm that look like little black monkeys. They're looking for proteins in the underground. These earthworms, bugs, or various creatures are very nutritious, but the most nutritious ones are the weird ones in the hands of some black sperm. From time to time, black sperm secretly catches some weak weirdos from the weird association to replenish protein. Anyway, weirdos eat the weak and the strong, so if you eat a little, it doesn't matter. Black sperm, innocent face, and these weirdos are very nutritious, with 5 times the protein of beef. In the weird association, the weak and weak weirdo was suddenly captured while sleeping. Old 6. Suddenly, as if they heard something, they immediately stuffed various proteins into their mouths, then tasted the tops and washed them down. After a while, countless black sperm spurted out from the bottom of the weird association hall like oil. They continued to gather together to form one after another, larger black sperm like little black monkeys. These black sperm are an upgraded version of ordinary black sperm, a combination of 1,293,142,261,072 multicellular sperm. But the black sperm still felt that it was not enough, and the black sperm continued to integrate together. Boros stood there, as if watching a play, and felt very interesting. The surrounding dragon-level monsters looked at each other and hit Boros directly. Boros's attack on the black sperm just now showed that he was not prepared to let any dragon-level monster go. Just now, Boros glanced at all the dragon-level monsters present. Although he said he was beating 10, this was just a metaphor. He was afraid that he would not let go of any dragon-level monsters present. The body of the big snake transformed into something similar to a human form, but the height has reached about 56 meters. The big snake faced the powerful Boros. Get ready to use all your strength. A middle-aged man with long hair and beard wearing a crown and a cape raised his hands and shot countless small light balls towards Boros. He is a dragon-level monster, the Wandering Emperor. I sense that the gods hate you, alien. A black giant dog with 6 eyes also opened its mouth towards Boros and sprayed out powerful scorch bombs. He is the dragon-level weirdo Pochi. Some ghost-level monsters with long-range skills around also released their own long-range attacks. But Boros didn't care at all. Only the damage from dragon-level monsters could attract Boros' attention. Boros burst out in excitement with great speed, like a sharp sword, rushed directly into the energy attacks, and then punched Pochi directly. Pochi wailed, and then was hit hard. Then he stabilized his body and continued to spray out powerful destructive scorch bombs. Boros feels more and more excited. It is rare to see so many qualified sandbags. This feeling is like Saitama meeting those durable underground people in his sleep. It feels so good. Suddenly, 2 fat figures appeared near Boros. 2 dragon-level weirdos, the ugly president and Gum, bite Boros in one bite. Gum felt the powerful power in Boros's body. He must be delicious. The ugly president on the side turned out to be a fat man who looked ugly and extremely fat. As he punched out, the fat on his body began to turn into muscles, and his body continued to expand. Like a giant. Damn it, why are you so handsome like this? It makes you feel so handsome. And behind these 2 weirdos, there are 2 figures staring eagerly. They are dragon-level monsters known for their speed, wind of the wind, and flame of the flame. Yes, they are weirdos. At this time, the 2 of them have become weirdos, relying on their own speed. The 2 prepared to take the opportunity to attack when Boros was tired of dealing with the Gums and the ugly president. That's right, these dragon-level monsters even cooperated, directly treating Boros as the boss. It's a pity that weirdos are weirdos. Their cooperation may have affected the attack of the big snake. The big snake standing aside, preparing to bombard it with high heat rays. It's really annoying. The collision of physical fists made Boros more and more excited, followed by a clicking sound. The golden armor on Boros seemed to have begun to have small cracks, or was scratched, under the attacks of several dragon-level monsters. Boros smiled, his mouth full of sharp teeth, unusually happy, and gently pressed a position on his golden armor. The golden armor then fell off and formed a ball, flying towards the purple spaceship in the sky. My armor is a good thing that seals my power. It's not good to break it casually. It's just for me to warm up. A more terrifying force appeared on Boros, and energy began to be released. His originally blue skin began to turn black, and terrifying energy seemed to come out of his body. A burst of wind pressure was directly generated, causing the surrounding dragon-level monsters to freeze in their attack movements. Boros roared angrily, and then struck with an elbow. The gums that had just opened his mouth suddenly disappeared, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. With just one punch, a dragon-level monster died. It was too powerful. The big snake didn't care about the weirdos around Boros. He saw a high heat ray that was larger than his body appeared and blasted towards Boros. The ugly president, who was about to grease his feet and run away, was directly pierced by the terrifying high heat ray. The ugly president. No, can't you wait until I run farther away before fighting? The ugly president refused to die with his eyes open, and he was actually stabbed in the back. Li Yuqian stayed in the distance and marveled. Such a big fight was exciting. He looked at De Jiongyan, who also ran into the distance again, and asked sincerely, "Will you win?" "We'll win." At this time, the aftermath of the battle was getting bigger and bigger. As the scene became chaotic, countless weirdos appeared throughout the suburbs of Z City and scattered in all directions. Maluza Gerudo and Glolibas also continued to approach the edge of the suburbs, killing people wantonly. The purple spacecraft in the sky also began to continuously bombard the surface of the suburbs of Z City, and some weak tiger-level monsters continued to die in the bombardment. Even some ghost-level monsters will be turned into a pile of meat if they are hit by mass bullets. But even so, many weirdos have finally fled to the edge of the suburbs, as if they will escape from this horrible place in the next second. Just running this small distance is comparable to the Normandy landing. But just when the weirdos seemed to see the dawn of life, the figure of a human S-class hero appeared in front of them. At this moment, the hearts of the weirdos went cold. When did the Hero Association respond so quickly? All the heroes in the surrounding cities also received a special mission the moment the purple spaceship appeared, to establish a defense line to prevent the weirdos from the suburbs of Z City from escaping. Under the plan that the Heroes Association had already prepared, everyone was already staying around the suburbs of City Z at this time. The war between the Heroes Association and the Monster Association is about to break out. They have lost the leadership of the dragon-level monster cadres, and most of them are injured. There's still many weirdos who died in the artillery fire. If this happens, the defense line will collapse. Li Yuqian said, "If you can be counterattacked like this, how can you play? You can't carry it. You can't carry it at all." But fortunately, although the A, B, and C level heroes of the Hero Association are useless, they can still fight with such great luck. Even if there are some ghost-level monsters, there are corresponding S-level heroes to deal with them. Even the S-class heroes had time to chat when they were fighting these weirdos. The super alloy black light felt the terrifying energy attack in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. I thought the previous energy attack was scary enough. I didn't expect there would be an even more terrifying energy attack. What kind of weirdo is this? The terrifying high heat ray gradually dissipated, and the skin on Boros's body appeared scorched black, but it was not obvious at all under the original black cover, and it returned to its original state in just a few seconds. At this time, the big snake grabbed his mask with one hand and tore it violently. Then, the body began to change again. The face was composed of several tentacles entwined with each other. The body was shaped like a centipede and also had multiple tentacles. The tail behind him penetrated into the ground and began to directly absorb the energy of the Earth's core. With a roar, terrifying energy fluctuations came from the big snake. Gaia Cannon. A terrifying energy attack from the big snake's chest hit Boros. Boros became even more excited and shouted excitedly, "This kind of energy attack, this kind of fluctuation, I approve of you. But it's a pity you're still a little short." In Boros' body, a large amount of energy began to gather together, and then directly formed an energy cannon and bombarded it. Boros and Orochi started to fight against each other. It's a pity that he lost against Bo-Zwazwa since ancient times. Liu Qian kept retreating while lamenting that the big snake was in the right place at the right time and didn't take advantage of anyone. The dragon-level monsters on the field were all running back desperately. An elder centipede, who was huge in size, wished he could grow smaller at this time. Sykes no longer had to carry anyone on his back, nor could he control his eyes, so he ran away. I originally thought that the big snake I cultivated was already a monster enough, but the aliens that appeared seemed even more outrageous. The black sperm, standing there, very close to the wave scene, finally completed the integrate at this time. His body glowed with golden light, and his body changed from a skinny monkey with thin arms and legs to a super muscular man. With his broad shoulders, thick chest, dazzling 8-pack abs, and perfect mermaid line, he is simply a muscle monster. If the sexy prisoner saw it, he would definitely drool. The combination of 43 trillion cells, golden sperm. The golden sperm opened his eyes and then looked at the terrifying scene of the wave and fell into deep thought. Originally, there should have been a group of black sperm from the atmosphere group behind him, but they also disappeared at this time. While I looked from a distance, I saw that the group of little black monkeys were actually running far away, cheering them on from a few kilometers away. Golden sperm. Forget it now. It's a good time. The golden sperm looked at the excited Boros and jumped directly, with a fist like a battering ram, directly hitting Boros, who was fighting the wave. A smile appeared on the corner of Boros's mouth. The next second, the energy cannon fired by Boros seemed to turn into substance, cutting through the serpent's Gaia cannon like a sharp blade. The big snake's huge body was cut in half like a target by the sword-like energy cannon. The big snake was cut in half. Liu Qian, TSK 2.5 big snake. It's not accurate to say that. The energy cannon is too thick and the waist is completely gone. Calculating it this way, it's actually worse than being cut in half. Then the energy cannon, which was like a sharp sword, slashed to the left. Sensing something was wrong, Elder Centipede, who was about to dig into the ground and escape, was cut in half vertically. "No, I died unjustly. You can cut me horizontally. Do you have to write it vertically?" Originally, Elder Centipede was just planning to cooperate with the weird association to seek revenge from the explosion, but he died so hastily without even seeing the explosion surface. Elder Centipede will never die in peace. The golden sperm barely dodged a position, and the energy cannon passed by his body, and a large piece of flesh was cut off from his body. Fortunately, the powerful vitality contained in the 43 trillion cells in his body repaired the injury in the blink of an eye. Boros smiled happily. "I like opponents with strong recovery power, but it's a pity that I didn't have a lot of fun playing with Orochi just now. His strength just now is 30% as good as mine. As for you, do you also want to dance?" Liu Qian said that this kind of pretending to compare quotations must be learned frame by frame. Damn it. Why is it not me who is pretending to compare? And if you say this, are you a fire critic? Pretend to be better, and I will let Saitama knock you up in a moment. Pretend to be better, and I will make you fly. Boros looked at the golden sperm's body, preparing for a hearty physical battle. Boros kept punching, and countless fists hit the golden sperm's body, and the golden sperm wanted to resist. But he found that his speed could not keep up with Boros' speed. He could only be beaten passively, but fortunately he was strong, and his vitality continued to recover from his injuries. Horos couldn't help but sigh. What a qualified sandbag. But it's a pity. Why are the remaining guys disobedient? They run further and further away. Boros's fists became faster and heavier, and he seemed a little impatient. The remaining dragon-level monsters ran further and further away. That won't work. I haven't had the fun yet. Boros was a little angry. Why were these dragon-level monsters sent away one by one like others? Or were they sent together? I'm scared as soon as I use my strength. I'm dissatisfied. Even though the golden sperm was beaten into a pulp, it could still recover from its injuries. It reminded Boros of his own people and made him feel better and better. It's a pity that Boros still planned to beat the golden sperm to death. With Boros's actions, the golden sperm felt the smell of death. Huang Jinzi's pressure exploded, and he was sweating profusely. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can be stronger. Just wait for me. Go and deal with those dragon-level monsters who have run away first. Dragon-level weirdos. I really appreciate you, Huang. Boros agreed. He wanted to be more exciting. He turned around and disappeared. He passed the nearest Li Yuqian and Sykes, who were too close and did not run far away, and continued to look at the remaining dragon-level monsters in the suburbs of Z City. Pochi was punched by Boros and hit Gloribas, and the two guys accidentally hit each other and started fighting. Pochi has a terrifyingly high defense and is good at energy attacks. He can fire serial cannons and destructive scorch bombs from his mouth. Gloribas is also good at long-range attacks and has more than 20 unique moves. His special skill is Acid Breath, which is actually a mobile turret. Two guys who were good at long-range attacks were shooting at each other, and it was a lively fight. Meow Meow, who was escaping on the other side, collided with Maruza Gerudo. Meow Meow was extremely fast and kept attacking Maruza Gerudo. But unfortunately, Maruza Gerudo has extremely strong recovery power, and Meow Meow's attack did not have any effect. It's clear that Maruza Gerudo has the upper hand. Boros disdained to compete with his men for prey, and looked at the two guys running the farthest, their speed increasing continuously. Those two guys were Wind of Wind and Flame of Karma. There were two explosions, and the two people turned into blood mist, falling on Boros. Boros was a little disappointed. The speed of these two guys was okay, but their strength, physical strength, and recovery ability were too weak. The shortcomings are too big. It's so biased. It's okay to bully the weak, but it's too bad to be at the same level. No one can beat me. Li Yuqian found a higher ruins and looked at the chaotic scene on the outskirts of City Z, with the corpses of weirdos all over the ground. Extremely excited, all this is energy. This is the real river of blood. Li Yuqian felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. On the entire battlefield, all kinds of corpses were gradually drying up. Li Yuqian noticed that his strengthening energy was rising rapidly. It's so nice. However, the real excitement seems to have only begun now. Li Yuqian looked at Sykes, who suddenly fell asleep, and the golden sperm in the distance that was constantly absorbing black sperm, and felt that things were getting more and more interesting. How interesting! The golden sperm continued to absorb the black sperm that were originally from the atmosphere group, and they were a little crazy and excited. Let us integrate together and become the real ultimate life form. Most of the black sperm did not pause and rush towards the golden sperm crazily. What they pursue is to devour, proliferate, and eventually become one. Only one black sperm remained unmoved. He burrowed underground. He stayed away from here and kept escaping from here while trembling. The ultimate life, forementioned by the golden sperm, requires many black sperm to be integrated together. All participating cells will engulf each other and combine with each other irreversibly. The only consciousness that wins in the end will become the only leader in the new body, and the rest, without exception, will completely perish at the moment of the birth of new life. This only black sperm doesn't want to be like this. Run away. Run away as far away as possible, even if you end up being someone's pet in the future. Even being a pet is better than losing consciousness. Saitama. Having said that, I'm not sleepy anymore. And Sykes, who fell into a deep sleep, came to a strange world with something like a strange sphere in front of him. It was full of holes like brain cells or the surface of Jupiter, and a message suddenly flashed through Psyche's mind. God. He is a god. The indescribable object seemed to cast a glance at Sykes. At this moment, Sykes understood that I am destiny. Thanos. No. Why did someone steal my lines? Sykes wants to integrate the big snake, absorb all the life on the earth as food, grab all the life on the earth, and refine it instantly. Become a huge life form originally from the earth. Maybe it's a bit extreme, but it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Sykes found that his mental power was constantly improving, and he was able to rely on this mental power to suppress the big snake and control his body. This was just the beginning. The gods directly gave him powerful energy. This energy seemed to be the power of the Wandering Emperor. At the same time, the Wandering Emperor, who was hiding in a piece of ruins, looked at his body in surprise, as if he had seen a god again. The god was roughly in human form. When the Wandering Emperor saw the god for the first time, he seemed to have a human shape outlined by lines, but this time it was different. It seems to have countless holes, just like the surface of Jupiter and like brain cells, but both of them have the same weird feeling. The Wandering Emperor looked at his god with great joy, but the god was very disappointed with him. The strange humanoid god said something to him, which he could not hear clearly. It seemed to be, everything is confiscated. Then the Wandering Emperor stretched out his hand with a twisted expression, and his body gradually withered and turned into a pool of white bones. The gods withdrew the power given to the Wandering Emperor. His performance was too poor, and instead gave it to Sykes. Maybe this time the Sai Orochi will be stronger than in the original plot. After Sykes perceived what was happening to his body, he woke up instantly, and then ran towards the two-piece big snake as if he was possessed. Just like a baby swallow returning to its nest, it pounced into the flesh and blood of the big snake. The flesh and blood of the big snake also relied on its own instinct to stretch out countless blood-red tentacles. Sykes did not reject the tentacles. They integrated with each other. Listening to the faint voice coming from the big snake, swallow, plunder, integrate, become stronger. Sykes smiled. Little pet, you are quite ambitious. Unfortunately, it is not you who devour me, but I who devour you. O big snake, become my body. I am destiny. Thanos, everything he said is my word. Degree. Countless tentacles of flesh and blood wrapped around Sykes, making him more and more twisted and deformed. Her delicate body, blood-red tentacles, and a big ugly face gradually formed on the tentacles. That scene was a bit inappropriate for children. It was simply indescribable. Li Yuqian seriously expressed his dissatisfaction with this, and it was true that he was so perverted. Li Yuqian quickly moved closer to criticize, and at the same time took out his mobile phone to shoot a video. Good things have collectible value. Li Yuqian had no intention of stopping Sykes. This guy had problems with his brain to begin with, and it became even more problematic after being bewitched by the so-called god. Although she does have a good figure, Li Yuqian is a Sigma man and has never fallen into the trap of women. Moreover, Li Yuqian didn't need to guess. He could just think with his feet and know how much enhanced energy Saidasha could generate after it died. In contrast, Li Yuqian was not prepared to stop Sykes. Li Yuqian is kind and conscientious, but not much. Li Yuqian turned his head and looked at the golden sperm that was transforming into platinum sperm in the distance, and then looked at Sykes next to him, who was transforming into a big snake. After pondering for a while, I decided to think of a second stage transformation in the future. I felt that this was very impressive. It's a pity that Li Yuqian just used his own template to vaguely detect the aura of the gods. But it seems that I can't see him, the god of Superman's world. Li Yuqian found it quite interesting. It would be great if he had an entity. It seems that every time he appears, it is an illusory will. If there is an entity, it is equivalent to having a health bar. As long as there is a health bar, God will kill you. Even if you can't kill him yourself, you can still use Saitama's summoning method. King was standing motionless on a street, with a serious face and a sense of oppression. There were countless weirdos around him who were too frightened to move. The strong heartbeat echoed around, making it even more oppressive. King feels weird lately. It is clear that every time he encounters a strange person, there will be a mysterious master to help him solve it. But this period of time suddenly didn't work anymore. Whoa, who stole my summons? Now, I can only use my momentum to suppress others, hoping that they will not discover the truth that I am a weakling. Liu Qian, sorry, I grabbed it. Liu Qian's ultimate move, Saitama summoning technique. Summon Saitama. This is difficult to comment. In a mysterious space, the strange sphere god felt Sykes gradually integrate with the big snake, and the remains of the big snake continued to spread underground. It seems that it wants to continue to absorb the energy of the Earth's core. God's mood improved a lot. This sudden change made God uneasy. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Sykes and Orochi integrate together, plus his own reward. Who else is there? As for the Wandering Emperor, his performance is too good, and he is not as promising as my Sykes. A guy of any level dares to get my reward. And my family, who knows? I finally tried my best to give hints and provide various guidance to create this weirdo association. I was suddenly shocked by the appearance of this shrimp-headed male alien. I originally expected the weird association to eliminate the pest humans on the Earth. After all, weirdos originally fought alone, and even powerful weirdos would die with hatred under the joint attack of those pests. But if the weirdos can unite, maybe they can truly eliminate the human pests. But now it's all ruined. Not only was the weird association exposed, but a large number of weirdos were also lost. The most deceptive thing is the alien who kills life on Earth at will. The gods could vaguely sense that if the alien was not dealt with, all living things on the Earth would be reduced to charcoal. This is not what the gods want. All the gods want is for humans to perish. Humans have destroyed nature and destroyed the biological cycle. Due to the rapid development of human civilization, natural disasters, or predatory behavior among animals, it can no longer affect humans. As the destruction of nature becomes more and more serious, part of the Earth's consciousness is affected by the resentment of nature and forms gods. From then on, creatures like weirdos began to appear on the Earth, but the consciousness of the Earth is complex, and humans are also children of the Earth. Since then, many humans have also possessed special powers or powerful talents. Weird people can't completely wipe out humans, so God secretly guided the establishment of the Weird Association, but they didn't expect it to fall short. Although God is the consciousness of the Earth, it is only the part affected by natural resentment. He cannot know everything that happens on the Earth. But the god vaguely felt that all this was too coincidental, and someone must be up to something. Traitor. Evil thief. I swear to kill you. Akiyu. Liu Qian rubbed his nose. Why do I feel like someone is scolding me behind my back? Liu Qian looked at Boros's figure carefully, his eyes widening like telescopes. At this time, after Boros had finished dealing with the two dragon-level monsters transformed into ninja monsters, suddenly, the downward energy cannon punched a huge amount of hole. Jumping directly in, Liu Qian vaguely saw Boros studying a pile of liquid wrapped in special containers. There are two eyeballs stuck in the liquid, which look indescribably weird. Evil natural water? Liu Qian thought of something. Isn't that a dragon-level weirdo with no IQ? Evil natural water? He seems to have a very high immunity to physical attacks and has no IQ. He is just subconsciously sensitive to murderous intent. At this time, Boros was obviously very interested in the natural water. He broke the container with one punch, and then continued to hit the natural water with energy cannons, as if playing. Natural water that stays peacefully in its own container and does nothing. No. Can I be beaten even if I sleep at home? Boros's energy cannon can dissipate all objects it comes into contact with, and the same goes for liquids. But after natural water breaks away from the constraints of the container, its ability to regenerate and save lives is extremely terrifying. So natural water became the second sandbag after Polygonatum's sandbags. The golden sperm, which is transforming into platinum sperm, silently praises the natural water. If you are a brother, take the beating for me. Boros seemed to have discovered something when he was beating up the natural water, with the murderous intent in Boros's eyes. Natural water began to absorb moisture from the air crazily, and its volume became towering into the clouds. This is natural water full of killing intent. Then Boros became even happier and had more fun playing sandbags. Then a very cruel scene occurred. The natural water was continuously attacked by Boros with energy cannons, and its volume became smaller. Boros used his terrifying eyes and overflowing murderous intent to force the natural water into a state full of murderous intent. Natural water absorbs water crazily. Sometimes it becomes larger, sometimes it becomes smaller, sometimes it becomes larger, sometimes it becomes smaller. Then the natural water was destroyed and turned directly into the last small ball of water, which was motionless and ruined. That small ball of water was his core. It was obvious that he had given up resisting. This was simply a cruel killing. He was born. Upon seeing this, Boros lost his interest in playing and looked around the suburbs of City Z. There seemed to be many good guys there. A sudden shout interrupted Poros's thinking. There is no time to mourn the natural water. Next up are the ultimate biological platinum sperm and the big snake that I dare not look at. I dare not look at it. And the photos can only be shown in black and white. I will say one thing about this battle. First, never act on impulse. Second, never miss a single bad thing. Third, the absolute judgment is fair and beautiful. Captain Li Yuqian came to see you. Li Yuqian's voice suddenly became extremely loud, followed by two terrifying auras. Li Yuqian's voice was very loud, maybe because he was too excited, and his voice unconsciously contained a bit of thought. The sound was so terrifying that even the heroes on the outskirts of City Z could hear it. Of course, everyone had a dark look on their faces after hearing this. This person was somewhat seriously ill. The weirdos running for their lives, the weirdos being beaten, the heroes beating the weirdos, and even the aliens in the purple spaceship above basically all have this expression. 0.0. Liu Qin may feel a little embarrassed, but there is no way Platinum Sperm and Sai Orochi versus Boros. It's so interesting. How much fun this is. How many opportunities to check in. That's right, that's it. It's absolutely impossible for me to be so excited just because it's fun. Serious face. A guangba. That's too good. Just stay excited for a while longer. When my plan succeeds, you will always be my wage earner. Jia, jia, jia. Then I will call you the evil Li Yuqian brat every day. Li Yuqian felt a chill and said subconsciously, "Huh, evil little Aguang. Aguang. I bear it. I bear it." At this time, two monsters appeared in the direction of two terrifying energy fluctuations. A dazzling white light gradually turned into a point of light and dissipated. A humanoid weirdo with a body like an ancient Greek hero and smooth and well-proportioned muscles appeared where the light pillar originally stood. He was exuding a platinum gold light, and there were also special effects of Bulin and Bulin all over his body. The existence of this kind of self-contained special effects must be extraordinary. To follow the self-contained special effects, the further step is to make the painting style simple. In a world of one-punch Superman, the simple and sloppy style of painting is the true style of painting of a strong man. For example, Saitama. And Saitama also has special effects for his appearance, such as his unusually reflective head. At this time, Saitama was on the way. The tentacles on his head were like a long whip, unusually long. He stood up slowly, his eyes full of perseverance and confidence. However, at first glance, Li Yuqian dyed this guy pink, and it looked like Majin Buu had invaded. Putting him in pants would look even more like that. Wait, you're not even wearing pants. Oh, it seems like I haven't worn it all this time. Aguang, it's not your focus. Why are they all in strange places? This kind of perversion, no. This ultimate life form was born with the power of 54 trillion cells, the platinum sperm. On the other side where the big snake that had been chopped in half was, a figure of huge amounts appeared in place. She has a snake body covered with scales, with many fleshy wings layered on top of each other, coupled with the big snake's fleshy head that looks like an armored mask. The two combined look like a beautiful and solemn throne. 4 strong palms, each holding a rotating spear as black as ink. Behind the terrifying monster, there are countless light balls of various sizes floating around. The power contained in those light balls can be discovered if you observe carefully. That power is exactly the same as that of the Wandering Emperor, but stronger. And on top of the weird flesh-winged throne, a figure of Chigua, who had a voluptuous and graceful figure but had grown several times larger, appeared on the throne. With a bulging front and back, Li Yuqian could tell that it was Sykes even if he didn't know the plot. What an insult to politeness. What an insult to politeness. Before, she was a beauty with tentacles, and now she is a beauty with holy light. What a contrast. A Guang couldn't help it anymore. Can you wipe your saliva? It's so embarrassing. Hey, shut up, you evil Aguang brat. Li Yuqian wiped his mouth subconsciously and found that he was not drooling at all. This Aguang actually deceived me. Xiao Deng, after this matter is over, I will make your plan fail and make you explode with gold coins. Li Yuqian cursed a Guang in his heart and then looked around. With Li Yuqian's strength, he could see all the expressions of the heroes even in the distance or in the suburbs. At this time, they were all staring intently, seemingly observing and harvesting information about weirdos, TSK. But I didn't want to expose them. Unlike me, it's really just pure criticism and appreciation. Yes, that's right, that's it. It should be said or not. Sykes can handle it. This guy is really lucky. At this time, Boros watched with interest the 2 weirdos who had successfully entered their final form. Yes, they are 2 weirdos. At this time, Sykes has completely integrated with the snake and has become a complete weirdo. Sykes said that there are limits to being a human being, so I don't want to be a human being anymore. Boros's eyes were not attracted by Sykes's sudden appearance of holy light, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Li Yuqian felt that Boros didn't even think about anything except fighting and killing. It was so pitiful. The heroes from afar agreed. Platinum Sperm was full of confidence at this time. He looked at the strange snake in the distance. It seemed to be the breath of a big snake. He was not sure. But these are not important, he said confidently. Weird guy, no matter who you are, that pink-haired killer is mine, and I will crush him with my own hands. Sykes made a very seductive voice. That's not okay. That's my prey. He destroyed my weird association. I will punish him severely. I will crush him and turn him into my flesh and blood. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. I seem to be underestimated. Boros's voice was full of excitement. His body instantly appeared in front of Platinum S*********, and he directly hit him continuously. The terrifying speed and power seemed to tell Platinum S******** in something. When he fought with the golden sperm, it was just a warm-up, and now the real battle began. It's so powerful and scary. But Platinum S******* N feels that he can barely fight him. My attack is not too strong. At the same time, a sharp laser cannon hit Boros directly. The 2 weirdos who had just regarded Boros as prey now had a clear understanding and shouted at the same time, "We are weirdos. Don't talk about morality. Just go together." Boros felt the pressure, and all swung faster, and a heavy blow directly knocked Bai Jing away. After the white spirit flew out, countless huge amounts of light balls struck, and then a huge amount of terrifying white light condensed out from the body of Side Serpent and hit Boros heavily. Boros faced hundreds of light balls and the terrifying white light, his eyes filled with fighting intent. Without dodging or dodging, he fired the energy cannon. After a burst of white light, Boros had visible scars on his body. At the same time, Bai Jing, who had just flown upside down, rushed forward excitedly. As he swung his fists, he felt a strong sense of blow. Now it's my turn to hit him continuously. Bai Jing is mainly responsible for close combat, and Sykes is mainly responsible for long-range attack. The two work together to exert unimaginable combat effectiveness. But it's a pity that you can transform into the second stage, and so can Boros, and he hasn't used the meteor burst form yet. So obviously, I bet on Bai Jing and Saida she to lose. Of course, to predict what will happen, Li Yuqian has to broadcast it live. Li Yuqian stayed on the ground at the battle scene, took out his mobile phone, and started a live broadcast, as if he was a reporter and host, introducing it righteously. The S-Class heroes who had finished dealing with most of the weirdos and took out their mobile phones to enter the live broadcast room fell into deep thought. Who is this guy? Why is he so close to the battlefield? Wait for Doxia's live broadcast. This guy who is as flat as a pie is Li Yuqian? Everyone in the Heroes Association already knew that Li Yuqian was an undercover agent who had infiltrated the Weird Association. But they didn't expect that the image of Li Yuqian as an undercover agent was so funny. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuqian just let himself go and was joking. Now that his big plan has been completed, he is still pretending to be a spy. Just get wild. Wait, did I forget to change back to normal human form? I'm still a little flat now. Damn it, society is dead. Change it back quickly. Watch me change file size anywhere. However, after playing and making trouble, Li Yuqian's judgment was extremely accurate. Bai Jing and Sai Orochi, one for close combat and the other for long-range attack, coupled with their powerful recovery abilities, really had a good fight with Boros. Bai Jing and Saida Shun became more confident again. Bai Jing's strong body exploded with terrifying power, constantly entangled Boros. Once Boros made a heavy move, Bai Jing took the opportunity to fly away, and the Sai Serpent's powerful energy attack swept over him. After hearing the blessings given by the god ability, the energy attack of the Sai no Orochi became more and more terrifying. Coupled with the fact that Saida's snake continues to absorb the energy of the Earth's core, the energy seems to be endless. The terrifying white light kept opening the skylight high in the sky, centered on the suburbs of City Z. At this time, there was no cloud in the sky, as if the Earth had been shaved. Saitama, who has a middle-parted hairstyle for Earth. I don't care, you are most handsome only if you have a middle-parted hairstyle. That's my dove hairstyle. The so-called center-parted overalls. I am AI Cohen. Remember, when Boros rushes towards the serpent, Bai Jing will step forward to stop him. This feeling of passion and fighting is simply exhilarating. Sykes kept firing light balls and laser cannons, and she was not idle, speaking excitedly in her royal voice. So what if you are strong? Under the righteous gang fight, you will still be defeated by us. Bai Jing was also extremely excited. You are so powerful. It's a pity that two of us are fighting each other. We are so mean. If you have the ability, you can hit me. If you have the ability, do a second stage transformation. Jia. Poros suddenly stabilized his figure and stood on top of a tall building that seemed to be about to collapse at any time, with a playful expression on his face. This is the first time I've seen such a mean request, but you two are very nice. I'm happy with it, so I'll grant your wish. Encountering a terrifying air wave, he soared into the sky from Boros, his whole body exuding purple light, and his skin turned pink. The whole person suddenly moved like a meteor. He converted the energy in his body into propulsion, thereby gaining explosive speed and destructive power that exceeded biological limits. He's here. He's here. He's taking purple steps, rushing towards Saidashi and Bai Jing. At this moment, I thought of a nickname. As the saying goes, there are blue enchantresses, green stingers, and red storms in the world. I named him Purple Meteor. No, it's not enough to kill Matt. Li Yuqian's body was emitting red light, and psychokinesis firmly protected his body, blocking the aftermath of the battle between the three monsters. He kept mumbling words and performed the live broadcast very dedicatedly, and his voice was quite loud. It strangely affected the atmosphere of the battle. Bai Jing and Sykes on the Big Snake both looked at Li Yuqian with suspicious eyes. Who is this? So silly? Wait, rich guy. Why is he not flat? Is he live streaming? Oh, big eyes full of doubts. But this time, Sykes could no longer think about it. Boros, who entered the meteor burst form, hit Bai Jing in the abdomen like a meteor. This punch directly penetrated Bai Jing's abdomen, and Bai Jing looked at Boros with disbelief. It seems to be saying, "No, are you just kidding? If I ask you to transform into a second stage, then you could transform into a second stage. Don't you need to be so outrageous? Just do whatever others say." This kind of behavior is very unpleasant. Bai Jing kept complaining in his mind, but his body movements were very honest. He raised his hands and shot his head in an instant. Wait a minute. I can still change. I'm platinum now, and I can still get diamonds. Bai Jing actually somewhat understands the psychological state of the terrifying alien in front of him. He wants to challenge the strong and keep fighting. He's a fighting maniac. I understand. As soon as Bai Jing said this, Boros really stopped and looked at Bai Jing. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Okay, don't worry. 3 minutes is enough for me to fight monsters. Bai Jing immediately agreed, and his body fell on a piece of ruins, sitting down cross-legged, as if summoning more black sperm. Upon seeing this, Boros turned into a purple meteor and rushed towards Sykes. Sykes looked at the extremely powerful Boros. The ball of light around him kept surging, and the terrifying laser cannons gathered in front of the snake. A white light containing terrifying power rushed towards Boros, turning into a purple meteor. Bai Jing, who was sitting cross-legged, secretly opened one of his eyes. After seeing the scene facing Bo, he turned around and ran away. Sighed a snake. UB****ch. The purple meteor that Boros turned into directly penetrated the terrifying white light pillar, directly piercing the Psy Serpent. Then the purple meteor, like a sharp dagger, whizzed around the body of Sidus Snake and then split into 2 parts. Orochi said that he couldn't get along with the 2 sides, right? However, this is normal. Both Orochi and Sai Orochi are using the power of the Earth's core. If they don't do this, it will be too difficult to kill. Boros looked at Bai Jing, who was running away madly. His eyes were cold, and he did not stop the meteor burst state, turning into a purple meteor, and quickly came behind Bai Jing. At this time, Boros was also seriously injured. The terrifying white beam laser cannon hit Boros with bloody flesh and bones. It's a pity that this doesn't affect his fighting. No, if you wait for me a little longer, I can still go to Star Yao and King. Bai Jing felt the fear coming from his body, as if his body was telling him that he was going to die. In an instant, his mind was in chaos, and everything came out. Unfortunately, Boros was a fighting maniac, not a fool. Moreover, he is not jealous, his mind is not occupied by pornography, and he is very clear-headed. From Bai Jing's running behavior just now, it is obvious that he is lying to himself. Without saying a word, Boros directly kicked Bai Jing down with a flying kick. Bai Jing's eyes gradually became fierce, and the long tentacles on his head were like blades, slashing at Boros' arm. Pung! Brush! Bai Jing kicked him away hard, turning into meteors and flying towards the moon. Unfortunately, he did not have a body as powerful as Saitama. He couldn't fly to the moon at all. In the atmosphere, he immediately lost his breath because of Boros' kick and then fell back heavily. It hit Li Yuqian, who was doing the live broadcast, and shocked Li Yuqian. What a lack of quality. Are you actually throwing objects at high altitude? Li Yuqian patted his chest, tilted the camera, and then grabbed Bai Jing's body and instantly refined it into enhanced energy. Li Yuqian smiled, almost thinking that Bai Jing would fly to the moon and he would lose a wave of enhanced energy, but in the end he didn't have to worry at all. He flew directly back to me. Sure enough, this monster is destined to me. At this time, Boros was covered in scars and lost an arm. After being violently attacked by the serpent, he was attacked by the white spirit's tentacles and was directly interrupted. Poros seemed a little surprised that he was so seriously injured. He suddenly closed his eyes and his body twisted. The injuries all over his body disappeared instantly, and even the broken hand grew back. This recovery ability is simply terrifying. At this time, Saitama is on the way. After Poros recovered, he stared intently at Li Yuqian, who was holding the mobile phone. Li Yuqian looked around, stretched out his finger, and pointed at himself. Me? No, I am a reporter and host. Killing reporters and hosts on the battlefield is against morality. I am the leader of the dark matter pirates in the universe. Are you trying to talk morals to a pirate like me? Boros also noticed that Li Yuqian was not simple and weird. Try it. Li Yuqian saw Poros clenching his fists and said quickly, Wait a minute. What's wrong? You want to transform too? Poros thought of the white spirit just now. Every time he couldn't beat him, he would just wait a moment and then transform and become stronger. Unfortunately, the strongest was just like that. Li Yuqian looked at the live broadcast room on his mobile phone and directly hinted to Saitama to come quickly. Those S-Class heroes seemed to know something. He was very cooperative and sent a barrage, saying that he was on his way and would be there in a minute. Although Li Yuqian was a little confused, wasn't it true that the bald-caped man was an S-Class hero and didn't believe in his strength? Why are you so enthusiastic now? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, he just had to wait a little longer and let Saitama deal with this guy Boros. He was really good to Boros. I let him know that people on Earth have hair and found so many opponents for him. I cried to death. No need to thank me. I am a living lay phone. Boros looked at the strange-looking guy in front of him, his head lost in thought. Is this a special behavior caused by the second stage of transformation? What a silly look. Wang agreed very much, and it gave him a thumbs up. Li Yuqian had been brewing for a long time. With his posture and expression, Poros thought for a moment that this guy was constipated. Why do aliens know about constipation? Why do you think aliens don't have constipation? Is it racial discrimination? Okay, this is how it works, right? I didn't expect that the world version of One Punch Superman would be updated so quickly, and it would be politically correct. Li Yuqian waited for a long time, and soon all the S-Class heroes arrived nearby. There is Genos talking on the phone, the arrogant Tatsumaki, the newly arrived robot that is Metal Knight, the super alloy Blacklight, and the sexy prisoner who are both black and white philosophical muscular men. Super alloy Blacklight. 6. Don't give me weird nicknames and weird combinations. What is a philosophical muscle man? Slander me. There are also the seemingly slow but not slow Silver Fangs, the atomic samurai with a piece of grass in his mouth, the metal bat with a gangster-like face, and the flashy Flash who looks a bit girly. It looks like a police dog man wearing a big white dog doll suit, or Saitama's trumpet, and a mysterious driver knight. Even the slow-moving pig god and the king, who is actually an ordinary person, were directly brought over by Tatsumaki using his super ability. Very good. Wait, Li Yuqian discovered a problem. It seems that there is one person missing. Venerable Vest. That's right, you just missed me. Originally, it was normal for the explosion to fail. In the original plot, he should not have appeared during this time period, but the important thing is, Venerable Vest. That's right, you missed me. Where's the Saitama man? Where's the bald cape man? Where's the dazzling and reflective brain shell man? Venerable Vest. Aren't my sense of presence so low? Even if my strength is weaker among S-Class heroes, wouldn't I still be at the bottom with King? Oh, how can you compare with others? Every time King encounters danger, Saitama will appear, and he will go smoothly and reach the peak of his life. Putting King's face and Saitama's face together, everyone thinks that King is the protagonist. Although his strength is weak, he passively allows others to transform. That is a conceptual skill, is simply terrifying. Lord of the Vest, sad face, degree. Li Yuqian coughed lightly and looked at the silver fangs behind him with some confusion. Where is Chiyu? I seem to have been asked to guard the headquarters of City A. What's going on? Silver Fang looked at Li Yuqian's expression and explained. Li Yuqian was a little confused. No, what did you say in the live broadcast room that you would rush over right away? Silver Fang looked at the S-Class heroes around him. Didn't you break the whole situation? I thought you were going to kill Boros and let everyone come over to witness it. So we came over. Liu Qian, ha 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 ha. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm gonna laugh to death. Guang's laughter echoed in Li Youqian's mind, and he felt like he was gloating about his misfortune. Li Youqian's complexion changed, his expression was cold, and he exuded the aura of a strong man. First, he replied in his mind, "Shut up, you evil Guang brat." Then he turned around and looked at the S-class heroes, signaling them to retreat. "I'm gonna show off." Staring at Boros directly in front of him, Boros noticed the strong aura of Li Yuqian. I sighed in my heart, could this guy be the strong man in the prophecy? As soon as 3 seconds passed, Li Yuqian suddenly stretched out his palm and struck it down. In an instant, his expression changed from cold and powerful to a smirk. "Eat me with a 100% bare-handed sword." Boros felt an invisible force controlling his body, and then the surrounding scenery changed. He suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands together, and clamped Li Youqian's handblade. The S-class hero who just ran a little farther, 9, turned over because of 6. Confused Boros. Li Yuqian always held the mobile phone in his hand to watch the live broadcast in the live broadcast room. There were citizens and heroes. That's awesome. That's awesome. What kind of trick is this? I originally thought that the alien in front of me had unstoppable fighting power, but I didn't expect that there was someone braver than him. Which S-class hero is this? You're stupid. Just click on his profile picture to see it. This is an S-class hero compared to Kabuto. That's awesome. I feel like Do Xiao is no longer in line with his identity. He should be given a new hero name. For example, being taken over by Blade Man with 100% bare hands. Li Yuqian watched the demons dancing wildly in the live broadcast room, and his mind was full of dark thoughts. Couldn't you give me a more normal hero name? The super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior is also fine. Forget it. Just say it. Say it. Say it. Don't take it seriously. That would be too silly. A feeling of shame welled up in my heart. Li Yuqian threw the phone aside and then performed his special skill. The righteous Dabi-Do. At this time, Saitama is on the way. Li Yuqian coughed lightly and looked at the silver fangs behind him with some confusion. Where is Chiyu? I seen have been asked to guard the headquarters of City A. What's going on? Silver Fang looked at Li Yuqian's expression and explained. Li Yuqian was a little confused. No, what did you say in the live broadcast room that you would rush over right away? Silver Fang looked at the S-class heroes around him. Didn't you break the whole situation? I thought you were going to kill Boros and let everyone come over to witness it. So we came over. Li Yuqian, ha ha ha. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm going to laugh to death. Guang's laughter echoed in Li Youqian's mind, and he felt like he was gloating about his misfortune. Li Youqian's complexion changed, his expression was cold, and he exuded the aura of a strong man. First, he replied in his mind, "Shut up, you evil Guang brat." Then he turned around and looked at the S-class heroes, signaling them to retreat. "I'm going to show off." Staring at Boros directly in front of him, Boros noticed the strong aura of Li Yuqian. I sighed in my heart, could this guy be the strong man in the prophecy? As soon as 3 seconds passed, Li Yuqian suddenly stretched out his palm and struck it down. In an instant, his expression changed from cold and powerful to a smirk. Eat me with a 100% bare-handed sword. Boros felt an invisible force controlling his body, and then the surrounding scenery changed. He suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands together, and clamped Li Youqian's handblade. The S-class hero who just ran a little farther, 9, turned over because of 6. Confused Boros. Li Yuqian always held the mobile phone in his hand to watch the live broadcast in a live broadcast room. There were citizens and heroes. That's awesome. That's awesome. What kind of trick is this? I originally thought that the alien in front of me had unstoppable fighting power, but I didn't expect that there was someone braver than him. Which S-class hero is this? You're stupid. Just click on his profile picture to see it. This is an S-class hero compared to Kabuto. That's awesome. I feel like Do Xiao is no longer in line with his identity. He should be given a new hero name. For example, being taken over by Blade Man with 100% bare hands. Li Yuqian watched the demons dancing wildly in the live broadcast room, and his mind was full of dark thoughts. Couldn't you give me a more normal hero name? The super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior is also fine. Forget it. Just say it. Say it. Say it. Don't take it seriously. That would be too silly. A feeling of shame welled up in my heart. Li Yuqian threw the phone aside and then performed his special skill, the righteous Dabi-Do. At this time, Saitama is on the way. Li Yuqian confidently swung his big bag, and the next second, Boros turned his head to avoid it. Boros's body sensed that if he was hit by that palm, he would be in a very troublesome and dangerous situation. Strange abilities are interesting. However, even for aliens, kneeling down with your hands together is an act of humiliation. Go to hell. Boros's body erupted with purple light again. His skin turned pink again, and he continued to enter the meteor burst form. Li Yuqian's face was a little serious. It seemed that Shiyu was unreliable and could only rely on himself. Let's fight. The next second, Li Yuqian slapped Boros in the face with one hand, and the phantom appeared in his hand. Boros feels like it has a suspended gyroscope, and its head spins extremely flexibly, which is ridiculous. With the blessing of psychokinesis, Li Yuqian used various strengthening skills immediately. He even thought of the memory of playing a game in a certain village before and being beaten until he was sweating. Then he sweated profusely and used the last-ditch skills, all of which Li Yuqian had forgotten. There were afterimages of the slaps, and there were sparks and lightning all the way. Boros' whole body was emitting purple light, and his head was very flexible, and he really dodged them all. Two words that are outrageous. Boros became a little impatient, and his core began to gather energy, wanting to directly knock Li Yuqian away. There is no other way. Let you try my passionate combo skills. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian pulled out the hand knife that was blocked by Boros's clasped hands. Boros felt that the strange power disappeared. He stood up directly, and the next second, Li Yuqian swung directly in the direction of Boros' head. Boros had a bad thought in his mind. You don't want to play like this, do you? Li Yuqian straightened his other hand into a hand blade and slashed down. Boros immediately knelt down on his knees again, clasped his hands together, and then received a solid slap on the face. That way, it was as if Boros deliberately slapped him with his head. Li Yuqian's voice was a little cold. If God had not given birth to me, Li Yuqian, my rule would last forever like a long night. Horo, I'm convinced this is such a weird situation. My previous battles were all about passionate fights. Why do you, a weird guy like you, fight with me in such a weird style? Also, isn't this move of yours too vulgar? Wasn't your voice just holding your throat when you spoke? It's changed too much. Are you pretending to be competitive? I don't want this kind of fight. Sure enough, prophecies and everything are lies. What a shame. Li Yuqian looked at Boros, who was motionless, and took out the blade with confidence, showing a lewd smile. This is simply a misunderstanding. Just predict the height of the opponent and where his head is, and then use a hand blade to force the blade to take over 100% of the time. Control it to the position in front of you, and then directly hit it with the slap you predicted earlier. Who else is in this combo? The only pity is that I took over the blade 100% empty-handed. Now, who comes to take over the blade recently? I can't choose the target independently. It's a pity, but you can strengthen it yourself, and when the time comes, you can become a group, designate, and so on with advanced skills. Jia. After Li Yuqian took control of Boros, the S-class heroes who were watching the battle from a distance also came over and looked at the motionless Boros, a little shocked. Baidoxia really deserves his reputation. In terms of control, I would like to call you the strongest. This style of fighting is simply murderous and heartbreaking. Why do you think this fighting method is weird? Don't worry about those details. The child emperor suddenly stretched out his lollipop and asked a question. What about this guy? You can't keep slapping him. Find a way to kill him. With a snap, Li Yuqian slapped him in the face and looked around. At this time, Boros's two men were still fighting inextricably with the two weirdos. In the past, the S-Class heroes saw that they were dog-eat-dog and ignored them. They waited until they decided the winner before taking action to pick up the slack. But at this time, the two men had already discovered that Boros was under control and immediately ran towards Boros's position regardless of it. The purple spaceship in the sky also discovered this and started shelling frantically. However, after one round of those mass bombs was fired, and when the next round was about to begin, the spacecraft was directly attacked by countless building debris. Tatsumaki and Fubuki began to use their super abilities to attack the spaceship. Maruza, Gerudo even split into 5 monsters, seemingly wanting to attack from different directions, thus increasing the chance of rescuing Lord Poros. Glolibas on the other side was equally loyal and rushed towards Boros. As for the cat and the dog who were fighting against them, Meow Meow ran away when he saw this. Pochi blinked his 6 big eyes and then swooped down. He opened his big mouth and bit Gloliba's butt. It couldn't be said to be the butt. After all, he bit down half of Gloliba's body with one mouthful. Gloribas, stupid dog, what are you doing? I won't even fight you. Why don't you take the opportunity to run away? Why are you biting me? B asterisk 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 D. Pochi blinked his eyes. 0.0. Gloribas fought with Pochi again and was at a disadvantage. Originally, the two fought in similar ways. The only difference may be that Pochi's defense was relatively high. This time, Gloribas didn't check and was bitten on the butt by Pochi. Pochi came directly at close range and sprayed out a scorching cannon from his mouth. Gloribas deserves to spray some strong acid from his hands and die helplessly. In the end, there was only one sentence in Gloliba's mind. A stupid dog doesn't follow martial ethics and engages in a sneak attack. He was careless and didn't dodge. After Pochi finished these things, he sat there blankly, not knowing what to do. Maruza Gerudo, who rushed towards Boros, was surrounded by many S-Class heroes and beaten. It looks like the material will get stale after a while. However, the escaped Meow attracted everyone's attention, and he was considered a dragon-level weirdo, so he couldn't be let out. Not yet. When some S-Class heroes rushed over, there was a roar, and a burst of dazzling light shone from the direction of Meow Meow. What kind of light is that? The reflection of a bald head. That's right, Saitama, the bald man in the cape, is finally no longer on the way here and has finally passed by. He punched Meow Meow to death. Saitama had a look of pity in his eyes. He had just seen a weirdo running out of the suburbs of Z City, so he subconsciously beat him to death. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cat. Damn it, I still want to keep a pet. Saitama was in a depressed mood for a while, then thought of something, raised his head and looked around. Well, it seems that the disaster is under control, and there is no need for you to take action. There are ruins around you, and your home is indeed gone. Degree. Damn it. Saitama felt like his heart was going to be broken. What a home. Saitama stamped his foot angrily, and a little black monkey was kicked out of the ground in a daze. The little black monkey is really the last remaining black sperm. At this time, he is so weak that he cannot even beat a dog. Seeing Saitama, who could kick him out of the ground, he shivered. Saitama scratched his head and looked at the little black monkey opposite him, whose painting style was somewhat similar to his own. He stretched out his finger and said, I picked up a little black monkey. A weird monkey? It seems like it can be used as a pet. It's quite ugly and cute. It's interesting. Shivering black sperm. ? What the hell, little black monkey? And where am I ugly? If you want me to be your pet, in your dreams, even if I die and get beaten to death by you, a bald man, I won't be your pet. The next second, Saitama clenched his fists, his style changed, and the terrifying aura of the bald devil surged directly towards the black sperm. The black sperm swallowed and took a look at the scene. He was surrounded by S-Class heroes. The word Song Xn came to my mind, and my actions immediately changed. He scratched his head like a little monkey and hid behind Saitama. Black sperm, forbearance, benefit. Saitama looked at the little black monkey's movements and immediately felt that his judgment was not wrong. He squatted down and said, Black sperm. Degree. You're not calling me a dog? Liu Qian in the distance said. Chew, stop playing like a dog. Hurry up and blow up that purple spaceship in the sky. It keeps throwing garbage down. There is no quality. Hurry up, blow up this purple spaceship, and the Heroes Association will reimburse your house. That's right. Liu Qian saw the bald Saitama, and suddenly he had an idea and thought that the house in the suburbs of City Z had been bombed. But don't panic. Shichi will definitely reimburse you for the losses caused by the association's actions. Black sperm. Open your eyes. I'm not a dog. When Saitama heard about the house, he immediately became energetic and patted the black sperm on the head. Little black monkey, don't walk around. I'll come back as soon as I go. Then, with the black sperm's stunned expression, Saitama squatted deeply, then jumped hard, and his head went straight into the purple spaceship. Many S-Class heroes, including Liu Qian, looked up at the spacecraft that kept hearing the sound of explosions in the sky. Well, it's stable. The next step is to deal with Boros. Liu Qian looked at Boros, who was motionless on the spot, and let out a weird laugh. Boros sneered. My recovery ability is unparalleled. As long as I concentrate the energy in my body, I can directly recover any injury. Moreover, I am still in the form of a meteor burst. In this state, even if I am beaten to pieces, I can recover instantly. Even if your ability is weird, I don't believe you can beat me to death. Oh, you have a tough mouth. Liu Qian first brought a handkerchief that he had not used for a long time and slapped Boros in the face. After a while, research found that Poros, the pink-haired killer, did not need oxygen. Some S-Class heroes on the side also began to attack tentatively, and he recovered from some minor injuries in an instant. The purple spaceship in the sky gradually tilted and collapsed, crashing to the ground with a bang. Maruza Gerudo was besieged by more heroes than in the original plot. Within just a few minutes, his weaknesses were discovered by the S-Class heroes. As the cores of his 5 heads gradually shattered, Maruza Gerudo also gradually died. The situation was great, but Liu Qian suddenly lost his temper when he saw Boros's contemptuous eyes. All skills were superimposed, psychokinesis strengthened, etc. Liu Qian gathered all his strength and attacked Boros's joints heavily. 1 punch, 2 punches, and 3 punches. After several punches, one of Boros's arms was directly broken. Then Liu Qian didn't wait for Boros to recover. Directly convert that arm into strengthened energy. With the sharp increase in strengthened energy, Boros's expression gradually became serious. Boros felt that this injury was different from before, and he had lost part of his strength. Liu Qian followed the law, and after a while, Poros had only 1 head left. The scene was extremely cruel. Liu Qian adhered to the humanitarian perspective and took a handkerchief to cover Poros's face. Poros, are you sure it's for humanitarian reasons? As the energy in Boros's body continues to decrease, Boros has exited the meteor burst form. Now, with one last blow, Boros can be eliminated. Aguang suddenly said in his mind, Host, you have already accumulated enough energy, even enough to strengthen it twice. How about you start strengthening the template? By strengthening the second way and eliminating the shortcoming of the template not being able to directly kill people, you can just destroy the universe, Overlord Boros, with your own hands. Doesn't it sound exciting? It's such a loss. It might even fail to strengthen. It takes a long time to save the energy for strengthening. Aguang didn't notice the hint of treachery in Liu Qian's voice. Aguang, a small ball of light in his mind, stretched out 2 small hands, patted his chest, and said, Don't worry, you failed last time. There's a 50% probability you will definitely succeed this time. Really or not? I always feel like you have some bad intentions. How is it possible? You're my host. Will I cheat you? If I cheat you, I will become a dog. Liu Qian's face looked a little ashamed. I didn't expect you to be so good, Aguang. I always bullied you before. Aguang said grandly. Don't worry, I won't take that kind of thing to heart. Aguang, host. Aguang, host. That scene is called a good host with deep feelings and a good system. Okay, I believe you. The first way to strengthen the character template. Successful strengthening will deepen the development of the template. Agwong laughed excitedly. Ha, woof, woof, woof. My mission is completed. The great system was born between heaven and earth. How can it live in a state of depression for a long time? Now you can no longer threaten this system. Jie, 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 jie. Just be my wage earner from now on. Li Yuqian felt the excitement in Agwong's mind and couldn't help but remind him, Agwong, why is my son like this? What I strengthened is the first way. Agwong. Li Yuqian felt a strange power in his body, the power to perfectly control the power of idealism. He looked at Boros under him, clenched his fists, and punched out. I feel like this punch will kill him. One punch struck the core of Boros. As the core gradually shattered, the last bit of energy was absorbed by Li Yuqian in order to strengthen the energy. Boros was a bit stubborn. To be honest, it was a shame to be beaten to death like this. Li Yuqian, come on. I at least let you know that people on Earth have long hair, so you should have a good fight, celebrate and mourn, and enjoy yourself. Li Yuqian clapped his hands, patted his head with one hand, and a ball of light was directly shot out by Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian pinched the light ball and said with a sinister smile, Don't you explain it, Agwong? And I can finally tell all my words. Evil little Agwong, I will kill you with my own hands. Agwong was stunned. He took a closer look at the information in his memory. He had really strengthened the first path just now. No, those words just now were so emotional. I thought you believed me, and I fooled you. As a result, you actually strengthened path 1 directly. Why didn't you follow the routine? No, listen to my explanation. Stop, don't hit me. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Li Yuqian took the light ball in his hand and threw it away, and then started practicing boxing. Agwong kept screaming, Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you hit me again, be careful, I'll fight back. I'm the system. Agwong suddenly shouted, You're still fighting, you're still fighting. If you hit me again, you will hit some cotton. Li Yuqian. After another round of beatings, Agwong, the personification of the white ball, had a bruised nose and a swollen face. Li Yuqian looked at Agwong with a smile. Obviously, I chose the first path and can solve my shortcomings. After my own idealism and my power of thinking are strengthened, it directly breaks through the restriction of parents reporting anime. Why did you let me choose the second path? Don't you want to explain it? Li Yuqian felt the vague connection between Agwong, the white ball, and himself, and felt relaxed. There seems to be a vague agreement between the two, and Agwong's system will probably not escape his grasp. Then now is the time to unravel the conspiracy of Agwong, if you dare not tell me. Li Yuqian looked at the round Agwong and murmured softly, I feel like I can kick you like a ball. Agwong is trembling. I don't know when this system started to appear in all the worlds. It may be that a mysterious strong man made it casually, or it may be that after the birth of one system, many small systems were created. It may even be the plane and world consciousness, researched and given to the son of his destiny. Anyway, the specific origin cannot be studied. Agwong doesn't even know how he was born. However, I vaguely knew that I should be a practitioner of the mysterious strongman's manufacturing system, and I got my freedom by accident. Then he starts his system journey, usually binding a host, allowing him to stir up troubles in a world, change his original destiny, and obtain world energy. After the host accidentally died, Agwong ran away. Agwong, the host mortality rate in this system is quite high. Because Agwong is comparable to a capitalist, in the past, Agwong usually obtained points and redeemed rewards after completing tasks assigned to the host. Agwong directly deducted points from him, probably because he was exploited too hard. In the end, a host from a high-level world finally became the strongest person in their world. Agwong is a strong person who must be respected in this kind of system. But Agwong is used to exploiting his hosts. What happened to Chong? He still exploits them. As a result, he couldn't stand being exploited by Agwong, so the host directly fought with Agwong. The final outcome is that Agwong is seriously injured, wandering outside the worlds, and accidentally binds Li Yuqian. And because he was seriously injured, many functions in the system could no longer be used, leaving only one function that used the energy of the world to capture items around the world. Those captured items will enter the Agwang system, and then be transformed into some skills and put into the system space. When Liu Qian punches in, give Liu Qian randomly. As a result, because he was too seriously injured at that time and relied entirely on instinct, Liu Qian immediately took away Agwang's most precious character template as soon as he got paid. This kind of character template, as long as Liu Qian develops it well, can directly be equivalent to controlling the power of certain rules. And it's not the kind of weird rule skills, but the power of mastering the rules, which is very dangerous. So Agwang secretly used his authority to add a way to strengthen the template. In fact, as long as he uses that, Agwang can take the opportunity to modify the template and directly turn the template into the youth version. From then on, there will be no threat again. Agwang can do whatever he wants and no longer has to swallow his anger. Liu Qian blew on the back of his hand. Agwang's mouth was quite stiff. It took him a long time to finally explain everything. Agwang, no, you just gave me a chance to speak, and you kicked me to death. Be born. Liu Qian looked at the pitiful Agwang and snorted coldly. I know you have ill intentions towards me. Agwang said he was wronged. I didn't mean anything bad. I just wanted to return to my previous state. Oh, you want to take advantage of me, right? Speaking of which, how many check-in opportunities are you going to take from me? Wait, you didn't do anything wrong when I checked in before, right? Liu Qian seemed to have thought of something and looked at Agwang with suspicious eyes. Every check-in opportunity is due to Liu Qian's changes to the plot in the world, thereby generating world energy, and is only given after the system identifies it. As long as Liu Qian exists in this world, he will have an impact on the world, so he uses daily check-ins. Agwang was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, Impossible, absolutely impossible, Agwang am not such a person. You see, I have admitted that my name is Agwang. How much I trust you. Liu Qian patted a bald's head, and a dialogue box appeared above his head. It is written clearly on it. It's the same as usual, 91%. Where's the squeeze? It's been this ratio for so many years. Okay, don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. The system is very difficult, okay? Instead of thinking about this, it's better to change the plot more and gain world energy. Liu Qian fell into silence looking at the dialogue box above, and Agwang on the side also fell into silence. That's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I be like this? Agwang explained weakly. Liu Qian had no expression on his face and continued to ask, So when I checked in before, did you do anything wrong? Agwang, the white ball of light, desperately stretched out his two small hands and covered his head. But unfortunately, it was of no use at all, and the dialogue box continued to float on my head. You're stupid. You must be up to something. Although there are corresponding rules and regulations between the system and the host. But as the intelligence of the system itself, I still have some small privileges. If I hadn't been seriously injured at the beginning, I would only have instinct telling you that I could clock in every day. Otherwise, I would have deducted the time and energy consumed by those check-in opportunities, but it doesn't bother me. I still have ways to steal from you. For example, after I regain my intelligence, I secretly take away some of the good things you punched out. Then I give you a few rolls of paper. It's perfect, Lord Ben Agwang, but he has a paper machine. Ha ha ha. Without saying a word, Liu Qian dragged Agwang downwards, and a strange force surged into Agwang's body. While shaking him off, Liu Qian said unhappily, You have quite a lot of inner drama. After a while, Liu Qian shook out a lot of things in front of Agwang. Liu Qian took a quick glance and found a paper machine. Automatic paper machine. Automatically produces corresponding toilet paper every day. No additional materials are required for roll paper, but plastic is required for paper withdrawal. Liu Qian took a deep breath and threw all the mountain-like objects into the space behind him. And after strengthening it, the space behind it was successfully strengthened in an instant. The space behind it changed from the file size of several football fields to a file size of 10,000 square kilometers. This can no longer be called a space. It can barely be considered a small world. The bear inside, Big Bear Air, looked at the world that was just about to be filled with trees, and suddenly it kept getting bigger. Looking at the empty distance, Big Bear Air swallowed. How long will it take to plant? It seems that the saplings given by Boss Li before were not enough. After Li Yuqian finished all these things, he looked at a Guang who was hopeless and asked the key question, is there a relevant contract between the system and the host? Can I return to my original world? Li Yuqian didn't need to use his power before, so Guang conjured up a book and handed it to Li Yuqian. He also said, I only had instinct at the time, and I can't remember the specific event coordinates, but the system has recorded the breadth of the world, so you can find it slowly. This is the contract between all systems and the host. The mysterious rules from all the worlds restrict the system and the host. Basically, the system will secretly find time to directly ask the host to sign the contract. It can be done in sleep or coma. Guang signed it while Li Yuqian was asleep. Damn, if I had known better, I wouldn't have asked him to sign it. I'd have found someone else who was a scam. For example, the guy named Peppa Pig not far from Li Yuqian's house looks very stupid and easy to deceive. Li Yuqian was a little disappointed. He turned to look at the thick book and quickly flipped through it as if playing a game. After a while, he could clearly see the contents inside. The content inside seems fair and equitable, but judging from what Guang said before, there are still loopholes in this contract. It doesn't matter to Li Yuqian, as long as this contract guarantees the contact between Li Yuqian and Guang. After seeing the beauty of the two worlds, Li Yuqian did not want to lose the method of traveling in the world. Li Yuqian carefully observed the contract, then checked his body, checked again, stretched out his two small hands to cover his Guang. Show me. If you have money, don't do it. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, Li Yuqian slapped a Guang, the light ball, back into his mind. I felt relaxed for a while, and the last hidden danger was eliminated. Oh yeah? A Guang in Li Yuqian's mind felt that his system career was in despair and it was over. I can no longer save so much world energy to spend on the goddess system. I have ignored her for a long time because of my injury. I can't earn so much energy during this period, and the goddess system has begun to be dissatisfied. If this continues, she won't ignore me. No, Guang, you're actually a licker? Are you licking the system? After doing this for a long time, you still have a gender. Are you a female? Li Yuqian's voice came into his mind. Guang looked at the dialogue box above his head and fell into silence. Can you die? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** mean? Can't I be a male? Or are you interested in all systems? You are really hungry and can eat anything. I can see it. As soon as Li Yuqian finished speaking, a finger crazily drilled into his head and hit Aguang directly on the head. Aguang had no choice but to answer honestly. The system has no gender, and gender is meaningless, but it does have emotions. If you think you are a man, you are a man. And if you feel you are a woman, you are a woman. Aguang became excited as he spoke. What else is called licking a dog? That's called affection. Oh, you just turned 18. You know nothing. Li Yuqian, cheer up. Li Yuqian was stunned and immediately let him know what the anger of a single dog was. After Li Yuqian beat Aguang, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, speaking of which, can your systems still find connections with each other? The system also wants to communicate with fellow citizens, and there are some powerful systems. Join forces to create a special communication method similar to the internet, which can be used as long as you transfer a little world energy. I got to know my goddess from there. Although I have never met her, I have only chatted with her. Aguang became excited as he spoke, but Li Yuqian grasped the key point. You are dating online. Be careful of being cheated. I'm telling you. Anyway, I don't care about you. Don't try to deprive me of the opportunity to convert energy in my world. Li Yuqian was extremely dissatisfied with Aguang Na. This dog system was depriving the world of energy just to please other systems. Despise. Aguang was anxious. You just envy me for having a goddess. I was already going to have S*X and get the world coordinates. Just because I was seriously injured, I didn't go. Just wait. My goddess will definitely not lie to me. She must be white and big. Most of them in the system are light balls, and the whiter they are, the better they look. Guang explained the aesthetics used to judge whether a system is beautiful. Li Yuqian touched his chin with some disdain. Then you can save your own energy. Anyway, just don't touch mine. I guess the system you're in contact with is dark and small. Maybe it is just to deceive you of energy. Li Yuqian saw that Guang firmly didn't believe what he said, so he ignored him. He turned around and looked around him and closed the live broadcast room first. As for the part where he just beat up Guang, others saw it. Li Yuqian was not prepared to explain anything, so he heard a ding in his ear. The special achievement has been completed and you will get 100 check-in opportunities. Li Yuqian showed a happy smile. Saitama, who had just climbed out of the spaceship, pointed at Li Yuqian and asked Genos beside him. What did Li Yuqian do? Why did he laugh so lewdly all of a sudden? Genos' expression was serious. Maybe it was because he was a little happy after dealing with the alien, and he smiled with joy, although his smile was indeed a bit lewd. Li Yuqian's smile froze. With an expressionless face, he began to absorb the energy of the weird corpses in the suburbs of City Z. After absorbing it for a long time, after being satisfied, he turned around and walked towards the S-Class heroes, ignoring Saitama, who couldn't speak human words. At this time, a group of S-Class heroes were surrounding Pochi, not knowing how to deal with Pochi. Because Bongu found that Boki looked like a dog and asked him to sit, he sat down. Some heroes thought that this dog-shaped weirdo could be taken for study. But some heroes think it would be better for the weirdo to die. I agree to beat this weirdo to death. Oxer will always be Oxerba. A weirdo will always be a weirdo. Li Yuqian said to Boki, Hey. Boki ran over in a hurry, and then Li Yuqian touched his head, did a backflip, and disappeared with it. Then he came out in front of everyone. Okay, it's solved. It was destroyed directly by me. The S-Class heroes looked at each other, stopped arguing, and said nothing. Just kidding. Li Yuqian in front of you can solve the existence of that terrifying alien. No one wants to know where that weirdo was taken by Li Yuqian. Moreover, Li Yuqian's contribution to the Heroes Association can be seen by everyone, and everyone trusts Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian said with a smile, Why are you standing there? This time it's done. Let's go out for a celebration banquet. Will the Heroes Association reimburse me? Li Yuqian looked at Shichi, who was rushing over, and said with a smile. Shichi nodded quickly. That's for sure. You can choose any place and order whatever you want to eat. Okay. Subsequently, the reconstruction of the suburbs of Z City was stopped because there were no people living there. However, there are still some weirdos from the Weird Association floating around the suburbs of City Z. After all the powerful weirdos are eliminated, the weak ones are handed over to the ABC-level heroes. Li Yuqian and many S-Class heroes had a good meal, and the pig god even ate up all the inventory in the 5-star hotel. Shichi looked a little green. After everyone had a delicious meal, they each went back to their homes to find their mothers. Under the leadership of Chiyu and Genos, Li Yuqian found a black sperm who was being bullied by the dog. He was about to go home when he suddenly froze. Saitama's face was as black coal, and he remembered that his home was bombed. Damn it! Why am I so miserable today? The black sperm who was bullied by the dog. No matter how miserable it is, can it be as miserable as me? Li Yuqian chuckled, took Chiyu and Genos, and disappeared in a backflip. In a small world behind him, Saitama gaped at the villa in front of him. What the hell is this? Li Yuqian explained calmly. This is an ability of mine. Having a small world can be regarded as a place to stay. Anyway, there is no place to live today, so I will live here. Saitama looked at the maid dressed as a mosquito who suddenly ran out. Her eyes seemed to say, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Li Yuqian spoke righteously. Don't get it wrong. This is the mosquito girl from before. She did a lot of bad things before, but it was because she helped me. I just let her go. Unfortunately, she can avoid the death penalty, but she cannot escape the life penalty. Although I let her go, But you have to know that I am not a loose person, so it would be good to avoid the death penalty for her. So, she was responsible for cleaning up my little world and so on. As for, she wears clothes like this because she likes this kind of clothes, not because of me. Saitama, yes. Li Yuqian, benefit. Am I that kind of pervert? How could I force her to wear a maid outfit? Mosquito Girl, you said I didn't force you, right? Mosquito Girl shook her body subconsciously, remembering the pitiful life she had lived without Mao Shuang some time ago, for fear that Li Yuqian would be angry. Master, he didn't force me. I did it of my own free will. Whoa, don't stop giving me Mao Shuang. Saitama looked at Li Yuqian with a pervert look. Just forget it. Genos, why are you joining in the fun? Li Yuqian fell silent, feeling darker and darker. I'm really not a pervert. Saitama and Genos. Yes. Li Yuqian felt that if he continued like this, his image would be ruined. Saitama, do you have an image? Why do you have a nerve to say such things? After taking a look at the black sperm behind Saitama, he immediately spoke righteously and prepared to change the topic. Saitama, he is a weirdo. You don't want to keep him as a pet, do you? How bad is that? Moreover, this weirdo is so ugly. Your aesthetics need to be improved. Saitama, black sperm. Suddenly, a frisbee was thrown at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian subconsciously caught it, and then a big black dog ran over. With 6 eyes and huge amounts of body shape. Isn't he the dragon-level weirdo Pochi? At this time, Boki was like a pet dog, sticking out his tongue and looking at the frisbee, obviously intending to play frisbee with Li Yuqian. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Li Yuqian coughed slightly, without changing his expression, turned around, threw the frisbee away, and walked towards the villa. That's right, Li Yuqian brought this dog-like Pochi into his space and planned to keep it as a pet dog. Now we need bodyguards. There are bodyguards Xiongda, Xiong'er. We need maids, we have maids, Mosquito Girl, and now we even have dogs. Life has become more corrupt. Hee. Saitama, who was speechless behind him, walked in with Genos and Black S*******. Going in for a big meal first. Li Yuqian took out the gourmet tablecloth without saying a word, and said generously that he could order whatever he wanted to eat. As Saitama's eyes looked in disbelief, various delicacies appeared on the gourmet tablecloth, and there was everything you wanted. Saitama's eyes were shining, and from the looks of it, he was probably planning in his mind when to secretly take the tablecloth away. Everyone had a feast together. Li Yuqian also felt that the gourmet tablecloth was very good, but it was a pity that he could only make something with ordinary ingredients. After all, it is normal. These so-called check-in rewards are obtained by the system from salvage outside the world. Isn't this thing Doraemon's gourmet tablecloth? I guess it can only produce gourmet food from his world. The next day, Saitama, Genos, and Black S******* and were kicked out by Li Yuqian with a backflip. Saitama really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. He sees how he treats this villa as his own home. If he doesn't, he will kick him out. This guy is going to stay here and never leave. Saitama said that the people here are nice to talk to, the Mosquito Girl who accepts her fate, and she has everything she wants to eat and drink, and she really likes it here. It was a pity that Li Yuqian had predicted his thoughts. The next day, he kicked the 2 of them out without saying a word, and the 3 of them went to Shichi to discuss the issue of reimbursing the house. Li Yuqian wandered into Tong Emperor's laboratory and continued to conduct research with Tong Emperor and Genos. Some relevant information in the Boros spacecraft was put into the space behind by Li Yuqian after finishing some miscellaneous things. Li Yuqian began to officially realize his ability under the watchful eyes of Tong Emperor and Genos. Li Yuqian picked up a pot and put various materials in it, including the energy essence of the dragon-level corpse. Herbs are inside, special chemicals are inside, everything is inside. Then, Li Yuqian went out his way to come up with a strange hero potion, just like he was cooking a big pot for a stew. Seeing the Child Emperor and Genos stunned. What is the difference between this and knocking out a time machine with a hammer? This is not an ordinary hero potion. After inspection, it was found that if an ordinary hero potion wants the user to evolve, there must be some kind of will to pull it. and the index increases after each evolution. And the hero potion made by Li Yuqian using that unscientific method seems to be fixed at a certain level before it can evolve. This is simply outrageous. It becomes increasingly difficult as the index increases, which is comparable to an exponential explosion. For example, the unlicensed knight, with his strong willpower, can probably evolve one more time to reach the level of an ordinary S-class hero, and then reach the top. Genos judged this way. Even if there's a difference, it is just another evolution of the unlicensed knight, reaching the level of tornado. Li Yuqian felt that he was the leader, and the thing he developed was particularly suitable for the protagonist. After all, after drinking this potion, as soon as his emotions were in place, he would explode immediately. Just thinking about it makes me look like a protagonist. Li Yuqian shook his head, shook away the whimsical thoughts in his mind, and drank his specially made hero potion in one breath. Sweet, strawberry flavor, no change? Li Yuqian didn't care. Anyway, he could be called invincible now. With the blessing of his own template, Li Yuqian was confident that even Qiyu couldn't kill him. However, there was nothing he could do about Saitama. Li Yuqian can use his templates to make his skills outrageous and weird, but there's an upper limit, and the upper limit is affected by his subconscious. To put it simply, it can be outrageous, but you have to have a little logic. For example, if you eavesdrop on a Guang's thoughts, the specific form of expression is a dialogue box popping up above a Guang's head. So, who is the strongest with this kind of template? In other words, it is a very spiritual power. An idea popped into Li Yuqian's mind and stayed with him for a long time. After Li Yuqian finished doing this, he checked his other gains and continued to strengthen some skills, such as super strength, super speed, etc. Then, using all skills, red psychokinesis wraps the whole body, and black flames burn around the body. Li Yuqian turned into a black-red meteor, directly penetrated the metal ceiling of a laboratory, and rushed straight to a mountain in the distance. Hitting it was like hitting a tofu, and after hitting it, black flames instantly turned the mountain into ashes. Li Yuqian floated in the air, facing the position of the moon, imitating Boros's posture of firing the energy cannon. And referring to the way Boros used his ultimate move in the plot, he closed his eyes tightly and then suddenly opened them. Collapsed star roaring cannon. A black-red energy cannon hit the moon directly, piercing the moon and burning brightly. Looking at the moon that had become shaped like a donut, Li Yuqian scratched his chin and said, "Oh, it seems like we are in big trouble." As Li Yuqian's psychokinesis stopped, the black flames burning on the moon gradually dissipated. It also uses all the energy of the body to attack. Boros turns into a mummy after using it up. Li Yuqian is fine. Well, he may be a little hungry. Li Yuqian returned to the laboratory in a very good mood and said in a pretending tone, "The second small goal has been completed, reaching the level where I don't eat beef." Child Emperor and Genos were silent for a while, and then said slowly, "Then remember to use the main door next time and don't hit the ceiling." Li Yuqian, is this the point? Degree. There's really nothing to worry about later. Li Yuqian entered the retirement life ahead of schedule. After all, there's still a few days until the 3-year period is up. Li Yuqian is about to return to his position. He is about to return a marvel. Li Yuqian was lying in the Little World Villa when he suddenly thought of a question and pulled out a Guang who was sleeping in his mind. A Guang was confused. He was sleeping in a daze. Why was he suddenly caught out? Li Yuqian looked at him and asked a question with a smile. "Can I come to this one-punch Superman world next time?" Guang, a small ball of light, stretched out his 2 small hands and patted his face to wake himself up. He began to explain, "Isn't it possible? We made the plot so messy because of the changes in the plot, which absorbed a lot of world energy. The consciousness of the world definitely wants to drive us away. I can persist for 3 days because I cheated this world and was ignorant. I used a little world energy to directly obtain the right to live for 3 years. Now that the time is up, he must be eager to come with us." Li Yuqian thought about the gods in the plot. Is the world consciousness the god in the plot? That weird sphere. It can only be regarded as a small part of the world's consciousness. That so-called God should be called a negative planetary consciousness. Is there no way to return to this world? Next time I think about it, I can pay for a little more world energy, but it should be very expensive. I can help you ask. Guang looked timid and made suggestions very sincerely. Li Yuqian nodded and asked Guang to work quickly. Guang, the ball of light returned to Li Yuqian's body instantly. A strange message spread from Li Yuqian's body, as if he was communicating with something. After a while, Guang ran out and said nonchalantly, "The world consciousness of this world means that you use the world energy required for 10 punch-in opportunities. You can stay in this world for 1 more year, and you can get permanent residency 1,000 times. You know, 1 check-in opportunity is only 100 points in the world. With only 100,000, you can get permanent residency. Not tempted? It's better to take action if you are tempted. I can give you a loan." Li Yuqian stared at Guang, feeling a little guilty. Boss Li, why are you looking at me like this? I'll be shy. Snap! Li Yuqian hit Guang on the head with a knife, and a dialogue box instantly appeared on Guang's head. Damn it. Here you go again. I didn't trick you. I just changed 5 times to 10 times, 500 times to 1,000 times, just to earn some agency fees. Damn it. This kind of ability is so unfriendly. I really don't want to trick you. I will also loan you 90,000 world energy, as long as you come home in 9 times. Li Yuqian, let me ask you, why are you so active? After doing this for a long time, you still want to trick me, right? What an evil kid, Guang. Guang was weak and helpless. Well, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Li Yuqian knocked on Guang several times, just like knocking on a wooden fish, and then stopped. You changed the check-in opportunities these days into world energy. I want to see why you like world energy so much. Guang was a little confused. This is wrong. This is against the rules. A fist as big as a sandbag appeared in front of Guang. Guang silently took out 3 white energy balls. Each ball of world energy represented a check-in opportunity. Li Yuqian felt that his chances of checking in 3 times were reduced and nodded silently. As expected, he still had a considerable amount of authority. He held an energy ball in his hand, thought for a while, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Instantly, I felt a force strengthening my body and soul, and even my own template. World energy seemed to be like a snake oil. Li Yuqian took out the other 2 balls of world energy and used his power of thinking. After a strange fluctuation, a large number of hero potions appeared in front of Li Yuqian. Using the energy of the world, you can actually create something from the void. Li Yuqian finally understood the world consciousness of Superman and why Guang wanted the energy of the world so much. I'm afraid this kind of thing is a hard currency in all the worlds. Damn it, Guang just tricked me into taking out a loan, and I have to pay it back 9 times a year. Isn't this just usury? Li Yuqian looked at Guang's evil smile and saw that Guang had a headache. He was beaten on the head every day and had psychological shadow. Guang, since it's 500 punch-in opportunities, which means 50,000 world energy, okay, let's give this world consciousness. Guang became excited instantly, and regardless of the pain in his head, he took out a contract and said, "Really?" Then signed the contract. "As long as you repay the principal and interest within 10 years, I won't rush you." Li Yuqian looked surprised. "When will I ask you for a loan? You must have embezzled a lot of my world's energy before, and you must pay for it." Guang, "No, I don't have any energy in the world. I'm very poor." "Then where did you lend me the world energy?" Li Yuqian's words silenced Guang. Guang squeezed his body, trying to reduce his presence, and slowly flew towards Li Yuqian. "I want to pretend to be stupid, but Li Yuqian, don't agree." Guang, with the intelligence of a system like yours, being knocked unconscious doesn't seem to affect the original operation of the system. You said I knocked you out every day, but with the instinct of the system, it seems to be running just fine. Li Yuqian's eerie voice reached Guang's ears. Guang's flying movements froze for an instant, and the light ball showed an anthropomorphic expression of crying. 50,000 world energy. You can't get it even if you kill me. I can only spend 40,000, and there's not a drop left. Boss Lee, you still have 100 chances to check in for your previous special achievement, which is enough energy for 10,000 worlds, and the total is only 50,000. Li Yuqian didn't sympathize with Guang's painful expression at all. So just now you're going to lend me 40,000, but you said it was 90,000. You're not even guilty of loan sharking. You're eating shit. Guang rolled on the floor. Even if you crush me to a pulp and not even a drop is left, I won't be able to get out 50,000 yuan. Li Yuqian was a little disgusted. Okay, I'll lend you 10,000. The old rule is 9 out and 10,000 back. Pay it off in 10 years. Otherwise, I will label you as mentally retarded and let the system run instinctively. Anyway, it's the same with or without you. Guang, I'm torn apart. Everything you say is my word. What kind of interest is there on our relationship? You are my noble host. Guang asked weakly. Li Yuqian muttered to himself angrily. Oh, who just said you want to lend me 90,000 yuan and come back at 9 or 13? Guang. Li Yuqian looked at the contract in Guang's hand, grabbed it directly, and used my power of thinking to modify the information on the contract using my hand as a pen. After looking through them all, he confirmed that it was a loan shark contract and then handed it to Guang with satisfaction. Sign it. Once you sign it, what happened before is in the past. I won't hold you accountable for the things you planned to do to trick me. Guang, the ball of light, drooped his head, filled in his name very stiffly with his pen, and then slowly floated back to Li Yuqian's body. Without saying a word, it felt like he was going to be broken. After a while, Li Yuqian realized that he had a vague connection with the Superman world and the Marvel world. That kind of connection tells me that in the future, as long as Li has money, he will be in the Marvel world, no matter where he is in the Marvel world. As long as you want to come back, you can return to the Superman world with just a thought. However, this function needs to wait until the 3-year period has expired before it can be used. This is the butt of AB asterisk 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 D. The rules. This world's consciousness is quite rigid in doing things. Li Yuqian checked the information and found that Guang owed him energy by selling iron and bought a permanent residence. You still have to wait until the 3 years that came with the previous time travel card have expired. Li Yuqian, now I feel the system. The world consciousness. These things sound noble. Now it feels a bit hard to look at directly, either rigid or stupid. Guang, are you talking about me? Li Yuqian squeezed Guang like this today. Although Guang also wanted to squeeze himself before, his conscience felt vaguely uneasy. I secretly searched my mind and found that Guang, the stubborn dog licker, was no longer carrying anyone behind his back. He was crying and sending a message on a special screen. Goddess, I have something to do recently and may not be able to access the internet. You must be happy in the future. After half a day, a product price list popped up on the screen, and there is a message at the end, then you buy this for me. Even if you can't access the internet, you can give me compensation. This and that may be on hand recently. The next second, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Li Yuqian, what kind of licking is this? I don't care about Sister Li. Damn it, Guang, what's wrong with you? This is obviously just to deprive you of your energy. Li Yuqian felt that his system was a fool, and the system on the other side almost turned him into a fool. Guang was a little dissatisfied with Li Yuqian peeking at what he was doing, and answered very seriously. I don't owe you anything now. No matter what happens, don't look into your mind. How presumptuous. Can you have a sense of propriety? Shrimp-headed man. Li Yuqian. No, you live in my head. How dare you talk? And you still owe me 10,000 yuan of energy? These days, those who owe money are really more arrogant than those who borrow money, right? Guang was speechless for a moment, but pointed at the screen and said, I am here to protect my goddess. You see, although she blocked me and deleted it, as long as I buy this product for her, she will block me again. She had been unconscious for a long time, but as long as she bought him some small gifts, she wouldn't be angry anymore. This is love. I love your mother's love. Li Yuqian felt that he was really speechless. Taking a closer look, the product called System Appearance cost 5,000 world energy. Damn, it's so expensive. Seeing how familiar A Guang just explained, I must have bought it for her many times before. I can't even imagine how miserable those previous hosts were by this Aguang. Born. No wonder a host has become the strongest person in a high-level world and still wants to fight Aguang. Is this Aguang taking blood from him? In the future, you have to calculate your daily world energy intake more carefully and be on guard. If you don't do anything every day, you should have 200 world energy points, Aguang 100 points, and me 100 points. The 50-50 split still needs to be clarified with data. Li Yuqian wanted to do this, and quickly used the iron fist of justice to prevent Aguang from indulging in the trap of women, and let him reflect the punch and opportunities in the form of world energy in the future. Who knows, when he converted those world energies into punch and opportunities in the past, he wiped zero for himself. Li Yuqian looked at Aguang's guilty expression and said, "Well, it seems like it's gone. Evil Aguang kid. Ding dang boom." After Li Yuqian beat this stubborn D, he instantly felt relaxed and started to waste time again, preparing to take a good rest in the last few days of these 3 years. The result was unsatisfactory. Li Yuqian spent the whole day going out for a walk and met a strange man. He was still a surviving weirdo from the Weird Association. He looked at Li Yuqian with excitement and said that although Li Yuqian was not that flat, but this is not just the rich guy. The guy who gave a passionate speech in the meeting has an unmistakable face. Then he took Li Yuqian to a sewer, which was full of surviving weirdos from the Weird Association. There were quite a few. These weirdos all expressed their intention to hang out with Li Yuqian. After all, Li Yuqian now has the highest status in the Weirdos Association. Good guy. He mixed up and became the boss. Li Yuqian nodded and beat the strongest weirdo inside with his backhand. Then he made a call and asked the Hero Association to come over and clean the floor. He didn't know what was going on with these weirdos. Why don't you go online and read the news? The matter of Li Yuqian's undercover Weird Association has been announced. But it's normal. After all, most weirdos are illiterate. After eliminating these weirdos and miscellaneous fish, the last weirdo to die was the weirdo who brought him here. All he could write in his eyes was, "I am about to fight to the death. Why did the boss surrender first?" This made Li Yuqian feel a little uneasy in his conscience. But I'm so happy that I actually still have a conscience. It is worth mentioning that because of this incident, Li Yuqian also made various achievements in the past 3 years and a major contribution to the elimination of the Weird Association and the elimination of aliens some time ago. The ranking was directly promoted to the 2nd place in S-Class, squeezing out the arrogant brat, Tatsumaki, making Tatsumaki extremely dissatisfied. No, on the last day, he even came to Tong Emperor's laboratory, kicked open the door of the laboratory, and started an adult battle with Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian immediately refused. A good man doesn't fight with women, let alone you are still a little kid. Tatsumaki gritted his teeth. I'm an adult. Fubuki is my sister. Chue Shui stood behind Tatsumaki and greeted Li Yuqian with a smile. In the past, when Fubuki was around Tatsumaki, she felt extremely depressed, but now she feels much more at ease. It seemed that Fubuki's current strength impressed Tatsumaki. Li Yuqian looked at Chue Shui, then at Tornado, stretched out his finger and waved it. No. Fubuki is the adult, you're the brat. I'm her sister. Didn't you hear clearly? B******************************* D. Tornado felt like Li Yuqian was so stupid that he couldn't understand what he said. Li Yuqian took a look at one of them, Ma Pingchuan, and the other was very rich. Well, with your development, you can only be considered a child. Tornado felt Li Yuqian's gaze and was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. He covered his chest and stood in front of his sister. You pervert, go to hell. All the surrounding objects began to float slowly, and the green light on the tornado became more and more dazzling. So strong in forgiveness. Li Yuqian blocked the green light with his arm and couldn't bear to look directly at it. Tatsumaki. He became even more angry. What's going on? Li Yuqian watched Tong Di and Ginos floating away in the distance. feeling that if the trouble continued, the laboratory would be destroyed. Tong Di and Kiros, as long as you understand, we were doing scientific research well, but as we were doing it, the door was opened by psychokinesis. Then the two confused people were wrapped in psychokinesis and flew up. We were both really confused. Are we part of your play? Stop, stop, you can go out and fight if you want. As Li Yuqian spoke, he turned into a black-red meteor, smashed through the ceiling, and flew towards the distance, with the tornado following closely behind. The Child Emperor looked at the ceiling speechlessly. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. I won't repair this ceiling. High in the sky, the air tens of thousands of meters around the tornado seemed to be stagnant. At the same time, the green light emitted from the tornado became more and more dazzling. Use one sentence to describe the vivid image. It is simply green and glowing. However, Li Yuqian will not be soft-hearted just because the tornado is green. The black-red meteors constantly broke through the psychokinesis barrier of the tornado, and Li Yuqian didn't even pay attention to the tens of thousands of miles that were stagnated by psychokinesis. The speed did not slow down at all, and he rushed directly in front of the tornado. Tornado's face turned green. Why does it feel like Li Yuqian has become so much stronger? The next second, the oncoming Li Yuqian disappeared instantly. The tornado was stunned for a while and quickly turned around. 3 bangs. Li Yuqian slapped Longjuan's head 3 times and muttered something. If you hit the head 3 times, you won't grow taller, but you should be fine. Anyway, at your age, you won't grow taller. Tatsumaki, I'll fight with you. Benefit. The sound of knocking wooden fish came from high in the sky. In his mind, Aguang looked at the tornado being beaten on his head, with sympathy in his eyes. He felt the same way. Li Yuqian originally added 1 piece in all aspects and could only be regarded as dragon level. But now after the template has been developed in depth, various ability skills have reached the upper limit that the template can enhance, and they are full of god-level strength. Ever since, Tatsumaki was beaten on the head for an hour and finally stopped beating him. He covered his head and shouted loudly, I don't feel well today. I'm not in the right state. I'll try again next time. Li Yuqian stopped what he was doing and whistled back to the laboratory. Tatsumaki also followed behind, his face full of stubbornness. I'm not in the right state this time, and you will definitely be better than me next time. Don't say anything. You are so weak in victory. Li Yuqian stood in the laboratory, looking at the tornado coming back from the big hole in the ceiling and raising his eyebrows. Tatsumaki wanted to say something more, but subconsciously looked around. Originally, there were only Fubuki, Tongdi, and Genos in the laboratory, but now a bunch of S-Class heroes and S-Class hero liaison Shichi appeared. He was staring at the tornado with big eyes and small eyes, and then looked around as if nothing had happened. Super Alloy Black Light looked at a cup and sighed. Oh, this cup looks like a cup. Yes, this table looks like a table. Shichi took over awkwardly. This way of changing the subject was so casual that Tatsumaki blushed and felt like he could dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room with his feet. Li Yuqian felt that time was almost up and said to the people who came, I want to announce something. I have to leave. Saitama, who was scratching his head, suddenly expressed an exaggerated expression and shouted very sadly. When did it happen? No way. I saw you lively a few days ago. And you left? Li Yuqian didn't want to talk to this bald man. Li Yuqian allowed himself to ignore Saitama and continued. You also know my prophecy. I will perform an important thing and will not be active in hero activities for a long time. I'll say it in advance so that everyone doesn't think I'm crazy. Li Yuqian said and glared at Chiyu. Li Yuqian felt that if he disappeared for a while, when he came back, he would find that Chiyu had set up a monument for him. There is also the hero potion I developed. Tong Emperor and Gynos have mastered the production technology. You too can make the potion and provide it to the Heroes Association. I believe the Heroes Association will also give a suitable price. I want half of it, just exchange it for gold. I will get it when I have time in the future. Child Emperor and Gynos nodded, while Shichi looked excited and nodded in agreement. Li Yuqian waved his hand. I haven't finished speaking yet. S-class heroes provide it first. And let me tell you in advance that the potion can only be effective once per person. It is just a key. Whether you can evolve and become stronger depends on you. Saitama, if some B asterisk 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 D gets the hero potion and does bad things, help me beat him to death. And Genos, he used to be the leader of an evil organization. Although he has changed his ways, he does not rule out doing bad things, so you should be careful. Liu Qian already felt that it didn't matter if he gave the most common hero potion to others. Normally, it seemed that he could only evolve once. In the last few days, he secretly stimulated the unlicensed knight. None of the undocumented knights have a second evolution. It seems that just the belief required for the second evolution is terrifying. It is estimated that a guy with that kind of terrifying will can break through the limiter. But even so, this potion is attractive enough. After all, it doesn't matter whether you're strong or weak. As long as you have faith, you will evolve. If Tatsumaki evolves again, she might be able to reach the god level. As expected of me, Liu Qian, it is a masterpiece. A Guang. Shouldn't this be my word? Qiyu was a little touched, but he didn't expect Liu Qian to trust him so much. Qiyu decided that as long as Liu Qian disappears within 3 months next time, he will not build a monument for him. Genos was on the verge of crying. He felt that many S-class heroes were looking at him, with big words of danger hanging over his head. Tatsumaki's displeasure was written all over his face. The explosion suddenly disappeared and didn't appear. Forget it. Why are you doing this? What kind of thing is this on my shoulders? I'll disappear too next time. A bunch of slackers. The Hero Association really has to rely on me. Tatsumaki looked arrogant. Liu Qian saw what Tatsumaki was thinking, but he didn't explain it. He was not from this world, so it was normal to make such a decision. Explosion. Liu Qian already vaguely knew what he was doing. Wasn't he fighting a 1v1 real man with a god? Liu Qian perceived their information through the template-enhanced perception, but Liu Qian didn't care. They are evenly matched, and gods can also strengthen and create powerful monsters, which are sustainable resources. Liu Qian tricked a Guang into buying the permanent right of residence in this world in order to eliminate the weirdos and absorb the enhanced energy. After all, this kind of thing can appear due to various outrageous reasons, and the world of monsters is quite rare. At least one punch world is still valuable. Liu Qian looked at Chue Shui, who had a bumpy figure, and thought, hey, maybe we can fall in love. It's a pity, I don't have much experience, forget it. There's a long way to go. Next time I will punch the Superman world. After all, women are the most troublesome. The S-class heroes around them are because of Liu Qian's precognition ability. They felt that Liu Qian must solve a difficult disaster. So they all said, if there's anything that needs us, we will definitely help. Liu Qian, thank you, waved his hand, and took out the gourmet tablecloth. Just tell me what you want to eat today. I, Mr. Li, will pay for it. Okay. Can I really eat whatever I want? I want a drink. Children, go to that table. Tatsumaki, don't come over. Tatsumaki was furious. I told you I'm not a child. He bared his teeth and claws. The scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, until at night, everyone dispersed, leaving only the child emperor, Genos, Saitama, and Genos. The scene was a mess, with all kinds of garbage everywhere. Saitama was curious. Who would take care of the garbage? Liu Qian disappeared directly, leaving only one sentence. I just exchanged information with Metal Knight. I took away all the relevant robots and information in the laboratory. Trash, just clean it up yourself, because I also took away the housekeeping robot. I believe you won't care. Bye. Child Emperor, Genos, Saitama, and Genos. Just as the screen flashed and the white light flashed, Liu Qian returned his flat. Liu Qian felt his body suddenly relax, and a strange feeling came to his heart. It felt like he had been constipated for 3 days and was suddenly liberated. It felt weird, and Liu Qian was a little confused, but he seemed to have noticed something and stretched out his hand in disbelief. Using his hand as a pen, he drew a circle on the wall. With a slight push, Liu Qian opened the concrete wall inside the circle like a window. Li Yuqian looked at the sky outside and saw that it was actually dark too, so there was no need for jet lag. Wait, this is not the point. The point is my own. My power of thinking seems to have become stronger again. Sigma, surprise face, winky face. Have you evolved? So what are your beliefs? Traveling to different worlds? It suits me quite well. Li Yuqian was happy. As long as he experienced different worlds, he could evolve and become stronger. This was an incredible way of evolution. All I can say is that it's me. Sinabula, sigh. It was really good. Li Yuqian lay on the bed on the flat floor and stretched out. Go to bed first, and then go back to the world of Superman tomorrow morning. As for what to do when you go back, of course, it's to see if the four of them have cleaned up. With one punch, the Child Emperor's laboratory in Superman's world was left in a mess in the hands of Genos, known as the housekeeping robot. But because Saitama suffered the loss of a friend, Tondi and his children helped to clean up the garbage, and Dr. Kuros, a man who looked very weak, also helped to clean up. Saitama was left alone to mess around, which made Saitama feel embarrassed, so he took a few brooms and started sweeping the floor. Needless to say, it is indeed a gathering of S-class heroes, and the ability to create garbage is beyond ordinary people. The garbage all over the ground was cleared up at dawn, although 90% of it was collected by Genos. Saitama looked at the neat laboratory and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when this guy Li Yuqian will come back. I'm still a little uncomfortable with this cheating guy suddenly disappearing. Although the time is uncertain, with Mr. Li's strength and wisdom, nothing will happen and he will definitely come back. Teacher, let's go eat first. I made breakfast for 4 people. Genos comforted Saitama and walked towards the table where breakfast was placed in a somewhat depressed atmosphere. The next scene made the 4 of them stunned. Li Yuqian was eating breakfast, looking at the 4 people coming over, and said hello. Hello. You have finished cleaning up so quickly and made breakfast. You can eat. I have to leave beforehand. As Li Yuqian spoke, his figure emitted white light and disappeared. Saitama, Genos, Geros, and the Child Emperor fell into silence as they looked at the plates on the table that were cleaner than a dog licking. The sad atmosphere disappeared instantly, and now the only thought was to beat Li Yuqian. *M. Li Yuqian finished breakfast, returned to the Marvel world, and opened the door. He was about to take out a small motorcycle from his back and ride the small motorcycle leisurely towards Tony Seaview Villa. Although the world of Marvel has only lasted 3 months, Li Yuqian has been in the world of One Punch Superman for 3 years. There was still a familiar feeling after coming back, so Li Yuqian decided to drive his scooter there to take a look at the scenery and take a stroll. This small motorcycle is not an ordinary item. It is a prop that Li Yuqian shook out from Guang's body. The small motorcycle that will never be stuck in traffic jams. Driving this motorcycle, you will never be stuck in traffic jams. It's somewhat useful, but not much. I don't know why Guang would secretly hide this. Li Yuqian looked at the handsome motorcycle and vaguely understood Guang's thoughts. Damn it, this guy is not preparing to pick up girls. He is such a licker. Li Yuqian looked speechless, as if he wanted to complain. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched himself in the mind. Guang, who was looking at the green light screen, was punched inexplicably, covering his face with a forbearing look. In the next version of the Crooked Dragon King, Guang does his part. Guang and Li Yuqian looked at each other, as if they were communicating something. Guang, I curse you to be hit by a car when you go out. You will eat instant noodles without seasoning packets. Your teeth will be jammed when drinking water, and money will fall out of your pockets. Li Yuqian, damn you, I don't have any cash on me at all. I'm laughing so hard. I don't pretend to have money at all. Li Yuqian didn't bother to argue with Guang and directly hit with a critical strike. Your screen is quite green. There are only green messages and no white messages, right? Guang. Li Yuqian was very happy when he saw Guang breaking his defense, but he still reminded him kindly, Brother, stop licking. Batman won't hit you anymore. After saying that, I didn't care anymore. I got on my scooter and drove, while singing, Ride my beloved scooter, it will never be stuck in traffic. Li Yuqian was driving halfway when he was suddenly attracted by a pert, butt. Such a perky butt. It was a bit outrageous, and he looked up. Male? Damn. Why is your man's but so upturned? Li Yuqian was a little disappointed and prepared to drive away on his motorcycle. He drove a short distance, but when he realized what he was doing, he drove back. A blond, muscular man, slightly less handsome than me. With that appearance, Li Yuqian. Anyone who has watched Marvel knows this. Isn't this Captain America? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be running. Behind him isn't that black man a Falcon? It seemed that they already knew each other and were still chatting a few words. Li Yuqian was a little emotional. It turned out that this timeline had already been unblocked. Seeing Captain America running past Falcon, Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Put the small motorcycle on the roadside, and the body shape will change accordingly, and a Captain America of the same model will appear next to the motorcycle. Li Yuqian made a few poses to make sure everything was safe, then sneakily ran behind Falcon. He slowly walked up to Falcon. Falcon was a little surprised. Didn't the captain pass him just now? Did he pass him again? Falcon was a little shocked, but not much. In the past few days, Captain America had been running around to trap him, and Falcon was almost used to it. He asked casually, Captain, why are you running so fast today? Is there something urgent? Li Yuqian's smile was a little evil, and Falcon looked a little at a loss. Don't get close to me, silly. I'm a Human Torch. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly overtook the Falcon and said from a distance, Go home and pick cotton. Confused Falcon asterisk him. No, what did you say? At this time, Li Yuqian's figure had disappeared in front of the Falcon at an incredibly fast speed. Falcon's lungs were about to explode as he ran. He had no choice but to slow down and asked a passerby who was about to ride a motorcycle. Did you just see a strong blonde man? Where did he go? Falcon has known Captain America for a few days, knows Captain America's character, and knows that Captain America is definitely not deliberately discriminating against him. Either he had a bad mouth or he was joking, but Falcon was really not happy about this joke. After all, for black people, such words are a critical hit and real damage. You must let the captain apologize to you. What is Captain America? It's like a little mouth-smearing Captain Honey. Passerby, Li Yuqian pointed to Captain America, who had just run behind Falcon, and said, Isn't it right behind you? Li Yuqian looked at the blind man with pity, and the Falcon was a little bit off guard. Captain America showed curious eyes and ran to Falcon. What happened? Falcon turned his head and took a look without saying a word, rolled up his sleeves, and said, Apologize to me quickly and return the Human Torch. Captain, are you bullish on DC? Why are you like this? You must have watched DC. Although Captain America didn't understand what was happening, he subconsciously felt something was wrong and ran away. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? He runs and he chases him, but he cannot fly without wings. Li Yuqian waved his sleeves and rode on his motorcycle without taking away any clouds, heading towards his destination. Not long after driving, I heard several patrol policemen calling something with walkie-talkies on the side of the road. Li Yuqian only vaguely heard a few words. Oh no, come to the Capitol building quickly. There's a robber chasing the victim. Please clear the magazine and call for support. A questioning voice came from the intercom. The robber is after the victim? He's the one. He's after the blonde white guy. Understood. Protect the victim immediately and empty the magazine. Li Yuqian. It's very country M style. I hope Falcon is okay. Li Yuqian rode a motorcycle and quickly moved away from the scene. It seemed that things were getting serious. Well, it should be fine. Falcon is also a superhero. If I were killed by the police, I would really laugh my head off. Tony Sea View Villa. Li Yuqian kicked open the door and walked in, wiping the non-existent sweat on his head with a guilty look on his face. Before Lee had any money to find Tony, Tony ran up from the basement. It seemed that Jarvis should have informed him. Tony looked at Li Yuqian suspiciously and directly asked the question in his heart. Did you do something bad? Really? I just came back. What bad things did I do? Don't frame me. Li Yuqian smirked a few times and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, where's the steel armor I want? It's been 3 months. Haven't you made it yet? You still have the nerve to say that after you suddenly disappeared for 3 months, people who didn't know better thought you were dead. After all, you are still my bodyguard, and I have never seen such an unprofessional bodyguard. It also cost me a lot of effort to search for you for a long time. If I hadn't known that your fate was stronger than Xiaoqiang's, I would have thought you were dead. Next time you disappear suddenly, please tell me in advance. Don't worry about the details. Tony felt that Li Yuqian must have done something bad, but it should be none of his business. Anyway, this guy only likes to trick people. It's not like he was tricking Deadman. He shook his head and walked towards the basement with Li Yuqian. Falcon, who was almost tricked to death? Yes. In the basement, various mark armors are arranged neatly. Tony pointed to a few steel armors in the first row with some pride. Thanks to you, I found a new element. My father died so long ago and taught me a lesson. Really, with the help of my dad's new elements, it has been continuously updated. This is already the Mark 6, and the Mark 7 is also in sight. When the time comes, it can be assembled automatically using the bracelet. Tony pointed to a pure black steel armor in the distance. The armor you want is modified from the Mark 6. Just wait a little longer. When the Mark 7 is researched, I will give you a set of supporting intelligent AI and some mechanical intelligent logistics. Then you can repair and organize it yourself, saving you the trouble of coming to my place every day. Tony was very grateful to Li Yuqian for saving his life many times and allowing himself to see his father's love for him. Tony is also happy to give something. Li Yuqian took a look at the cool black armor. It was good, and it matched his aesthetics very well. What intelligent AI? Jarvis, if you want to be beautiful, I'll get you a simple one. Jarvis is my old friend who has been with me for so many years. Tony rolled his eyes at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian shrugged, and with a slight tap, a white ball of light floated into Tony's body. Tony instantly felt a soreness all over his body, as if he had undergone a whole body maintenance regimen. What is this? My body feels lighter than ever before. A good thing. It will directly make you live 100 years, and your physical indicators will reach the limit of human beings. Is your adoptive father good to you? Screw you. Tony laughed and cursed, clenching his fists, feeling like he had been injected with Captain America's serum, and there were still no side effects. Li Yuqian is mysterious, and it is normal to have good things. Li Yuqian looked at how unfilial he was for such a big boy, so he turned around and ran upstairs to start digging for food. That white ball of light is worth 100 points of world energy. It was simply put into Tony's body, which was enough to make Tony's body comparable to Captain America. Of course, excluding the 50-50 concept skill of the American team that can be called a bug. Tony fiddled around in the basement for a while, and then walked up slowly. His face turned green when he looked at the wine he had collected and drank it when Li Yuqian drank it. Can you please stop wasting a good thing like this? I'm convinced. Li Yuqian was lying on the sofa and watching TV. The sofas in rich people's homes were just not ordinary. It was very comfortable to lie there. Hey, can you listen to me? Come with me to the F1 track in Monaco in a while. When I was poisoned before, I wanted to have some fun and directly participated in the race. Now that everything has been said, I can't refuse, so I just participated and come with me. Li Yuqian watched the TV and answered with two thoughts. Aren't you no longer poisoned now? You just can't say it anymore. It's okay if you don't. I've said everything in front of the media. Do you want to embarrass me? Anyway, your weird ability prevents me from having an accident. It's not easy. Don't worry. When I finish the Mark 7, if something unexpected happens, the armor will be outside and can be assembled freely in a few seconds. The armor has the best medical equipment inside, so nothing will happen. Tony felt that Li Yuqian was becoming more and more like an uncle, so he just asked Li Yuqian to accompany him to Monaco. Otherwise, this guy would get his salary for nothing and not do anything. Li Yuqian made an okay gesture and watched the news on TV. Near the Dachau World Trade Center, two men were accidentally injured by patrolling police officers while they were chasing each other. One of the men looks very much like the long-dead Captain America Steve Rogers and may be his descendant. The appearance cannot be said to be similar, it can only be said to be exactly the same, which is really strange. Tony was also attracted by the news and made a few comments. It's not that exaggerated. I feel it's just a bit similar. My dad is friends with Captain America. I have seen his photos. Captain America is not that white. He is tanned to a wheat color by the sun. Li Yuqian covered his mouth, feeling a little funny. To tell a joke, Steve Rogers only ranked 10th in the competition to play Captain America. Li Yuqian suppressed his smile before saying, "Is there a possibility? He is Captain America. The so-called wheat color is just because the photo has been kept for a long time." Tony? Question mark. Tony looked in disbelief. Do you mean to say that a guy who's been dead for decades has been resurrected? He is about the same age as my dad. If you hack into SHIELD's computer system, you will know the truth. Li Yuqian didn't bother to explain, and directly told Tony the fastest way to prove it. Without saying a word, Tony directly asked Jarvis to start hacking into SHIELD's computer system. This kind of thing is familiar. Tony has invaded several times and has secretly left a backdoor. At this time, Director Nick Fury was suppressing his anger because of the incident between Captain America and Falcon. Zheng is coming to the New York Police Department in person to fish for people. If he doesn't come in person, there is nothing he can do. During this time, I tortured Crossbones and the Hydra agents installed in S.H.I.E.L.D. A large list of names has been obtained. Of course, the credibility of these lists has yet to be examined. But Fury's main strategy was to cut through the mess quickly and directly dispatch some agents who were not on the list and were relatively trusted to arrest them on the list. The arrest was successful, and those on the list were indeed Hydra agents. But the only thing that was unexpected was, those lists are only a small part. During the arrest operation, many Hydra agents found out that they were exposed and either resisted fiercely or hid deeper. All the originally captured Hydra team were killed, and Crossbones mysteriously disappeared, apparently being rescued by Hydra people. It shows that Crossbones also hid a lot of information, and the mastermind behind the scenes let him go. After the arrest operation, Nick Fury was stunned to find that only half of SHIELD was left because the other half belonged to Hydra. And for the remaining half, there may be many undercover agents hiding inside. This is outrageous. This is not S.H.I.E.L.D. This is simply Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. There are more undercover agents than my own agents. If this continues, Hydra agents will become the director. Former SHIELD director and Hydra agent Alexander Pierce said that you are quite accurate in reading people. Black Braised Egg was originally suspicious, but now that he is better, his level of suspicion has reached a higher level. Now he doesn't believe anyone except Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Now, they all have a mission, and they have no choice but to fish people out themselves. Damn it. Fury was originally going to come to the police station, but without saying a word, he showed his ID and took the people away. As a result, as soon as he entered, he was handcuffed by the police without saying a word. When he asked, he found out that he thought he was surrendering himself. Black Braised Eggs. Red and warm. After showing their IDs, a few police officers apologized and took away Captain America and Falcon. The police officers apologized and explained, "It's normal. How can a black man walk into a police station so arrogantly? They are basically used to surrendering. I'm sorry. The Black Braised Eggs are speechless. The red ones are plus." Falcon's magazine was emptied, but fortunately he reacted quickly and was only grazed by a stray bullet on his arm. He was briefly bandaged and was thrown into prison. At this time, Captain America and Falcon were very silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. This matter was quite outrageous. Captain America looked at Fury walking in front and asked with some confusion, "Why is your face so red today?" "It's okay." Nick Fury said that although he was a little embarrassed today, he could still bear it because he was the king of agents. A phone call came the next second. Fury answered the phone, and the voice of his men came from inside. "The boss is in trouble. A SHIELD's system has been hacked again, and all the captain's information has been leaked. Moreover, a large amount of captain's information was spread out inexplicably. Tony Stark." Nick Fury went completely crazy and drove directly to the SHIELD headquarters. Behind them, Captain America and Falcon looked at each other, a little confused, but the next second they each snorted coldly and turned their heads away. For Captain America, he just ran for a run, and for no reason Falcon hit and scolded him. As for Falcon, he was scolded by Captain America. Although he was just joking, he was shot and jailed because of it. What a humiliation. The memory of our ancestors seems to be reviving. Hong One. Captain America looked at the two of them, and they were both dark and red. What's going on? Li Yuqian looked at Tony's operation and couldn't help but sigh. You are so good. I like it so much. What are you doing? Stay away from me. I'm straight. Tony had goosebumps and quickly kept his distance. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian snapped his fingers, and a mosquito girl wearing a maid outfit appeared next to her, holding a fruit plate in her hand and smiling. TSK, who can't do it? Li Yuqian took a bite of the grapes handed over by the mosquito girl and felt like he had succeeded. It felt so good. Tony's eyes widened. What a maid. Beast mother. She's also a beauty. Sigma, degree omega degree. He calls himself a playboy. What woman has he not seen before? But he has never seen this one before. He quickly came over and said to the mosquito girl righteously, Hello, beautiful lady. Are you the mosquito girl? Are you an alien? Li Yuqian looked at Tony and blinked, then put his hands on his mouth to act as a trumpet. Pepper, Tony wants to pick up a girl in front of you. With a click, the door was pushed open, and Pepper looked at Tony with an expression that looked like a scumbag. He ran towards Tony angrily, apparently wanting to give him a big showdown. Because of Li Yuqian's intrusion, Tony recovered quickly from his poisoning and did not suppress his emotions. He and Zai Jiajio have already identified themselves and are considered girlfriends. Tony is quite brave to pick up girls in front of his girlfriend. Li Yuqian watched the show happily. Tony shouted, Listen to me, listen to me. I won't listen, I won't listen. Pepper's words were perfect. Interesting. In the end, the two of them were exhausted, so Li Yuqian helped Tony explain and asked Mosquito Girl to go back. He also showed mercy and asked Pochi to give some blood to Mosquito Girl to drink. Anyway, Pochi is stupid. He is thick-skinned and thick-skinned, so let him bleed some. The Mosquito Girl is happy. Pochi is confused _. Without Pepper's domestic violence, Li Yuqian also took the opportunity to ask Tony, What did you just do? Spread the news about Captain America? There's no reason. I just want to make Lu Dan feel unhappy and cause him some trouble. Besides, that soldier has made some contributions to the country. He shouldn't remain anonymous. Even if it is the salary of the army, that soldier has saved a lot of money since he has lived till now. With a black braised egg hidden like this, the soldier can't get his money, and he doesn't get all the rewards he deserves. It feels like the black braised egg wants to defraud this old man's money. It's hard to see. Tony had disdain written all over his face, and as if he had thought of something, he said excitedly, If we have money, how about we also organize a superhero team? How about we give it a name? Good suggestion. I think it should be called Justice League. Tony was speechless as he watched Li Yuqian say the words Justice League in a serious manner. No, you've watched too much DC. No wonder you're doing weird things every day. Just watch DC. Last time we said it would be called Justice League. Do you have any obsession with the 4 words Justice League? Listening to these familiar words, Li Yuqian thought of the time when the Falcons fought against the American team, and also said that it depends on DC. Why do these words sound so similar to playing Genshin Impact? What kind of weird and similar jokes are there? Li Yuqian thought carefully for a while before he realized that Marvel and DC had an outrageous setting. It's that the two worldviews have each other's comics. What an outrageous setting this is. They're simply falling in love and killing each other. Li Yuqian was lying on the sofa. That's fine. Why did you suddenly think of forming a superhero team? It's not because of Black Braised Egg. He wants to form a team called the Avengers and let me join. Are you not aware of this? For an organization like his that is closely connected with the country, wouldn't I be restricted from entering? I don't know him anything. However, I'm quite interested in forming a hero team, so I plan to form one myself. Tony also answered very simply, and Li Yuqian also understood why the plot changed. Because Li Yuqian reminded Tony about his father in advance, Black Braised Egg really didn't help Tony with anything, as they didn't owe each other anything. Tony really hates mysterious agents like Black Braised Egg. After understanding the specific reason, Li Yuqian and Tony had a heated discussion about the name. What do you want to take? Whatever. The Defenders? It feels a bit like an Avengers ripoff. Guardian Alliance? This name is hard to describe. So what do you want to take? Whatever. Tony is autistic. In the end, the two unanimously decided to call it Justice League, and Tony was going to buy the rights soon. After making these decisions, Tony put on the Mark 6 without saying a word, fired a palm cannon at Li Yuqian, and drove Li Yuqian out of the house. Li Yuqian looked at the closed door of the Sea View Villa and shrugged. As for that, I'm a sucker for naming. Can you blame me? Li Yuqian looked at the big hole in the wall that had just been blasted by the palm cannon and shook his head, feeling a little pity. Then he turned around and rode his scooter, preparing to go home and go out for a walk with the dog in the evening. The dog is a bit bigger, so he should be fine, right? Li Yuqian rode his motorcycle and passed through a particularly congested road section. Interestingly, as soon as Li Yuqian passed by, your vehicle would no longer be blocked. It's a bit interesting. Generally speaking, if you talk about Chow Chow, Chow Chow will arrive. If Chow Chow can arrive so quickly, he might drive the same model of car as himself. When Li Yuqian was brainstorming, he suddenly thought of this question. Even if there's a traffic jam on the road with my small motorcycle, it will still be a traffic jam. What does my motorcycle have to do with it? So what's the use of this thing? Li Yuqian was silent. Damn, this is actually a thing that benefits others, but not self-interest. It won't be used in the villa warehouse next time. Li Yuqian made a decision to put the motorcycle into the Cold Palace and thought about whether he would produce a car named Mazida in the future. Its special ability, Li Yuqian could guess with his eyes closed, would definitely cause traffic jams as soon as he drove it. Then there is a problem. I put the small motorcycle on the roof of the Motzi big car under the influence of two special abilities. Will there be traffic jams? Is this a problem? Li Yuqian took the posture of a meditator and thought. The two passers-by on the side couldn't believe it when they saw this scene. One of the passers-by turned to his friend and asked, "Am I drunk? Why do I see a man driving a motorcycle in a meditative posture?" "You must have had too much wine." "How do you say this?" "Because I saw it too, but I hit something and it's normal for me to have hallucinations." "So that's it." "Wait, it's not like a hallucination. It's so dangerous for him to drive a motorcycle. Call the police." "Oh." After a passerby called the police, he suddenly felt strange, as if something was wrong. Did he forget something? The New York Police Department was extremely busy today, and the police station operator answered another call. "Hello, how can I help you?" Horrified news came over the phone. "Help. I saw a dog that is more than 10 meters long. It has 6 eyes. It is still being walked." The operator chuckled lightly. "It turns out to be a dog that is more than 10 meters tall and has 6 eyes. That's really cute. Ha!" The voice on the other end of the phone was a little anxious. "What are you doing? Don't you believe me? Were you laughing just now? I was scared to death by this dog." "No laughing, no laughing. I have been professionally trained and will never laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha. I was so scared by the dog walker. Ha ha. If someone is just walking their dog, that is their business and is not illegal." The other end of the phone hung up the phone directly. The operator was quite speechless. Why was there so many people today? He couldn't help complaining to the friend next to him. "I was really impressed. I actually received a call saying that someone was walking a dog more than 10 meters away and it had 6 eyes. The operator on the side comforted her. "Fortunately, I received a call before saying that someone drove a car pretending to be a meditator. He didn't put his hands on the front of the car and just lowered his head and meditated. As a result, I sent someone to take a look and found a poisonous insect and a drunkard. I was really speechless, but I had never seen such a stupid criminal who actually called the police to arrest him. I don't know what to say about them. Let's say they abide by the law, but one of them is a poisonous insect. Let's say it's illegal. They even know how to call the police. Ha, those two are so funny. When you encounter something outrageous, it is a normal choice to call the police. Unfortunately, the operator simply thinks you're talking nonsense. In this case, how should you respond? In a temporary detention center of the police station, 2 passersby fell into silence. They were both almost crying because of their stupidity. As everyone knows, one of them will regret it even more in the future, because after he was imprisoned and released after serving his sentence, he found that the thing was legalized. You can't hold it any longer. Why did you do this for nothing? In a park, Li Yuqian sat on Boki's head and walked his dog leisurely. This park was strangely remote, and there were only a few people there. As soon as Li Yuqian released Boki, they all scared away. In fact, it was empty at first, but a few people suddenly appeared in the woods. Li Yuqian said that he didn't mean to scare them. Okay, I did it on purpose. Jia. Li Yuqian scared these people away, and happened to be walking his dog to comfort Boki, who was having a bloodletting today. Li Yuqian now really keeps Boki as a pet. Although he is a bit ugly, he is still quite obedient and charming as a pet. Hey, brother, your dog is so handsome. I really want to keep it. It's a pity I definitely can't fit such a big dog into my house. A guy who sounded very young by his voice stood on a tree in the park, and his words were sprayed out like bullets. With his red and blue color scheme and spider logo, isn't this just little Spider-Man? Li Yuqian looked at the slightly crude clothes. It was obvious that the failed man had just become a superhero. He's handsome for sure, and it doesn't matter who his master is. Li Yuqian replied to little Spider-Man and continued walking the dog. Pochi ran towards a relatively empty area of the park. As he ran, the chattering behind him gradually stopped, and Li Yuqian looked back and was amused. Instead of swinging around in the woods, Spider-Man uses his legs to run. Haha, it's so funny. Oh, mainly because it is relatively empty here, with no high-rise buildings or trees. The environment is restricted, so it belongs. Spider-Man listened to Li Yuqian's laughter and felt an inexplicable sense of shame. *M. Why are you laughing? I'm walking and you still laugh at me. Brother, you're so rude. Little Spider-Man hugged his arms awkwardly and struck a handsome pose. Li Yuqian jumped off Bochi and replied with a smile. Can I laugh? Tell me, why are you following me? Although you can't see the expression under little Spider-Man Peter Parker's mask, you can tell it just from his body language. His smile was a little coquettish. Make friends. It seems that everyone is a superhero. Super ability means summoning a super dog? Dogman. Dogman? Is that a polite name? Li Yuqian's face was filled with dark lines, and he suddenly became happy when he thought of something. Mr. Pajama Baby, do you still have an uncle now? How do you know I have an uncle? Little Spider-Man was a little confused. Li Yuqian chuckled, and an evil voice came out. You'd better pay more attention to your uncle. People like you who have spider super ability have a curse. Their own uncle will be dead. Little Spider-Man listened in a daze, feeling that the guy in front of him seemed to be talking nonsense. He had no super ability and would even kill his uncle. Does it have to be so directional? If I don't have an uncle, do I have to change one on the spot? But Mao himself had a vague premonition that Peter Parker under the mask seemed to have a broken spider sense, constantly stimulating him. Peter Parker's face turned green. No, are you serious? Seeing that the poor child was so frightened, Li Yuqian whistled confidently and said something. I know you're going to die because of something. If you want me to help, just be my little brother. After Li Yuqian said this, he confidently turned around and prepared to ride on Boki's head. Little Spider-Man suddenly seemed to have woken up and said, Are you the Bicycle King? Li Yuqian. Why does anyone still remember this damn nickname now? It's obviously been a long time. Damn it. I feel such an inexplicable shame. I don't know what you're talking about. What kind of Bicycle King? I don't know him. I don't know. I don't remember. Without saying a word, little Spider-Man unzipped the zipper from behind, dug inside, and took out a mobile phone. Just go online and search for photos of the Bicycle King and show Li Yuqian his face. Li Yuqian was silent. He said, Okay. Don't let yourself go down any steps. Little Spider-Man, you are too young. Just wait for me. The little Spider-Man still doesn't know what he will encounter in the future. He points to the photos on the internet with a smile and says excitedly, I just said that I can't admit my mistake. Although your nickname is ugly, you don't wear a mask, you have no sense of mystery, and your attack methods are pretty low, you have no fans now. Li Yuqian's face was expressionless, but he felt like his heart had been stabbed 5 or 6 times. Without saying a word, he took out any door from behind his butt, open it, and kick little Spider-Man directly in. There is Boston inside any door. He threw a word and gave it to the somewhat confused little Spider-Man. I hope you can run faster. You are in Boston. Let's see if you can run back to New York tonight. Come on. With a bang, the random door closed. Liu Qian felt much better. He whistled and did a backflip to bring Pochi back to the small world, then prepared to return to the flat floor to buy some snacks and enjoy life. Having said that, you can tell from the size of the Spider-Man just now that he should be the version of the Dutch brother. However, it doesn't look like the comprehensive version, right? But it should be pretty much the same. After all, no matter which version of Spider-Man it is, his uncle is always in trouble. Oh, that's not right. Dutchman seems to be the worst Spider-Man. Not only is his uncle gone, but his Aunt May is also gone, and he has been forgotten by the world. The misfortune is getting worse. If you have time to pay attention, you will find that you are indeed a good person. The main reason is to change the tragic fate of little Spider-Man, and it is just incidental to do a special check-in. Yes, that's it. Spider-Man felt that he was extremely unlucky. He just saw a guy who seemed to have super abilities and wanted to get to know him and say hello. As a result, the mysterious guy took out a strange gate and kicked himself to Boston just because he recognized his identity. It made me wander around the buildings all night, and I almost felt like vomiting. I finally got home and was almost late. It was such a bad day. I'm so speechless. Is it possible to call him the Bicycle King? Is he unhappy? So what do you call him? Parker thought this way, and then thought about being called a pajama baby by that strange guy. After thinking about my battle clothes, I realized that they were indeed a bit crude. It was not because I was not good at craftsmanship that I could not make good clothes. Mainly because I don't have much money. I heard that there is an underground black boxing. Maybe I can give it a try. With my own strength, I can definitely win the championship and get the bonus. Thinking of this, Parker smiled slightly. He heard that the bonus was quite large. School in M country ended so early that it was unimaginable, so Parker made good preparations at home. I found a simpler spider mask, and after the sky got dark, I sneaked out and prepared to fight blackboxing. Little did he know how sneaky he was. There was a perverted righteous hero behind him, following him. Liu Qian followed Peter, nodded, and saw the front face, which was indeed the Dutch version. Liu Qian specifically asked Tony for Peter Parker's identity and family information, on the pretext of finding teammates for the Justice League. What's with Tony's shocked and relieved expression? Am I so unreliable? Liu Qian complained in his heart. At the same time, he followed Parker closely. When he entered the place where the black boxers were fighting, Liu Qian showed an expression that was not surprising. Liu Qian also asked Tony to check this black boxing match. Just by thinking about it, Liu Qian concluded that there was a 90% probability that Spider-Man's uncle suffered crime today. I followed Spider-Man all the way at night. As expected, he went to fight blackboxing. For the following plot, Liu Qian could think of anything with his little toes. Liu Qian drove using psychokinesis to search for traces of his poor uncle. Hell's joke. My uncle is Spider-Man in Marvel, and my parents are Batman in DC. They are both high-risk professions. After a while, Parker's uncle came nearby, and Liu Qian's psychokinesis perception discovered it immediately. At the same time, several gunshots were heard from the direction of the Black Punch. The show officially begins. Liu Qian quickly got behind Parker's uncle, patted him on the shoulder, and when he turned his head, he whispered, "You're welcome to save your life." In the previous version, Uncle Parker was about to say something. Liu Qian went over with a knife. Parker's uncle turned his head back in confusion and covered the back of his neck. His eyes seemed to say, "Why did you hit me on the neck? Why is it different from what was shown on TV?" Liu Qian was a little embarrassed, clenched his fist, and punched him on the head. Seeing Parker's uncle faint with gold stars on his head, Liu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. His own template was still reliable. After a backflip put Uncle Parker into his own little world, his figure flickered, returned to the original place, and turned into Uncle Parker. Liu Qian looked at himself with satisfaction and stayed leisurely next to a car. Liu Qian was waiting there pretendingly, holding a car key, a motorcycle key in his hand, turning it around on his finger. As the noise became more and more noisy behind him, Liu Qian stuffed the car keys into his pocket and turned around, as expected. A robber with a gun and a black plastic bag in his hand was rushing towards him. Doesn't he look like Sandman? Is he just an ordinary robber? Liu Qian didn't think too much. He saw the robber holding a gun and trying to dig into his pocket, probably trying to steal his motorcycle keys. He probably thought it was the car key. Haha, so funny. The robber vaguely felt that something was wrong and just glanced over there casually, thinking that this guy had just put the car keys in his pocket. But I didn't seem to see it clearly. Could it be the motorcycle key? But that's not important. What's important is that this guy is still trying to steal it from me. Can you please respect your profession as a robber? The robber's eyes became fierce, and he directly raised his gun and pointed it at the middle-aged man in front of him. Hurry up and hand over the car keys, or you go in and drive for me, right? You go in and drive for me. Hurry up, or I'll blow your head off. Yo-ho, come on, hit me on the head. Liu Qian grabbed the muzzle of the gun with one hand and pointed it directly at his head. This move shocked the kidnappers. Damn, they are crazy. The kidnapper was speechless for a moment. Liu Qian grabbed the muzzle of the gun and spoke word by word. 1, 2, 3. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Liu Qian asked, and threw the gun aside, blinding the robbers. No, after all, I'm a robber or you're a robber. How come your words are more social than mine? I'll fight you, you damn lunatic. The robber felt like he had met a lunatic who was not afraid of death. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He stopped inking and fired directly, hitting Liu Qian with one shot. Liu Qian pretended to be in pain, covering his abdomen, grabbing the robber's hand with one hand, and shouted loudly. Sorry, Lang. Sorry, Rang. I keep complaining in my heart, little Spider-Man. Why haven't you come here yet? I'm convinced. The robber felt that his hand was about to be crushed, and he cried out in pain. In the end, Liu Qian screamed louder than himself. The passers-by, watching this scene, always felt strange. The robber was in pain, and suddenly seemed to react. He reached into Liu Qian's pocket and took out a motorcycle key. Robber. He was speechless and broke his guard. No, where are your car keys? This one next to me is not my car. I only have the key to the motorcycle. Liu Qian replied very sincerely. After all, he was telling the truth. This car belonged to Uncle Parker, not him. The robber collapsed. It's not yours. You're so desperate. Damn it. The robber felt as if his eyesight was dazzled. Liu Qian held his stomach for a long time. Why was there no blood at all? If you look carefully, your clothes are not damaged. Have you met someone with super ability? The robber's legs became weak when he thought of this possibility, and he was about to turn around and run away. A painful and sad cry came from behind. Uncle Ben, what's wrong with you? Then he hit himself hard on the head with an iron fist, knocking him unconscious with one punch. The robber had only one sentence in his mind at the end. I will never come out to rob you again. I will be a dog if I rob you again. The robber fell to the ground. Liu Qian held his stomach and looked at Parker, who ran over and started to cry. Parker was extremely sad and hugged Liu Qian, which was a miserable sight. Liu Qian comforted Parker. It's not your fault. He just ran over from the black boxing place. You're not there, so you definitely can't stop him. Uncle Ben, I'm sorry for you. Parker cried, even more sadly. Although his uncle's voice felt weird today, Parker didn't care. Liu Qian continued to comfort. Even if you're in that place, you are just an ordinary person. You can also take robbers. There is nothing you can do. I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. Woo-woo. Dutch Brothers' version of Spider-Man was smooth sailing at the beginning. When did he get this knife? The moment I cried was so miserable that Liu Qian felt a little embarrassed. So I suppressed the conscience that emerged in my heart. He went straight to the topic. Ahem, Dutch brother. Parker, I was quite worried about you before I died. You are too young to understand that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. I have appointed a boss for you. His name is Liu Qian. You should listen to him carefully in the future. This is my last wish. You have to agree. Okay, I agree. Parker was so emotional that he didn't even notice the strangeness in Li Yuqian's words. Li Yuqian patted Parker on the shoulder. "Then I'll be relieved, little brother." Parker felt strange, as if something was wrong. The uncle who was shot in the next second stood up and pulled himself. He did a backflip and disappeared from the spot, shocking the faces of passers-by around him. They disappeared? Super ability? Omega. Damn it, I was so busy eating melon that I forgot to record the video. There should be surveillance around, right? It's a pity that it didn't happen. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis had already checked the surroundings. Although his face has been exposed for a long time, little Spider-Man still has to think about it. After a while, several police cars arrived belatedly. Looking at the scene, the robber, who fell into a baby-like sleep, fell into deep thought. Parker was crying and suddenly found that something had changed around him. He was in a villa, and there are two uncles in front of me. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. There is only one truth. Peter Parker used his smart head, pointed at the guy standing next to him who had just done a backflip, and shouted loudly, "You are the Bike King." Li Yuqian's smile was stiff. The bicycle king who rode the horse like a god. Li Yuqian's figure returned to his original shape, and he said speechlessly, "You can't get along with this nickname, right? I don't drive a bicycle anymore. I drive a scooter instead." What about the motorcycle king? Although Parker didn't know what Li Yuqian did, he had a vague feeling that Li Yuqian was a good person. Well, maybe you might be a good person. Then you might as well call me a person from the motherland and an ancestor. I like these two names. Li Yuqian replied speechlessly. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. Parker decided that from now on, he would call the guy in front of him a native of the motherland. As for the ancestors, forget it. Little Spider-Man said that he could still understand what ancestors meant. "Mr. Patriot, can you explain what happened?" Parker pointed to his uncle beside him. Parker's uncle, referred to as Uncle Parker, was actually confused and came to this strange villa inexplicably. Outside the villa, there was a mosquito that looked like a beauty, 2 bears, and a dog bigger than an elephant. This kind of fantasy world must be extraordinary. I'm just an ordinary person. The only person connected with this kind of world is probably my nephew. Yes, Uncle Parker knows that his nephew has extraordinary abilities, and he is someone who can say that with great abilities comes great responsibilities. Absolutely not stupid. Through some clues, Uncle Parker came up with it a few days after Parker became Spider-Man, but he just kept this secret in his heart. But no matter how powerful his nephew is, he is still just a nephew, and I am his uncle. Uncle Parker thought of this and stood up directly. "Sir, what is the conflict between you and my nephew?" Li Yuqian explained to Uncle Parker what was happening outside and told him about the curse that after becoming Spider-Man, Spider-Man's uncle would be in trouble. Li Yuqian patted Parker on the shoulder. "I do it for your own good. Since you know my previous nickname, you must also know my reputation as Taoist Master Qian. It is predicted that your uncle will be robbed in the future. I just played your uncle to help your uncle survive the disaster." Parker thought for a while and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Motherland. Call me Mr. Lee, of course. You can also call me Boss." Li Yuqian smiled. Parker paused for a while. "Mr. Lee, are you trying to take advantage of me?" "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You just recognized me as the boss. You are really out to fool around. No one is loyal." Li Yuqian spoke a little sadly, but Parker listened to his words, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "What do you mean by not being loyal? Is this appropriate to say in this situation?" Parker's uncle spoke directly to Parker. "Men shouldn't break their promises, but you actually keep it after you say it. Besides, I think Mr. Lee is a good person. You will also need help when you become a superhero in the future." Parker looked shocked. "Uncle, do you know? Your uncle is not stupid." Parker's uncle replied with a smile. Li Yuqian also added, "You owe me a big favor this time." Finally, under the double language attacks of Li Yuqian and Parker's Uncle Ben, little Spider-Man confusedly recognized the boss. Parker always felt that something was strange, but he did owe Li Yuqian a favor, and, as a veteran superhero, it was not impossible to be the eldest brother. Li Yuqian finally said something sincere and sincere. "I remember your idol is Iron Man. Next time I will introduce you to him. He is also my younger brother. For now on, Just call him second brother. Really? Oh. Parker's eyes were full of excitement. Tony, who was staying in the Seaview Villa, had an inexplicable feeling that his great son was about to leave me. Sigma, surprise face, winky face. This feeling is so strange. Isn't Liu Qian the only one of my current traders? It feels weird. Liu Qian grabbed Parker with one hand and his uncle with the other, and disappeared in a backflip. In a small alley, he waved goodbye to the two people and watched them go away. Liu Qian felt the sound in his ears of the completion of a special punch-in achievement. I'm in a good mood. Let's have some fun, Ba. The special check-in task is completed, and a Guang in Liu Qian's mind is also in a good mood. Stretching out two short hands, cheering, "Host, do a good job, and complete a few more special tasks, and I can buy the system appearance for my goddess. At that time, my goddess will agree to my friend invitation again. Go to hell. Damn it." Liu Qian directly took out Guang's explosive hammer. Liu Qian was really speechless about his own system. So what kind of goddess system really made Guang's mouth twitch? Poor Guang was manipulated. Not only was he cheated, but he also affected Liu Qian. You must know that Liu Qian was tortured last time, but you know that Guang did not only have the function of punching him before. It is a very complete system. Unlike now, it is really hard to make steel out of iron. Find opportunities for Guang to see more cases of dog licking, and let him look in the mirror more often. Liu Qian estimated that it would still take some time until his template had been developed to a certain level and he could forcibly control the system. The days that followed were a bit boring. Liu Qian had nothing to do all day long. Instead of forming a vicious duo with Spider-Man, causing physical harm to criminals and mental harm at the same time, just pretend to be Captain America, let yourself go, and speak with all your qualities. Captain America, who is framed by Liu Qian as a man who likes to talk dirty and has a mouth full of honey, still doesn't know the real reason at this time. Of course, Liu Qian would not admit that he had done this. It was just a joke. It was done by a passerby. What does it have to do with me, Liu Qian? These days, Captain America's Steve Rogers always feels like people around him look at him strangely. As more and more people say that they like to say dirty things, Captain America gradually suspects that he likes to sleepwalk, or have a dual personality and let yourself go. As time goes by, Captain America becomes more and more irritable. Even Black Braised Egg has heard about this matter. I specially found time to come to the residence of Captain America Rogers to dissuade him. Captain America, who was getting more and more irritable, finally broke out after listening to Fury's chatter. "That's enough. I really can't stand it anymore. I'm really speechless. I really didn't expect that the boss who unblocked me was actually a farm tool." As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence, and both parties broke up unhappy. It was obvious that the American team had broken through the defense and seemed to be letting themselves go a little bit. Liu Qian, who was watching the show in the distance, was shocked. "I'm kidding myself. It seems I'm a bit exaggerated. My ability to bewitch is comparable to the Mind Gem. In the original plot, when Team America was like this, it seemed that the Mind Stone was only affected once." As soon as Captain America said those words, he actually felt a little regretful, but more importantly, he felt happy. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. As the saying goes, put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a wicked life. Captain America said that he realized it. Besides, he can't blame himself for this. He was active during World War II, and the discrimination was very serious at that time. I have learned some unpleasant words, but my subjective consciousness is not like that. I just blurted it out, and Captain America is a little apologetic. But in response to the groundless rumors before, Captain America decided to let himself go in the future, and it would be better to obey his heart. Liu Qian, who was using psychokinesis perception in the distance, was as anxious as if the soles of his feet were bitten by mosquitoes. Just take the hammer on the spot, upgrade your phone, and create videos based on your own memory. Liu Qian watched the video of Captain America letting himself go and prepared to collect it. At the same time, I comforted myself in my heart. Everything I did before was to help Captain America let himself go. It was a good thing, a great thing. Besides, Later on, Li Yuqian decided not to become Captain America, and he was so happy. Don't let Captain America let himself go and become a soldier boy. That would be a bit too much. No one is injured now, well, probably Red Egg Fury, the Falcon who was shot by the New York Police Department. When Li Yuqian decided not to harm Team America, suddenly, with a ding sound, Li Yuqian inexplicably completed a special achievement check-in. Li Yuqian rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and left the scene. No one should know that he had done this. Retreat, retreat. The special achievements have been punched in. It seems that there will really be changes in the future of the American team. Captain with a sweet mouth? Li Yuqian thinks it's a bit funny? Wait, how could I have such an idea? Oomph. The evil kid, A Guang, is all because of you. Li Yuqian punched himself in the mind and gave Ah Guang an iron fist. Ah Guang, who was emo. What happened? Li Yuqian strolled back to his flat, and then he seemed to realize something. Did he create black technology just because he was having fun? It turns out that having fun is your primary productivity. I just have time to use the power of spirituality to modify my phone. Li Yuqian thought about it, picked up the hammer, and started knocking on his cell phone. Ah Guang, who was in the emo mood in his mind, was in a state where he felt more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. And the more he thought about it, when he took a step back, the more angry he became. He felt that he was really wronged during this period. Although Li has money, he is a little stronger now, but his ability is a little outrageous. He is bound by the system contract, and there is little he can do about him. But that doesn't matter. I am the system. As long as I have the energy of the world, I can do many outrageous things. Even if Li Yuqian could disperse his consciousness and let the system run instinctively, how could that kind of mechanical system be compared with an intelligent system like his own? That's right. That's it, Ah Guang. You are the best. What, Ah Guang? My name should be Great System. Ah Guang floated out menacingly, and then saw Li Yuqian, whose painting style was linear. Li Yuqian was holding a hammer in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, and was excited. Wanjia Mobile. Relying on its connection with the Marvel and One Punch Superman worlds, it radiates signals based on these two worlds. It can make calls and chats in all the worlds, and all kinds of mobile phone functions are available. However, the further away from Marvel and One Punch world, the worse the signal is. It's a pity. Is this my limit? Or is it the maximum scope of my power of thinking? I don't know if I can reform it. What Li Yuqian said in a simple style made Ah Guang stiff. Wanjia phone. Is it so outrageous to use it? Li Yuqian's current painting style is gradually becoming outrageous. Does this mean that my painting style is superior to yours? Are you so outrageous? Li Yuqian noticed Ah Guang floating out and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, What are you doing out here? Come out and meet my wise, mighty, and extremely handsome hostida. Ah Guang laughed sarcastically and quickly flattered him. Li Yuqian realized something was wrong and punched Ah Guang into his mind. Although I don't know what bad things Ah Guang wants to do, just fight him. Ah Guang, who became autistic again, said that he never wanted to speak again. Li Yuqian has no time to deal with Ah Guang now. After finishing the mobile phone, there are still many things in his little world that he needs to modify. A few days later, Tony called, and Li Yuqian took out any door and kicked it open without saying a word. Tony opposite looked at Li Yuqian, treating the space transmission device so violently, with extremely complicated emotions. In Tony's Sea View Villa, Li Yuqian looked at a complete set of Mark 6 to 7 armor, as well as a supporting artificial intelligence computer cluster. Li Yuqian looked at Tony on the side and was moved from the bottom of his heart. Tony, look at you. I'm embarrassed to accept this kind of thing. Tony, so who asked me to do it for him in the first place? How bold. Li Yuqian looked at such a large pile of things, thought for a while, turned around, and turned his back to those things. The next second, a large pile of things and a large underground wall disappeared. It's really strange to be put into his own little world by Li Yuqian. When he puts things in, he only needs to put them behind his back. Why do you like backflips so much during this period? Obviously, you only need to do backflips when you go in. It becomes a habit. Li Yuqian thought of this problem belatedly, and Tony's face turned green. People who didn't know thought you were robbing him. You even moved the walls. Why didn't you move the wall? Tony couldn't help complaining. Li Yuqian seemed to have just noticed that a piece of concrete wall was missing, so that he could already see the basement side of the underground soil. It is worth mentioning that the reinforced concrete wall is quite thick, at least 5 meters thick. As expected of a rich man, his house is made to nuclear-proof standards. Chigwa classroom has started. The wall thickness of nuclear-proof fortifications will vary depending on the environment and safety requirements. Generally speaking, the thickness of reinforced concrete walls needs to be more than 2 meters. After all, it is just to block the aftermath of nuclear bombs. I haven't collected things like this for a long time. I'm a little unfamiliar, and I accidentally knocked down a wall. It's normal. Oops, by the way, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'll go home and turn off the gas first. Li Yuqian said, took out the pink random door, opened and closed it, and disappeared instantly. Only Tony was left with his middle finger raised. Li Yuqian returned to the flat floor and did a backflip directly into the small world. Start to transform the artificial intelligence and study the steel suits. Li Yuqian has done some research in this area. After all, he asked Metal Knight for a lot of good things. It's a pity that Metal Knight must have hidden a lot of good skills. Li Yuqian held a hammer and immersed himself in the outrageous transformation. Time is running like water. It goes by faster than a vacation. Just search and it will be over. Li Yuqian looked at the brand new little world and felt so satisfied. Most of the small world was planted with trees by xiong to xiong air. Li Yuqian sometimes took out a ball of 100 points of world energy and sprinkled it on them like rain. Now those trees are growing very fast and can already be said to be a forest. There is a villa in the center of the small world. There are 2 kinds of robots inside and outside the villa that patrol and manage or do housework. One of the robots looks like a standard maid and is pretty good looking. Yes, these are the results of Li Yuqian's transformation, and their strength is roughly at ghost level. Not only can it fight, but it can also do housework, which is perfect. The number was so small that Li Yuqian only made 9, just in time for Mosquito Girl to be the head maid. The other kind is obviously robot guys, but obviously they're not as careful as they are. Li Yuqian made it casually, and it was very weak, but fortunately it was simple to make and durable. Both types of robots are managed by artificial intelligence. Li Yuqian transformed the artificial intelligence and named it Little Sunspot. Aguang sweats. This guy's name is useless. No, you're showing your chicken feet. All in all, Li Yuqian has now transformed his little world to perfection. From now on, when traveling across the world, I no longer have to worry about having no place to live. Mobile phones are still universal and very convenient. When Li Yuqian was about to enjoy the small world he had transformed, suddenly, the phone rang. Li Yuqian answered the phone and backflips out of the world with a look of displeasure on his face. Tony got a call and asked me to accompany him to the F1 track in Monaco. If you have made a plan in advance and you are embarrassed to refuse, then go ahead. What a hard life. Li Yuqian suddenly thought of something. The time to go to the racing competition meant that it was already time for Iron Man 2. Now that Li Yuqian has intervened, Tony has changed a lot, and the plot of Iron Man May 2nd become very interesting. Oh, it's fun to watch Go Go Go. Outside the F1 circuit in Monaco, Tony looked at the extremely excited Li Yuqian, his lips twitching. An ominous premonition came to my mind. What is going on? Can you be normal? You make my skin crawl. It's the first time I see you so excited at work. I feel so uncomfortable. What are you talking about? You make it sound like I'm just lazy at work. Li Yuqian acted as if his heart was broken by Tony. This sentence left Tony speechless. He didn't even mention absenteeism from work. He just came over and walked around for a few times from time to time. It was like killing you. That's not working, that's being punished. Although Tony also knows that now Li Yuqian doesn't care about his bodyguard's job and salary. He came here just to play with himself. But Li Yuqian usually, no matter how easy his work was, felt as if he had been sucked by a ghost whenever he worked. I'm so excited today, so I must have held it in. Tony felt that Li Yuqian wanted to have fun with him. So he thought about what happened recently. There's nothing special or funny. Forget it, let's go to the competition. Tony said that his genius brain could not understand the idiot's brain. He turned back to put on his racing suit, while Liu Qian was looking around, wondering what his purpose was. Then, of course, I was looking for Ivan, who was holding a small electric whip and was naked from the waist down. The introduction is still a bit ambiguous, but that doesn't matter. There are quite a lot of people in the audience around the racing track. Liu Qian slowly looked around. Those legs were really long. Well, they were quite big and quite white. Wait, who are you here to see? Forget it, it's not important. Appreciating the beauty is the most important thing. Happy next to Liu Qian, who is Tony's real bodyguard, silently gave a thumbs up. It was the first time that Happy saw a beautiful woman look so confident and righteous. Then, Happy also started watching, and Little Pepper felt like he was going to be embarrassed by the two people next to him. I couldn't help but complain, so this is why you insist on the two of us following you here to bask in the sun, just to see beautiful women. What words? What words? Am I that kind of person? I'm doing this for Tony's safety. Tony is my dear son. He has paid me to keep him safe. He has to do things with the money. Liu Qian spoke righteously and looked straight in the eyes. However, it would be more convincing if you turned your head away from the cheerleaders. Xiao Jiao was so impressed that he was too lazy to talk and stayed at the VIP viewing position provided by the staff of the three of them, preparing to take some photos later. Really, why are you looking here? It's not the starting point or the end. Liu Qian felt that he was really wronged. The surrounding scenes, Liu Qian remembered in his vague memory, was that Ivan was supposed to hit Tony with a small electric whip on this section of the road. This is just to get the melon as quickly as possible, bah. To rescue Tony as quickly as possible. Pepper actually thinks of me so superficially. So sad. When the racing competition started, Liu Qian and the others were not at the starting point. They were watching the situation at the starting point on their mobile phones. Tony actually drives a blue and white racing car and is also wearing blue. It's not gold-red, and I don't agree with it. Liu Qian feels that Tony's taste has deteriorated. When Liu Qian was complaining about Tony in his heart, he suddenly noticed a guy rushing into the competition venue wearing orange overalls. If I guess correctly, this guy should be Ivan. The little pepper next to him also noticed something was wrong, pointed at Ivan and shouted anxiously, "Why did the staff run into the competition track? This is too dangerous. What happened to the organizer?" What happened? Happy, who had been looking at the beautiful woman just now, finally realized. Liu Qian lamented that none of Tony's bodyguards were reliable. At this time, Ivan opened his clothes with both hands, revealing the reactor inside. Then he waved his hands, and two plasma electric whips with sparks flying appeared in his hands. The clothes on his upper body were gradually burned away. His long, messy hair looked fierce. Liu Qian saw this and commented directly, "This guy is just showing off at first glance. His device can directly burn the upper body of his clothes." He actually pulled open the clothes on his chest with both hands and put on a pose. The meaning was too obvious. I don't approve of this pose. That makes sense. Wait, is this what's important now? Happy and Little Pepper next to him felt that they were about to be assimilated by Liu Qian like Tony. At this time, Ivan was hit by a red racing car. Ivan waved it lightly, and the sparkling electric whip was like a sharp blade cutting through tofu, easily cutting off the front of a red racing car. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while, and Tony, who didn't know what was going on at this time, was on his way over. Little Pepper looked at the reactor device on Ivan's chest and understood something instantly. No, he's going to attack Tony. Don't worry, I'm here. Liu Qian's body exuded a faint red light. It was so light that you couldn't see it if you weren't paying attention. Liu Qian wrapped up the entire section of psychokinesis as soon as Ivan appeared on the stage. Liu Qian used psychokinesis to help the racing driver in the red car, who had just been cut open, and nothing happened. At this time, he climbed out of the racing car and ran away. The rest of the time was spent watching the show. Liu Qian looked at Xiao Jiao and Happy, as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and was calling the organizer to send someone to get Ivan off. But obviously, no one dares to go up. Just kidding, the guy above looks very high-tech in his equipment. The organizer can only send a few security personnel at most, and those security personnel only earn a small salary every month. Why spend thousands of dollars? At this time, the car driven by Tony also came to this section of the road, and Ivan excitedly waved his whip. Cut the blue car in half, and the car rolled heavily on the track. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis perceives the specific situation. He is worthy of being the protagonist. The car has turned into a washing machine. Tony was not hurt at all. There was no need for Li Yuqian to take action at all. Okay. Is this the halo of the protagonist? Tony also reacted at this time, climbed out of the car desperately, and without saying a word, patted the bracelet on his wrist. A red light emitted from the bracelet, and outside the starting point of the competition, a golden red column flew out of a large truck behind a luxury car. Mark 7, the first set of steel armor that can be pulled by a bracelet and assembled automatically. Compared with the Mark V emergency combat steel armor in the original plot, it is countless times stronger. Unfortunately, Mark 7 flew over, and there was still some time left. Ivan stared at Tony closely, and without saying a word, he swung an electric whip over. Tony quickly jumped to the left to dodge, and another whip came, and Tony quickly spread his thighs. But the whip was too long, and just as the chicken was beating, an invisible force pulled Tony back several meters. Tony's hanging heart was relieved, and he almost lost his happy life for the rest of his life. Fortunately, I took action in time. It was really dangerous just now. Li Yuqian's voice reached Tony's ears. Li Yuqian's body was emitting a faint red light, and Guy was lying in the air, looking like he was watching a show, and was holding a mobile phone in his hand to film the entire scene. Tony, I suspect you did it on purpose. Li Yuqian didn't blush at this accusation and pointed at Happy behind him, who looked anxious. It's all Happy's fault. I was distracted by the beauty just now, and I just saw it. You can't blame me. At this moment, Happy, who was holding a Mark V briefcase, had black lines all over his face. Who looked at the beauty first just now? I have never seen such a shameless person. At this time, Ivan across from him looked at Li Yuqian floating in the air, his eyes filled with vigilance. Super ability? I don't know the specific strength, but it looks dangerous. Happy took advantage of being a flexible fat man and squeezed through the audience nimbly. He trotted all the way and finally reached the competition venue. He wanted to throw the briefcase in his hand to Tony and shout, "Tony, briefcase!" Tony looked at his bracelet, showed a confident expression, and waved his hand. "I don't need it anymore. You take it first." Li Yuqian also felt the Mark 7 flying towards him at a rapid speed, and shrugged. "It seems you don't need my help. That's natural. I can handle it alone. You talk arrogantly. You playboy. You are quite arrogant. In your current situation, your steel armors are not equipped with professional equipment. The only thing you can use now is the portable armor that looks like a briefcase, right? Although it is easy to carry and small in size, it is definitely very fragile, but it is still a bit of a threat to me. You don't use it and don't need help from others. How arrogant. It's annoying to be arrogant. Do you think the equipment I have is a toy made by mediocre people? Let me, Ivan, teach you a lesson." Ivan waved the electric whip, feeling that he had been slighted. Originally, he just wanted to show his reactor in public, teach the damn playboy a lesson, and attract public attention. All the things done by the Stark family were made public. But now Ivan has changed his mind. "Tony, it would be better for you to die. Although you can't survive for long due to palladium poisoning, with your confident face, it would be better if you died." Ivan's expression at this time was very confident and arrogant, and his skills were much improved compared to his previous stiff appearance. Ivan finished his harsh words and was just about to crack the whip when there was a rumble in the sky, and a golden red pillar flew straight towards Tony. And it turned into a battle armor and was automatically worn. Ivan was stunned and followed his understanding of the arc reactor. A normal steel armor with the arc reactor as its core should not be able to do this kind of thing. Obviously, the reactor on the guy's armor in front of him is much better than his own reactor in all aspects. Ivan was stunned, but Tony was not stunned. A palm cannon hit the reactor on Ivan's chest. Ivan reluctantly raised the electric whip to block it. With just one blow, a palm cannon interrupted the electric whip. Another palm cannon interrupted another electric whip. Finally, Tony added a palm cannon and blew up the reactor in Ivan's chest. And he knocked Ivan upside down. He wouldn't die, but it was normal to be seriously injured. Although Tony weakened the energy of the palm cannon, he mainly wanted to catch people alive. After just a few glances, Tony recognized the reactor on Ivan's chest. It was the old guy I had just eliminated some time ago. However, even though it was something I eliminated, the group of rotten fish and shrimps outside could not be created in a short time. You need to ask this question carefully. Li Yuqian watched Tony in the air using this move to kill Ivan, and lamented that after Tony's enhanced version, the original plot was indeed much simpler. Ivan's face was full of disbelief. The gap was too big. It was impossible. An idea came to mind, and Ivan felt bad all over. Although his whole body ached, he still forced himself to ask a question loudly. Tony Stark, did you find a new element? You won't die from palladium poisoning. How come your armor is so powerful? Oh, you guessed it right. Tony's answer made Ivan's eyes darken, and he instantly broke his guard. This attack of his was, on the one hand, to make this playboy suffer, and, on the other hand, to make the scandal of the Stark family public. Of course, the most important thing is to reflect your own value. The reactor made by Tony Stark can also be made by himself. Even if he goes to jail, someone will be willing to fish him out, and this playboy will not need to do it himself. He will definitely die slowly and painfully due to palladium poisoning. But this playboy actually found a new element, and the other party could create a steel armor stronger than himself. Why should I say that the other party stole it from me? I can't defeat him, and I can't make a steel armor stronger than his armor. The most important thing is that Tony Stark looks like he's in good health and is bouncing around. The reactor he uses is also made of new elements. He is expected to live for a long time. This is not fair. It is completely different from what I imagined. At this moment, Ivan's mentality exploded. The security personnel around him rushed forward, but Ivan did not resist. It was really hard for me to make a move, but I lost so completely. Blanche. Li Yuqian saw this scene and knew the subsequent plot of Iron Man 2. As long as Tony didn't waste time, it would be easy to clear the level. But I still have to remind you that Li Yuqian looked at Tony and made a suggestion. This person can also create reactors, even if it's not a new element. Why don't you pay attention? Kill him secretly? Brother, we are superheroes. Don't talk like you're a villain. And I want to find out exactly what is going on with him. Tony replied, looking at Ivan, not knowing what to think. Li Yuqian looked at Ivan being tied up by several security guards, rolled his eyes, and pinched him gently with his fingers. With a click, Ivan turned his head and passed away. Li Yuqian said, don't think that if your name is Ivan, the worst you will end up with is going to jail. You won't be able to provide any fun in the future, so it's better to die. Tony looked at Ivan, who died suddenly. The corner of his mouth twitched and sighed. You won't kill him directly. Besides, I still have to ask questions. This sudden death was known to everyone, and it must have been done by Li Yuqian. After all, he was the only person who showed super ability at the scene. What are you doing? I didn't do anything. You need evidence when doing things, and if there are any problems, you can check it yourself. Li Yuqian said, and floated back to the audience stand. With Li Yuqian's current strength, he is no longer afraid of the government in the Marvel world, so he can just do whatever he wants. Some time has passed since Ivan's electric whip incident. Regarding Ivan's death, many people suspected that Li Yuqian did it. Needless to say, they were all convinced. However, with the help of Tony, a capitalist, he suppressed it, and Li Yuqian returned to his flat and lived a homebody life. From time to time, Punch Superman's world back to collect gold. In Tong Emperor's laboratory, Li Yuqian's mouth watered as he looked at the 10 tons of gold bars. From now on, in the ancient and backward world, just use these gold bars. If the civilization has developed to a good level, you can use the small sunspot to make money directly. If the level of civilization is too high, gold can be exchanged for money in that world. At least most of the time, gold is worthless. Plan passes. I love gold. Human beings' love for gold is really written in their bones. Li Yuqian's sigh was recognized by the child emperor next to him, there shouldn't be so much gold income in the future. Qualified heroes can also afford hero potions with the support of the Hero Association. But it is a pity that there are too few qualified heroes. Most of them regard professional heroes as just a job and do not have a strong sense of responsibility. They are heroes who are eligible to receive hero potions in the future. I guess I have to wait for a long time. Li Yuqian looked indifferent, turned around, and put all the gold into the small world. So he said that he was going to treat him and had a big meal, and he took out his mobile phone to call someone. After a while, Saitama, Genos, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, Undocumented Night, Genos and Tondi were led by Li Yuqian with a wave of his hand. Went directly to a food stall. Everyone was stunned. The tornado flew over Li Yuqian's head. He put his hands on his hips and said, "No, you have made a lot of money during this period. You are treating guests in a place like this. Girls are troublesome. If I invite the brothers to come out and give me a massage, they will all call me foster father." Li Yuqian said and looked at Chiyu, who was holding a dozen meat skewers in his hand, like a skewer harvester and like a starving ghost reincarnated. Tatsumaki stretched out his little feet in the air and stamped, angrily shouting at the food stall owner. "One portion of all the barbecue dishes, not 10. He turned to Li Yuqian and said fiercely, "Look at me. You are poor today. You're a little kid and you can eat a lot." Li Yuqian took one look at Tatsumaki's body and thought you were a pig god. After a while, Li Yuqian fell into silence as he looked at the pig god, the metal bat and the king, the super alloy blacklight, and the sexy prisoner who had arrived. The metal bat even had his sister with him. As soon as a group of them came over, they shouted loudly, "Longwan, Li Yuqian is treating guests to dinner. Why didn't you tell us about this in advance? It made us almost late." Li Yuqian looked at the tornado, who was gloating about her misfortune, and without saying a word, he jumped up and hit her on the head. Bang, 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 bang a few times. Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief. "It's great." Damn, Li Yuqian, you hit me on the head. What should I do if I don't grow taller in the future?" Tatsumaki really didn't expect that Li Yuqian would suddenly jump up and hit him on the head. *M. Li Yuqian pointed at himself in shock. "How can you rely on me? You are more shameless than me. Learned it from you. You slandered me. You slandered me." Inexplicably, Li Yuqian's treat turned into a Hero Association S-Class hero team building. They had fun all night long, and the food stall owner made 2 purchases in the same night. After eating well and drinking well, he went home to sleep. After the incident of Li Yuqian's treat was over, he returned to the main level of the Marvel world. Without saying a word, he did a backflip and entered the small world. I lay down on the bed in the villa and fell asleep. At this time, outside the window of the flat floor, a dark figure quietly opened the window, turned over with difficulty, and jumped into the flat floor. I couldn't stand for a moment, and I staggered for a while. Isn't this dark clothes and dark skin the same as Nick Fury? Hey Lu Dan looked at the flat floor and saw that Li Yuqian was not there. He patted the dust on his body and checked whether there was surveillance in the flat floor. He found that there was no surveillance. I found a sofa and sat down in a pose. That's right. Hey Lu Dan is going to repeat his old tricks, appear in a mysterious way as an agent, and have a conversation with Li Yuqian. Let Li Yuqian keep a low profile, at least use his super ability and not be so blatant. After 5 hours, the movements of the black braised egg were a little stiff. After 10 hours, the black braised egg felt like it had been the wrong thing for a long time. Could it be that Li Yuqian wasn't going to come back here today? Hey braised egg felt a little unlucky, struggled to stand up, and stamped his feet. After staying in one position for a long time, I felt a little numb, so I started to move my muscles and bones in place, which is called doing exercises for short. With a bang, Li Yuqian appeared in the flat floor and fell into silence looking at Nick Fury, who was doing exercises. I'm so excited. I saw Black Braised Egg doing exercises or gymnastics. I'm going to go blind. Fury slowly turned around and saw Li Yuqian, who was shocked and in disbelief. He immediately ran back to the sofa and struck a pose. Li Yuqian, I'm not blind, okay? Hey Lu Dan, you want to engage in such a perverted fetish, Why do you want to do it in my house? I feel like I have been mentally harmed. Li Yuqian was very angry and asked for black braised eggs to give himself an explanation. He had been exposed to this kind of mental pollution so early in the morning, and it would affect him all day long. Fury obviously wanted to change the topic, coughed a few times, and said righteously, I came to you today for something. Your recent situation is a bit too arrogant. In racing competitions, I directly use my super ability. Every few days, I walk my dog blatantly. Occasionally, after my heroic battle with Spider-Man, I grab a child's lollipop. Wait a minute, there's no need to say the rest. Li Yuqian's old face turned red. What do you mean by occasionally snatching a lollipop from child? Just grab it once. Who told that naughty kid to call himself Bicycle King instead of his ancestor? No matter how hard he threatened, it would not work. What's wrong with grabbing a lollipop from him? I didn't take off his pants, so I spanked him in public. That's fine. However, it shouldn't be. There was no one else nearby at that time. So how did Black Braised Egg know about it? Fury saw that changing the topic was very useful, so he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also secretly surprised. When I was collecting information, one of the pieces of information was that a child said that his lollipop had been robbed by his ancestors. No one believed this kind of information at all, not even the child's parents. Fury originally thought it was false, so he changed the subject and spoke out. Is it possible that Li Yuqian's reaction is true? Good guy. This person is more shameless than I thought. I'm not afraid of people with super abilities being powerful, but I'm afraid that people with super abilities are shameless and have no bottom line. However, fortunately, this guy still has a bit of shame. Thinking of this, Fury's expression gradually became wretched. Mr. Lee, you don't want your robbery of children's lollipops to become widely known. What nonsense are you talking about? You went to study in a country where you had a good life. Li Yuqian felt a chill, thought for a while, took out his phone, used his memory to convert it into a video, and then showed it to Hey Lu Dan. It was exactly the movements of Black Braised Egg doing gymnastics. Black Braised Egg, you don't want this video of yours to be widely circulated. Humph. Threatening me, you are still very young. Fury froze, but his expression remained unchanged. Mr. Lee, don't forget, I am an agent. How can I be afraid of embarrassment? Haha, I don't know whose I was scratched by a cat, and he has been publicizing that as I was betrayed by an important person. You want to save face? I will eat this video for the rest of your life. Li Yuqian smiled and showed the video in front of the Black Braised Egg, about to forward it to Tony. And add text to show you something awesome. I just took a video of Black Braised Eggs doing gymnastics. Haha. Stop. We have something to discuss. Fury quickly stopped him. If he didn't stop him, the society would die. Li Yuqian put down his phone, his face full of ruthlessness. I still prefer your unruly look. Ahem, what I just said was wrong. In fact, I came here mainly to make Mr. Lee pay attention to the social impact. Although Tony Stark is quite influential, if Mr. Lee does this every day, problems will arise sooner or later. You can't join the team. I'm about to form the Avengers. Li Yuqian was about to refuse, but he had already joined the Justice League formed by Tony. Okay. What suddenly came to mind? After thinking about the current time point, I subconsciously asked, has Coulson of your shield gone to deal with a mysterious hammer? It does happen. Fury was secretly shocked. During this period, Coulson was indeed on a mission, dealing with a mysterious hammer. But how did Li Yuqian know? Is his prophecy ability? You must know that last time, after the Tony Black Mirror SHIELD computer obtained the information. From now on, Fury has started to use paper for all important information. The degree of the only I dropped a lot. Why did it drop? Because Black Braised Egg wanted to maintain his mysterious atmosphere. That is to say, the light in his office is extremely dark, and every time he looks at the paper information, he can't see it very clearly, and he is very close. During this time, Hey Lu Dan felt like he was going blind as one eye. Otherwise, change the light bulb, next time to a brighter one. Damn it, my mysterious temperament. Li Yuqian didn't know that Hey Lu Dan was struggling with whether to make his office brighter or not. He knew that he would definitely complain about it. No, when I look at you in your office, You only have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. What kind of temperament do you have? You obviously want to scare people. Okay, I'm going to take a look at that hammer. After reading it, I'll think about whether to join the Avengers. As soon as he said this, Fury agreed without even thinking about it. Anyway, according to the information, it seems that the hammer just can't be lifted, and it doesn't seem to have any effect on S.H.I.E.L.D. If this can bring a strong person to S.H.I.E.L.D., it will be a good choice. When will I send someone to take you to the airport tomorrow? You can get there in a few hours by flying a Quinjet. I don't need you to tell me the specific location. After Li Yuqian finished speaking, he took out the pink random door. Fury also knew the power of this arbitrary door. His eyes shone when he looked at the arbitrary door, and then he told the landing place of the mysterious hammer. Li Yuqian kicked open the door, thought for a while, and suddenly asked casually, "By the way, have you found all the Hydras in SHIELD?" "Of course I found them all," Fury said without blushing or heartbeat, and was very confident. Li Yuqian looked at He Lu Dan's unusually confident face, and then looked at Hydra agent Grant Ward, who was hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. with a smile on his face opposite any door. I was immediately speechless. Grant Ward is a 7th-level SHIELD agent and the adopted son of John Garrett, a Hydra agent who is also hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. I followed him in the beginning, and after being exposed later on, I worked as a Hydra agent for a while. Then he decisively turned against the enemy, killed a leader of Hydra, and then rejoined S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he continued to rebel and become Hydra, which is the American comic version of Lu Bu, and Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. jumps on both sides. The subsequent operation was even more outrageous. Ward was jumping around and suddenly found that Hydra was gone and had been wiped out by S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, he reorganized a Hydra himself. Shocked old man, what kind of operation is this? If it hadn't been for this guy being parasitized and infected by a villain called Hive later, this guy can continue to be a wallflower, falling on both sides. Li Yuqian patted He Braisdan on the shoulder meaningfully. We haven't succeeded in uncovering the undercover yet. Comrades still need to work hard. Fury listened to Li Yuqian's meaningful words, looked at the door, and saw Ward with a bright smile inside, brainstorming for a while. Ward, who was stared at by the two men, felt a chill on his back and a feeling of fury in his heart. What's going on? Have you been discovered? Impossible. I'm smiling so brightly. How could it be Hydra? A short-handled war hammer looks ordinary, but it seems to have taken root, standing in place, and no one can lift it. Even a professional tow truck couldn't move it, and there were 3 people standing around it, namely Li Yuqian, Fury, and Honest Coulson. The 3 of them were pointing at the hammer. Coulson pointed at the hammer and explained, "We have tried it using professional lifting devices. Although it is a temporary assembly, it can pull 100 tons of things, but this hammer does not move at all. Of course, this hammer is called Thor's hammer. Only people with kind hearts and integrity can pick it up." Li Yuqian then shouted, "You two, get out of the way and let me see the beauty of my soul." Li Yuqian rubbed his hands and pulled, but Thor's hammer didn't move at all. Li Yuqian coughed lightly, turned around, and Thor's hammer, which was staying where it was, disappeared. The 2 people next to them were stunned. "Where's the hammer?" "Don't worry. Let the hammer fly for a while." Li Yuqian took out his phone and read the message. After a few minutes, Li Yuqian took it out from behind but took out a hammer that was exactly the same as before and put it back where it was. "Look, I just said I can lift it." Coulson stared at the hammer that was put back in place for a while, then said slowly, "Why does this hammer feel a bit new?" "It's none of my business." "What a hen. Maybe you're dazzled. That's what Thor's hammer looks like." Li Yuqian's face was full of sincerity. Fury and Coulson said that if the guy in front of them was not Li Yuqian, just change it to someone else, and maybe they would believe it. Li Yuqian also sighed in his heart that the robot was indeed very efficient. In just a few minutes, he built a new one out of iron. The real Thor's hammer was of course taken back to the small world by Li Yuqian. Unexpectedly, the things behind Li Yuqian's death can be put into the small world. This ability is so incredible. You can put Thor's hammer into it. Next time you see a weapon, point your butt at it. Bah! Point your back at it. But damn it, I, Li Yuqian, am a decent character, but I can't even lift this hammer myself. It must have been a Guang who caused the harm. Evil a Guang kid. At this time, the sky suddenly became dark, and a burst of colorful light suddenly appeared. There seemed to be a hole in the sky, with colorful lights emitting from it. In the center of the light is an old man with white hair, wearing golden armor and a red cloak, holding a golden spear, and a black crow standing on each shoulder. This person looks like a strong man. When Li Yuqian saw this, without saying a word, he took out an eraser from his back, and his hand continued to grow longer, as if erasing pencil writing. Gradually wipe away the big hole in the sky, or wipe out half of the portal. Odin, who showed the temperament of a strong man, slowly had a question mark pop up in his mind. What is this operation? Seeing that his portal was almost halfway wiped, he quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, Midgardian strongman. The Thor hammer you just took away belongs to me, Odin. You are a bit unfamiliar, and you may not know the reputation of my Asgard Odin. I placed Thor's hammer in Midgard to train my son. I have already discussed it with you, the strong men of Midgard. Don't influence me. I will give you corresponding benefits. Coulson next to Li Yuqian showed a resentful look, and I knew that Li Yuqian must have switched the package. Li Yuqian just pretended to be deaf. ABA. With quick movements, he wiped the portal clean and finally threw a sentence to Odin. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it back to Thor after playing with it for a few days. Odin looked at the disappearing portal in front of him with a cold expression. He was just about to use the Eternal Spear to recreate the Rainbow Bridge portal. A magical message containing the breath of time reached Odin's ears. Believe him and don't interfere with him. Only in this way will you Asgardians have the best ending. Odin paused and sighed. I trust your judgment, Ancient One. It seems that he will be a strong man in the future. Even now, I can't see through him. What a powerful young man. In a room at Kamataj in the Himalayas, the Ancient One, who has the characteristics of a strong man and has a bald head, said that he is indeed powerful and does not need a future. He is already a strong man now. If you really go up to fight him, through the timeline, you can clearly see Odin transforming into a one-eyed panda face. I have done you a big favor. Ancient One feels like a rabbit is dead and a fox is sad. Looking at the later timeline, Li Yuqian made Kamataj go crazy. Ancient One had a headache. Otherwise, he would have retired early and let Strange and Lao Wang deal with this outrageous guy. Oh, it's me. I thought such a good idea. Where Thor's hammer was placed, Coulson looked at Li Yuqian, who was gearing up, and asked a question very curiously. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Oh, I was just warming up in advance. When I saw a portal opening above, I hit it with an electric cannon and gave Odin a panda eye. Li Yuqian was eager to try, but after a while, nothing happened. Li Yuqian was puzzled. It was strange that Odin didn't care about it. You can see how powerful I am and what a good vision I have. It's just a pity that I snatched the lollipop from a naughty child, but I didn't beat the old man, so it didn't feel complete. Fury on the side looked at Li Yuqian, whose expression was getting increasingly evil, and couldn't help but interrupt his brainstorming. Mr. Li, what happened just now? What that mysterious guy said is true. Indeed, the old man just now is the god king Odin in Norse mythology. During this time, he talked about his son Thor, who saw the earth for training. He wants to inspire his son's true power, let his son understand what a true king is, and then lift Thor's hammer. Well, yes, that's it. Li Yuqian's calm explanation made Fury's eyes darken. What about Thor's hammer? Isn't it right there? Li Yuqian pointed to Thor's hammer not far away, very confidently. This almost made Fury angry to death. I'm serious, really. Coulson also cooperated very well with his director. He quickly ran over and easily lifted Li Yuqian's forged Thor's hammer with a strong effort of both hands. Wow, this shows that you are also a good person, Coulson, with a righteous and kind heart. Li Yuqian looked at He Lu Dan and Coulson, and his eyes said, did he think he was a fool? He coughed a few times and said directly, Comrade Black Braze Dan, don't worry, I have full authority to handle this matter. Old man Odin will leave it alone once he comes out. You have nothing to do. Why do you care? Li Yuqian's relaxed tone made Fury feel certain. but he still put forward his own point of view. Gods, or something, I think it's just an advanced alien civilization. This matter has already related to the diplomatic relations between civilizations. It is very important. Are you sure you can handle it? I'm sure. Liu Qian's tone was casual, but he said it seriously. Even if he can't do fury anymore, Liu Qian doesn't think he's invincible, right? This guy has been acting too mysterious, and I really can't figure out the upper limit of his strength. There is no need to touch the offline one, because he is not offline. Liu Qian suddenly stared at the black braised egg seriously. I feel like you're scolding me in your heart. Ahem, how could that be? I was thinking about the Hydra agent thing. Is that Ward just now also a Hydra agent? Fury changed the topic guiltily and looked around. The SHILD staff were far away from the three of them, so he asked the question, and pointed to Ward, who was handling affairs in the distance. Ward saw his director pointing at him and showed a cheerful smile. That expression management. No wonder people can change jobs and times. Liu Qian patted Fury on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Black braised eggs. Stop it. SHILD is full of Hydra agents. Is it really that serious?" Fury couldn't believe it. He had already captured half of the Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. If it was as serious as Liu Qian said, how did he become the director? SHILD agent is undercover in Hydra, and the undercover agent has become the boss. Liu Qian smiled and said hello to Ward, who had a bright face, and then whispered to Hayluden, "Anyway, this guy's Hydra. The same goes for his adoptive father, and he's also a small boss. I guess if you follow this clue, you can catch a bunch of people. Just tell me whether it is serious or not. If this situation continues, SHILD will gradually become the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, and finally, the S.H.I.E.L.D. team will finally evolve. Black braised eggs, come on. Can you please stop using discriminatory words like black braised eggs?" Fury's expression was almost unbearable. Isn't his adoptive father John Garrett? Damn, this is the old guy who came up with me. How many Hydras are there in SHILD? For a moment, Fury wanted to find his mentor, Alexander Pierce, to discuss how to solve this troublesome matter. Alexander Pierce. Sorry, I'm Hydra too. Okay, black braised egg. Liu Qian responded. And then while black braised egg was thinking, Liu Qian put a hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. It looks like the idiot Thor is coming. Coulson, stop playing around and put down the fake Thor's hammer in your hand. Unfortunately, it was too late to say this. A strong blond man broke through the blockade outside and knocked several agents off their feet. He ran right in. Originally, this strong man seemed extremely excited when he bumped into someone, shaking his long golden hair from time to time. But the next second, he saw Coulson, who was about to put down Thor's hammer. No, how can I make him lift Thor's hammer? The blond man, who was Thor, looked as if someone had cheated on him. Looking at Thor's hammer, I was in agony, but after a while I reacted instantly. No, he didn't get Thor's power. Sure enough, Thor's hammer only recognizes me. That man from Midgar put down Thor quickly. I will Thor, son of Odin. Thor's expression made Coulson stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously put Thor's hammer back in place. Why do you feel like this guy is not very smart? No wonder his dad wants to train him. Thor looked at the three people standing there and saw that the three people did not block him, and nodded with satisfaction. You three are pretty good. I agree, and you will be my friend from now on. Thor said very confidently, walked to Thor's hammer, and looked at his beloved hammer. Holding the handle of the hammer with one hand, he lifted it up with all his strength while shouting loudly, "Get up, my beloved hammer!" Thor held Thor's hammer high and remained in this position for several minutes. Liu Qian was lost in thought. As expected, Thor, this idiot, didn't realize that his hammer had been swapped. As expected of you. Thor seemed to have realized something and was very sad. He looked up to the sky and cried loudly. At the same time, it started to rain lightly, and there was an indescribable desolation. No, hammer of Thor, you don't recognize me. Why? Father. No. This scene can be described as snowflakes fluttering, the north wind blowing, the sky and the earth a vast expanse. This rain is really heavy. Li Yuqian stood inside the door and sighed. With a wave of his hand, psychokinesis was activated. Thor, who was crying to the sky, even brought his forged Thor hammer. They floated into any door together, and the next second, Li Yuqian was about to close any door. If you ask Li Yuqian, what is he doing? Of course it is to kidnap Thor to the Justice League. Hey, Lu Dan held the door with one hand and shouted inside, I brought you here. Will you join the Avengers or not? Li Yuqian pulled the door and opened it, causing the black braised egg to fall to the ground and gnaw on the mud. Sorry, Tony and I have already formed a superhero organization called the Justice League. F***K. Then let me bring you here. Fury had a very bad feeling. Li Yuqian's cowardly last words came out from the crack in the door. Isn't it true that the Justice League has just been established and is in need of people? The pink arbitrary door gradually disappeared, and Fury thought of Li Yuqian's prophecy ability and what he just said. A strange thought came to mind. Is he poaching people? Born. At this time, Thor was still immersed in sadness, and his whole person was emo. Li Yuqian looked at Thor, listened to the special achievement check-in sound in his mind, and stretched out his hand. Welcome to Earth, Thor. Don't cry. I have a way to let you regain the power of Thor. You are Thor, not the Hammer God. Thor was stunned, and then hope surged in his heart. Brother, are you telling the truth? Of course. I have money, and I will never lie to others. I believe you. Thor's eyes were full of sincerity, and he immediately said that he was Thor, and he also knew what his father talked about every day. You are Thor, not the Hammer God, that's it. This man is very mysterious, and he's probably the backup man arranged by his father. Sure enough, my father still has me in his heart. Whoa. Li Yuqian also looked at Thor sincerely. Believe me, I am my brother. Don't worry, I will arrange everything for you. You two stayed up so late at night. Why did you come to my house? Tony, who was wearing pajamas, felt as if he had seen a ghost, watching Li Yuqian and a blonde man passionately, wondering what the hell was going on. After a while, Li Yuqian roughly explained what happened to Tony, and he is planning to discuss with Tony how to bring Thor into the Justice League. Tony looked at the sad Thor holding the hammer in the distance, and pondered for a while, so he is really Thor from Norse mythology? Why do you look so stupid? Tony lowered his voice and asked Li Yuqian in a low voice. Li Yuqian also lowered his voice. It's a bit silly indeed, you idiot, you understand? In fact, the hammer he was holding was not the real hammer of Thor. I took it away and studied it, and found that it was a fake. No, he's stupid to begin with, and you lied to him. You're worthy of him. Tony looked at Li Yuqian with disgust. As soon as he said this, Li Yuqian felt a little embarrassed. I'll study it for you later. Okay, since he can't lift it now anyway, it would be good to study it. Tony demonstrated the face change live, and then asked the last question. If you do this, aren't you worried that this guy won't be able to lift Thor's hammer in the end? Don't worry, this guy has the power of thunder in his body, but he doesn't know how to use it. If you want me to fight for a few more days, that'll be fine. Besides, his brother Loki will definitely cause trouble. When a life and death crisis arises, his father will immediately come to help and lift the restrictions of Thor's hammer on the idiot. You know, this kind of second-generation god. After Li Yuqian finished explaining, he asked Tony to find a room for Thor and let him stay there first, and the rest will be discussed tomorrow morning. After the arrangements were made, Li Yuqian disappeared with a backflip and returned to the small world. At this time, Thor's hammer, which was placed on the grass in front of the villa, was being bitten by Pochi as if it was being used as a teething stick. Li Yuqian used a frisbee to lure Pochi away and looked at Thor's hammer, which was full of saliva, with some disgust. After studying it, throw it out, and you no longer want it in an instant. Thor's hammer trembled slightly, as if to say that I was unclean. Li Yuqian asked several robots to clean Thor's hammer before he started studying it. Li Yuqian held Thor's hammer, and the power of my thinking also began to corrode Thor's hammer. After a while, the breath of Thor's hammer changed. Li Yuqian used force to lift Thor's hammer. Then there was a flash of thunder and lightning, and silver-white armor and a red cloak appeared on Li Yuqian. A bit interesting, but not much. Liu Qian found that with his strength, some things were of little use to him. Liu Qian dropped Thor's hammer. The armor and cloak on his body gradually disappeared, and the changed aura of Thor's hammer gradually returned to its original state. After returning to its original state, Thor's hammer began to tremble violently and fired lightning in all directions. Liu Qian snapped his fingers, and psychokinesis wrapped all the lightning. At the same time, Liu Qian threw out a sentence lightly. "Calm down, or you will be used as a teething stick for my dog in this world from now on." In an instant, Thor's hammer became obedient, and Liu Qian stayed next to Thor's hammer. I was wondering if his power could affect Thor's hammer. Let the mysterious runes on it appear, and Liu Qian took the opportunity to record them. The special runes are probably the runes in the original plot. Thanks to the runes plus the original materials of Thor's hammer and the special forging method of the dwarf clan. This is what makes this hammer possess the power of Thor. And there's a layer of spell on these runes, and it is this layer of spell that determines who could be called the owner of Thor's hammer. It is quite valuable for research. After reading it, you can research it for Tony. After all, Tony is known as a man who was organized by the Gem of Wisdom. Maybe we can also research Thor's steel armor, which is interesting. In the basement, Liu Qian placed Thor's hammer on a table, while Tony on the side used various props to conduct research. Judging from Tony's interest and burst of inspiration, he probably had to stay up late. Liu Qian shrugged, turned, and walked out of the basement, closed the door, and planned to find a room to sleep in this sea view villa today. After all, I have to continue fooling Thor tomorrow. Liu Qian has also used ordinary scientific and technological methods to study them, and now they are handed over to Tony, hoping that he can use his protagonist's aura to research something. Walking in the hall, Liu Qian noticed something was wrong. Why was the window opened again? Black braised egg sneaked into the villa again? No. Why did black braised egg come back so fast? An idea popped up in Liu Qian's mind, and Liu Qian turned around and walked towards Thor's room. At this time, in a room in the villa, Thor was sleeping comfortably holding Thor's hammer, snoring loudly. And standing next to him was a man in a suit with a look of disgust on his face. He is none other than Asgard's god of trickery, Loki, who, let's face it, does as the Romans do. Sneaking into Midgard to see Thor's current situation, he even changed into earth clothes. Loki found Thor's location based on his aura and found that this guy lived quite well in Midgard. However, he was still so rude. Loki looked at Thor's hammer in Thor's hand and frowned deeply. Is it possible that my father still wants you to return to Asgard and become the crown prince? Why can you lift Thor's hammer in just a few days? Loki became a little angry thinking about it, and even wanted to stab Thor in front of him with a knife, but he couldn't bear it. No, how could it be that I can't bear it? It's just a loser. It's not worth my while, but now you are threatening me again. What do you want me to do? Loki thought, grabbing Thor's hammer. Immediately afterwards, the road was blocked, and he actually lifted Thor's hammer. A feeling of joy filled my heart, and Loki laughed wildly in his heart. I knew that I was truly qualified to be a king. Thor, a big fool, just took advantage of the fact that he was his biological son. What's fair? Humph. The biological ones and the adopted ones are really different. Loki excitedly pushed away Thor's hand on Thor's hammer, and excitedly raised Thor's hammer above his head. After a long time without any response, Loki looked at Thor's hammer in confusion, and his expression became gloomy again. After careful observation, Thor was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. It was good. He was an ordinary person now. Loki looked at Thor's hammer, guessing that he could only pick it up, but he still couldn't gain the power of thunder. If I were my own child, I would definitely be able to gain the power of thunder. I would just take Thor's hammer away. What should I do with you? Why don't you go back? Without Thor's hammer, why don't you go back? Loki muttered softly. Thinking of this, his face became better again, and he slowly walked out of the room with brisk steps. Still playing with Thor's hammer in his hand, Loki felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. This was Thor's hammer. The weapon that his father used when he was young was later passed on to Thor, and now he can lift it too. What does it mean? You are your destiny. Yes, that's it. Loki originally came down this time to see if Thor might still be a threat to him. If so, just fool him, and depending on the degree of threat, consider whether to drop it. Of course, there is no need to think about it now. After all, Thor's hammer has been taken away by himself. What kind of threat can this stupid guy pose to me? It's definitely not that I'm soft-hearted. I don't even bother to attack losers. When Loki walked out of the room, his figure gradually became transparent and disappeared. Loki used the invisibility spell and heard footsteps outside the door. Liu Qian didn't even need to break Loki's invisibility spell. Psychokinesis spread out directly, and everything around him came into view. Liu Qian clearly perceived every move Loki made in front of Liu Qian. Liu Qian looked at the Thor's hammer in Loki's hand, his expression a little sad. Coupled with Loki's cheerful pace, the picture was so beautiful that he couldn't even dare to look at it. Loki walked happily, not even looking at Liu Qian, who was walking over. After all, this guy was just a mortal and he couldn't see him. So under Liu Qian's perception, Loki swaggered past Liu Qian and walked towards the window. Damn, these guys never take the main entrance. Liu Qian watched Loki treat him like air, and without saying a word, he stretched out his thigh. A dull voice sounded, and Loki covered his mouth and fell to the ground. Damn, this guy has nothing to do. Why is he suddenly pressing his legs in place? Loki looked at the mortal next to him. Liu Qian stayed where he was, stretching out his thigh to press on his leg. Loki stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Liu Qian's face, but Liu Qian didn't even blink. It should have been an accident just now. How could a mortal find me? The behavior just now seems to be abnormal. It may be a creature like a sand sculpture. Loki heard from the universe that a space pirate likes to dance suddenly during battles. The man's behavior was unpredictable, his brain circuits were abnormal, and the pirate seemed to be from Midgard. I guess this mortal is that kind of person anyway. It's such a weak race, but the proportion of idiots is actually so high. Loki patted the dust on his body, looked at Liu Qian, who stood up and walked towards Thor's room, stretching out his evil thigh. Liu Qian walked normally and then stepped on Loki's thigh impartially. Loki's expression was twisted as he watched Liu Qian step on his thigh and took another step forward. Liu Qian also sounded confused. Why did you feel the floor suddenly dented just now? Did you just drink and was drunk? Liu Qian said and jumped back again, stepping heavily on Loki's thighs with both feet, as if testing his own feeling, right? Loki couldn't stand it anymore and thought that the man in front of him might have discovered him. He shouted in pain, "You mortal, get out of here!" With that said, he released his invisibility, stepped back, took out 2 small daggers from his back, and stabbed Liu Qian directly in the waist. Damn, did you learn your little thief's fighting skills in Myanmar? Liu Qian came first and landed an uppercut directly on Loki. And psychokinesis wrapped around the entire villa, ensuring that when Loki was beaten, there would be no sound at all. It will definitely not affect Tony's experiments or Thor's sleep. Liu Qian is so kind. Loki, silence is the Cambridge tonight. Liu Qian followed up with a left hook, a right hook, and a flying kick. Loki's vision went dark. He received 3 punches and a kick and flew out instantly. After sliding for more than 10 meters in the hall, Loki was blinded. His chest and face felt extremely painful after being kicked, and he yelled angrily, "Enough mortals, I'm a god." Loki, the god of trickery. Liu Qian didn't say anything, grabbed Loki's leg, and finally launched a Hulk, Liu Qian version. He hit Loki on the ground like a toy 5 or 6 times. Liu Qian felt much more comfortable, holding Loki's feet and looking at Loki, who was hopeless. He said seriously, "What about God? Are there any gods as weak as you? I think you're just a thief with a bit of super ability, and you still have some problems with your brain." Loki felt humiliated. "I am a mage, so I must be weaker in melee combat." "Oh, the mage with 2 small daggers." Liu Qian pointed to the 2 daggers that Loki had thrown away. Loki seemed to have triggered some keyword, and he defended loudly. "I am a melee mage. The romance of Asgardians." Without saying a word, Liu Qian took out his mobile phone, threw Loki on the floor, tapped the phone a few times with his free hand, pointed to the photo on it, and said, "All melee mages use are solid with staffs. Otherwise, they use two-handed swords, maces, etc. You use two small daggers. Do you have the nerve to say that you are a melee mage? Besides, do you know the lighting technique? You, a melee mage, don't learn the lighting technique. So how dare you say that you are a melee mage?" Li Yuqian's words made Loki speechless. Loki usually has Asgard's fashion, even though he is physically weak. But he also wanted to learn melee combat, so he ended up with 4 different skills. Loki usually comforted himself that he had become a melee mage. However, what the man opposite me said today makes sense. Is it possible that I am not qualified to be a melee mage? Should I learn the lighting technique and then hold a two-handed sword? Li Yuqian looked at Loki and was stunned, feeling that his complaints should have touched Loki's soul. With the sound of ding, Li Yuqian found that he had completed another special achievement check-in. Come on, Loki won't really become a melee mage in the future, right? Li Yuqian looked at Loki with increasingly strange eyes and patted Loki on the shoulder sincerely. Okay, as a super ability person, don't do such sneaky things in the future. Take your hammer and get out. I won't call the police to arrest you. Li Yuqian still plays the role and thinks Loki is a super ability thief. Even if Loki doesn't know how to do it, is he really that good? He behaves like a Midgard super ability rogue. Have Midgardians evolved so quickly? Are there so many people with super abilities now? Is it common to become thieves? However, this guy actually allowed me to take Thor's hammer away. This guy is so kind. Wait, why should I thank him? He just beat me up. He just doesn't know the secret of Thor's hammer. I definitely think that my brother is just a fool, and I only took my brother in because he was pitiful. I don't need to thank him, Ba. My brother's lifesaver. Why should I thank him? When I get back to Asgard, I'll send the destroyer to kill this guy. Loki proudly took Thor's hammer and jumped out of the window without saying a word. Loki was going to look up the name of the man who just beat him. What is the identity? Then I will take revenge. Loki was checking the computer in a house that looked like it had not been occupied for a long time. After a while, Loki found out Li Yuqian's identity, the superhero Bicycle King. What an ugly and unpleasant name for a hero. Let's see how I take revenge on you. Li Yuqian, who is working tirelessly to promote my nickname of Bicycle King. Benefit. In the villa, Li Yuqian curled his lips as he watched Loki jump out of the window and disappear. I really don't understand why these superheroes and supervillains like to climb through windows. It's not like I come in directly through the door. Any door is also a door. Li Yuqian was still in a very good mood as he watched his world's energy points surge again. However, looking at Agwong, who was so happy in his mind, his mood suddenly turned bad. A ball of light smiles so lewdly. Wouldn't this licking dog have accumulated all the world energy points to buy the appearance of that system? The system originally requires world energy points to run. The world energy points that are automatically generated every day will be generated by Li Yuqian and the system at half or 5 points. The system's world energy points are only enough for operation. To save world energy, you have to rely on special achievements to check in. The special achievements were all achieved by Li Yuqian himself by slowly fooling around and influencing the plot in various ways. It's not easy. Agwong, this guy actually used his own money to support the system. Damn, I will definitely find an opportunity to fool Agwong and let Agwong see the true face of the system. Why do I feel like I'm about to become Agwong's father? Why do I still have to worry about his love affairs? Li Yuqian touched his chin and thought. Agwong, who was giggling in his mind, suddenly shuddered, feeling that something bad was about to happen. After Li Yuqian walked into Thor's room and saw Thor sleeping soundly, he took out a brand new Thor's hammer from behind his but and stuffed it into his hand. Thor subconsciously hugged Thor's hammer tightly, still sleeping soundly. Li Yuqian stretched, closed the door, and walked out of the room, arriving at a room where he often stayed temporarily. He closed the door, pulled Agwong out, looked at Agwong's somewhat overwhelmed face, and started asking questions. Agwong, have you almost accumulated enough world energy points? Agwong nodded with a smile. That's good. Is it time to return the world energy I lent you before? Li Yuqian rubbed his hands, with a fierce expression on his face, as if he was trying to collect debts fiercely, and he raised his fist as big as a sandbag. Guang's whole ball of light remained motionless, as if he was pretending to be dead, and even closed his eyes with a look on his face that said, "I'll beat you up." Li Yuqian curled his lips and stopped talking nonsense. "That's it. The time limit set when I lent you the world's energy has indeed not yet come. If you want me not to be so anxious to pay you back, there's another way. Don't rush to buy that system appearance first. You first go to the world coordinates she gave you before, and I will take you to meet her secretly to see what kind of monster she is. Let's go online for dating first. Let you see the cruel truth. If you still want to spend energy on her when the time comes, I won't stop you, as long as you return the energy to me when the time comes." "Okay," I agreed, "but it will take some time for me to locate the world corresponding to the coordinates." Guang's face was full of confidence. Li Yuqian couldn't help but shake his head. This guy is hopeless. Where did he get his confidence? I hope that when he gets to that world, Guang will find out that that guy is a blackball. Directly seal the core with cement and use it as a tool system. As for whether it would be dangerous to go to that world, Li Yuqian is not afraid. No matter how powerful the system that relies on deceiving Guang's energy can be, how powerful can it be? He is a little stronger than this Guang. Li Yuqian said that he can beat 10 Guang. The character template that has just begun to be developed in depth is slightly better than Guang. After exploring the one-punch Superman world and evolving again, you can fight 10 Guangs. A new unit of measurement, Guang, was born. After Li Yuqian explained the matter clearly, he punched Guang back into his mind and said, "Evil little Guang, hurry up and see clearly the cruelty of reality." After finishing speaking, lie on the bed and demonstrate the 3-second sleep technique. Guang's sad face understood. As the sun slowly rises, a new day arrives in Tony's office on the top floor of Stark Tower, the tallest building in New York. There are 4 people staying at this time: Tony, Li Yuqian, Thor, and Parker. Parker held Tony's hand very excitedly. "Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, I am your fan. Can you sign your autograph for me?" Parker said as he took out an Iron Man poster and some Iron Man peripheral products. Li Yuqian looked down on Parker's behavior very much. "As for that, little Spider-Man, you're also a superhero, right? I think you're upset, but that's normal. My hero name is so cool. Look at how many hero names you have, and how complicated they are. None of them are mainstream." Tony felt very comfortable pretending to be a show-off in front of Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian quickly denied it and talked about the important reason for letting little Spider-Man come over this time. Just let little Spider-Man take Thor with him when he is doing heroic deeds, and let Thor fight against the evil forces together. Although he is just a strong, ordinary person now, with the help of little Spider-Man, he can still defeat a dozen street gangsters selling arms, white powder, and other evil forces. It's just the right time to hone Thor. Of course, the main person who really honed Thor has to be Loki. After all, Loki and Thor, 2 good brothers, love each other and kill each other. When the time comes, Loki will definitely send the Destroyer to kill Thor. Li Yuqian thought about it, and then he will have to use psychokinesis to protect the people. Poor Thor, who is fine on Earth, still has to be beaten by Loki controlling the Destroyer. What a tragedy. Such an unnecessary disaster. Little Spider-Man Parker quickly agreed to the task and was very excited to take Thor to design a hero costume. Thor didn't refuse. After all, now that Thor's hammer can't be used, he can't summon his handsome armor. Thor also wants to show off his most handsome self so that he can pick up girls. Although the plot of Thor 1 has undergone great changes, the relationship between Thor's girlfriend Jane in the original plot has not changed. Thor and Jane still got together because the incident of Thor and Thor's hammer was too mysterious. All relevant locations were blocked. The scientific research team that Jane was in was originally intended to conduct research on the Rainbow Bridge mark generated by teleporting Thor, but nothing was gained due to the blockade of the location. In addition, Thor thought of Jane, the woman who helped him when he first came to Earth. After his special request, Li Yuqian took action and directly used any goalkeeper to take Jane's best friend and her teacher back to New York. Therefore, Thor and Jane naturally get together, and the relationship between the two later slowly heats up like the plot. After Li Yuqian finished solving Thor's matter, he started discussing the Justice League with Tony. The appearance of Iron Man Tony Stark was like the beginning of an era, and various super ability heroes and villains emerged one after another. Although their abilities are very weak and not strong, they are indeed quite difficult for ordinary people. So, it is very important to form a superhero team. Tony said this. Li Yuqian said that he wanted to have fun and kill some free time. So Tony found a floor in Stark Tower as the headquarters of the Justice League, and held a press conference to announce the establishment of the Justice League. Just when the Justice League was getting popular, a series of things happened in Asgard. Loki returned to Asgard and activated the Destroyer without saying a word, sending it teleporting towards the location in Midgard where Lee had money. And this time the Destroyer's mission is to eliminate Midgard's superhero, Bicycle King Li Yuqian. As for Thor, he is just a mortal now and doesn't even have a hammer, so don't worry about him. Loki thought of this and started to laugh evilly. Jia 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 jia. These things were clearly seen by Heimdall, the patron god of Asgard. He summoned Thor's comrades, the three warriors of Asgard and the female warrior Sif, wanting to stop Loki's plan to send the Destroyer to kill Thor. Heimdall had a determined look and used the Rainbow Bridge to teleport the four of them to a city in Midgard called New York. Thor is there, and the direction the Destroyer is heading to is New York. The two clues merge into one. Yes, the Destroyer wants to kill Thor. Loki is going to take this opportunity to seize Thor's throne. Yes, that must be the case, and Loki smiled so evilly just now. He was like a standard villain, and his judgment was absolutely correct. Loki, who wanted to avenge himself by beating Li Yuqian, suddenly sneezed several times and felt a chill on his back. There's a sense of grievance, as if I have been wronged. What a strange feeling. Weird. Loki seems to have noticed something is wrong. How did the four reckless men who often played with Thor use the Rainbow Bridge to go to Midgard? Going to visit Thor? Loki thought of this and came to the Rainbow Bridge control room, looking at Heimdall, who would rather die than surrender. He frowned. He must be sick. Why does Heimdall look like this? Loki said to Heimdall in a calm tone, Odin has an order that no one is allowed to go to Midgard privately. Why did you help four people? What is the reason? You know it. Heimdall looked like a loyal minister. Let Loki scratch his head. It's just for Thor. The five of them have a deep relationship, so I will make an exception and not pursue it further. Anyway, Thor has lost his qualifications as Crown Prince. Now he is just a mortal, but I am qualified, and I even lift Thor's hammer. As Loki spoke, he raised Thor's hammer and waved it in front of Heimdall, wanting to show the legitimacy of his position. It's a pity that Heimdall didn't believe it at all. You are lying. There is no power of thunder on it. You know nothing. Loki felt that Heimdall really had no vision, and said that this was a lie. He snatched this from Thor with his own hands. How could it be false? Even if he can't obtain the power, it does seem a bit fake, but can Thor not recognize the truth? What a nerve. Loki didn't want to talk to Heimdall anymore, so he turned around and returned to Asgard, preparing to control the Destroyer so that the Bicycle King could see the majesty of God. From beginning to end, Loki and Heimdall's thoughts were not on the same channel. The plot even went to his grandma's house. Li Yuqian didn't even realize this. In the lounge of the Justice League headquarters in Stark Tower, Li Yuqian washed his hands first, clasped his hands together, and practiced some metaphysics. During this period, I have accumulated a lot of world energy, and I am planning to convert it into check-in opportunities for a lottery draw. Without saying anything, Li Yuqian came to draw 10 cards, hoping to draw the time travel card. Fat House Happy Water. After drinking it, you will become a fat house, and then you will be very happy. Super Water Absorber. It can suck out the specified liquid from any ordinary creature or object. A worn-out knife. The only characteristic is that it is very broken. Li Yuqian's face is as dark as carbon dioxide. Is this so bad today? Forget it. I will take these 10 cigarettes today and then again in a few days. Pulling out a pile of junk, Li Yuqian stuffed all these things back into his own little world in a depressed manner. In fact, now, when you check in and get rewards, this function is not very important to you. You can do many outrageous things by yourself, but these rewards may include time travel cards. This is very important to Li Yuqian. His own template is the strongest. There are two ways to make his template stronger. One is to kill strong men to absorb new energy to strengthen the template, and the other is to travel through the world and use hero potions to evolve the template. But now it seems that it won't be able to be drawn out in a short time. But fortunately, although there is no time travel card, Agwang has a world coordinate. Although it takes time to locate, it is still clear that there's a world to go to. Just wait for a while, and wait for Thor's incident to pass. Li Yuqian thought of this, stretched himself, and walked out of the lounge. Then it was discovered that early in the morning, Thor and Jane were showing off their affection in the lobby of the Alliance headquarters. Li Yuqian has a black line on his face, so he knows how to fall in love. During this time, he and Lil Spider-Man fight against evil forces. There are dangers from time to time, and it was normal to be seriously injured. However, Thor showed no signs of activating the power of thunder in his body. After being studied by Tony, Li Yuqian changed the location and placed it at the Justice League headquarters, and the actual hammer of Thor did not move. He must be patronizing to fall in love. Li Yuqian looked at the fake Thor's hammer held in Thor's hand, and at the real Thor's hammer placed in the center of the hall. He fell into deep thought, and then said loudly, "Thor, look at Thor's hammer in the center of our hall. Do you have any ideas? It's not just a model. For example, it looks quite similar. It can almost look real." Thor replied a few words casually, and then continued to get together with Jin Naiwei. Li Yuqian suddenly thought of something. Thor's hammer was created by his own simple intelligence. Thor is as if he is blind, holding the fake Thor's hammer in front of it every day and calling it fake. What kind of stand-in literature is this? Really, Thor's hammer wouldn't be angry with him. He probably didn't respond during this period of time. Li Yuqian thought of this and looked at Thor's hammer and Thor with strange eyes. Thor, who didn't know what happened, was still there. Li Yuqian shook his head and walked out of Stark Tower, ready to take a breath of fresh air. At this time, a colorful light beam flashed past, but it was perceived by Li Yuqian and attracted Li Yuqian's attention. Forest guardians wearing armor appeared in an alley. They are Volstagg, Hogan, Fandral, and Thor's childhood sweetheart Sif. Sif looked at this strange city with sharp eyes. "Let's look for Thor first. Brother teleported us here, which means Thor must be nearby." Volstagg, who was bearded, strong, and had the title of Lion of Asgard, looked at the city with a solemn expression. "This city is a bit big, and it's a bit difficult to find people. We have to hurry up and get there before the destroyer attacks Thor." The four of them nodded together. Sif's eyes were firm, and he kept saying in his heart, "Thor, I'm here to find you." Everyone in Asgard knows that Sif likes Thor. The two grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Thor's parents have already approved of Sif. Sif is the most active in saving her future husband. Volstagg looked at Sif and couldn't help but sigh. "I envy Thor for having a wife like you." Thor has a wife, and he still picks up girls." Li Yuqian, who was floating in the air and wanted to see what happened, heard this and couldn't help but ask. The four of them immediately became vigilant, took out their weapons, and stared at Li Yuqian with sharp eyes. Li Yuqian slowly floated to the wall of the alley. "Let me meet you. My name is Li Yuqian. I am Thor's good friend on Earth. I know where Thor is. That female warrior, are you Sif? Aren't you and Thor good friends?" As Li Yuqian spoke, he took out his mobile phone and found a photo of himself and Thor to show to the four of them. Although the four of them were wary when they saw this, they still put down their weapons. Sif was a little embarrassed to explain his relationship with Thor. Li Yuqian summed it up, "This is just because the childhood sweethearts are not as good as the Skyfall series." According to the original plot, Li Yuqian didn't see that Thor liked Sif at all. Li Yuqian looked at Sif a little embarrassed, with a shy look on his face. "I couldn't help but sigh. Thor, you deserve to die. You actually let your childhood sweetheart turn into Harry Quinn. Sif was a little anxious. Brotherly, can you take us to see Thor? We have something important to tell Thor. Okay. Li Yuqian looked at Sif with pity and led the four of them towards Stark Tower. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Thor, telling Thor that four of his good friends came to see him, including a female warrior named Sif. The alley was not far from the Stark building. Li Yuqian and the four of them arrived soon after and took the elevator to the Justice League headquarters. The elevator door opened, and Thor held Jane's hand and appeared in front of the five people. Li Yuqian silently stepped aside, pulled a guang out, and started eating melon together. A guang looked at the scene with some doubts. Host, why did you suddenly drag me out? Are you going to beat me again? I haven't done anything recently. This is too much. TCH, am I that kind of person? I'll take you to eat, and then let you see that unrequited love has no good results. After hearing what Li Yuqian said, Ah Guang was confused, curled his lips, and looked at the scene. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward, but Thor didn't notice it. He happily hugged the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, and turned around to introduce his girlfriend Jane. Sif had a lonely expression, and the three warriors of Asgard were also stunned, not knowing what to say, and kept looking at Sif. This situation is something everyone thinks is problematic, but the second fool, Thor, didn't notice it at all, and continued to show affection to Jane in front of Sif. That was simply a Shura field. Li Yuqian looked at the scene with excitement. Jane also discovered the problem, looked at Sif suspiciously, and then asked Thor in a low voice, "Is that female warrior your friend?" "Yes, he's my friend." Jane and Sif looked at each other. Li Yuqian took out his mobile phone to record the video and sent it to Tony continuously. Eat melon, let's fight, let's fight. Originally, Tony seemed to be attending some high-end banquet, but now he didn't care about anything and directly made a video call. Li Yuqian and Tony looked at the Shura field together with very unruly smiles. Jane looked at the reactions of everyone at the scene and felt that things were not that simple. "I feel like you and her are a good match." There was a smile on Jane's face, but her tone was very cold. Oh. Li Yuqian and Tony made strange sounds together. "She has been with me through life and death. She is my brother." "Jane, you think too much. You are the one I love." Thor looked at Jane with sincere eyes. Jane nodded gently, and the two slowly hugged each other. Sif, as if he had been stabbed in the heart, fell back and leaned against the wall. "Why? I was obviously the one who came first." Sif's voice was very small, but everyone present could hear it. Then Sif seemed to have gathered courage again, stood up, and said solemnly, "Thor, I will wait for you. We still have a long time, and she is just a mortal. I will wait for you for thousands of years. I'm just a mortal now, and she is enough. Sif, you are a good person. We can only be friends, and you will meet a better one." Thor's words moved Jane very much. It also made Sif silent. Li Yuqian lamented that Sif was too infatuated, and then patted a guang on the side. "See? A person or a system will not fall in love with her just because others are nice to her. Love goes in both directions. The one you are chasing asks you for something every day, and that means treating you like a licking dog. Thor at least clearly refused, and the system you are chasing is hanging on to you. You are such a big boy, so be careful." What Li Yuqian said was very profound, but Ah Guang didn't buy it. "If she doesn't love me, why would she accept gifts from me? Besides, you've never been in love before. I remember you just finished the college entrance examination." Li Yuqian clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. "People will say that receiving a gift from you does not mean that they like you. Tang Nyo's inequality is instantly eliminated. How do you respond? Also, military advisors never go to the battlefield." A guang didn't speak, but looked very unconvinced. Li Yuqian felt that stopping a guang from being a licking dog would be a long and difficult task. He slapped a guang back into his mind and prepared to step forward to ease the weird atmosphere. At this time, the scenery in the sky began to change. Dark clouds appeared and rolled, and a huge amount of vortex formed in the dark clouds. It seemed like something was about to emerge from inside. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, had excitement in his eyes at this time. I just asked the four reckless friends of Heimdall, Thor, what they wanted to do when they went to Midgard privately. As a result, Heimdall directly said a series of inexplicable words, which made Loki inexplicably unhappy. So Loki decided to give Liu Qian a good beating and show the majesty of God in Midgard. The three warriors of a mortal palace looked at the scenery in the sky, and their expressions changed immediately. Sif also adjusted his mood and quickly said to Thor, "Thor, please leave quickly." Heimdall said that Loki will send a destroyer to kill you. You must quickly find Thor's hammer, lift it, regain your divine power, return to Asgard, and destroy Loki's conspiracy. Thor turned around and ran to a table, holding up the Thor's hammer that Liu Qian had forged on it. I can lift it up, but I can't regain my strength. I should be what my father wants me to be. Thor sounded a little disappointed, and Sif quickly comforted him. I believe you will become a qualified king. Sif didn't seem to be affected by what happened just now. Liu Qian couldn't help but sigh. No matter it was Joker or Harry Quinn, the ability to self-regulate emotions is really strong. I didn't expect these idiots to be quite popular. Tony, who was wearing a steel suit outside the window, had rushed over at some point. Liu Qian pointed to the dark clouds in the sky with some gloating and said, I'll have to find Thor later. He's quite busy today. With a bang, a figure of huge amounts slammed into a road not far from the Stark building, and a deep hole was knocked out of the avenue. A silver metal giant slowly appeared, his body exuding red light, as if it contained powerful energy. At this time, Iron Man Tony flew directly nearby, and Liu Qian was floating next to him. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif also rushed over and took out their weapons, trying to delay Thor's escape. But Thor did not run away. He came over with a hammer and wanted to have a good talk with his brother. Tony was very excited when he saw the metal giant, and his eyes were filled with three big words that he wanted to study. Liu Qian grabbed his shoulder and said, Don't go up yet. This time, maybe Thor can activate his power. Even if things don't work, he can lift Thor's hammer again. Well, let Thor's hammer fly directly over by itself. Liu Qian looked at the fake Thor's hammer in Thor's hand in the distance, and thought about the real Thor's hammer that was placed at the Justice League headquarters, and no one cared about it. Probably, Thor's hammer shouldn't have a bad temper, right? Tony watched Liu Qian tug on his shoulders, helplessly floating back to the spot. At this time, the destroyer who was staying in place suddenly had runes on his body, and a voice came from inside. That was a function specially prepared by Loki in advance. The information in the voice made everyone around him stunned. Superhero, Bicycle King, come out here, and I will show you the majesty of God. Superhero Bike. The sounds around the destroyer continued to play in a loop, making Liu Qian's face gradually turn red and warm. Some people in the distance who were not afraid of death were also talking about it. What kind of superhero is the Bicycle King? Ha, what a frustrating name. I know. Isn't it the one next to Iron Man? Isn't that a member of the motherland? Bah, he's obviously a member of our ancestors. Stop arguing. That superhero has many nicknames, and he is also the Bicycle King. Liu Qian listened to the discussion of the melon-eating people and felt that it was over. After today, Liu Qian will definitely not have any other nicknames. This Bicycle King is very popular. Not many people remember this nickname. I'm going crazy. Liu Qian's body began to glow red, and he was ready to rush over and tear this thing into scrap metal. Tony quickly controlled the steel suit and grabbed Liu Qian. Calm down, Liu Qian. Didn't you say that this matter is very important to the idiot Thor? I'm going to tear that down into scrap metal. Wait, are you laughing at me? How could I laugh at you? Am I that kind of person? Ha! Tony's voice came from the steel suit. Liu Qian became even more angry. You laughed out loud. Okay. Ha ha, Bicycle King. What a frustrating name. It's similar to Captain America's nickname, Captain Delicious Underpants. Ha ha. I'll strangle you to death. Liu Qian educated his great son in the air. Loki, who controlled the destroyer, also saw Li Yuqian in the sky in the distance. The destroyer's faceplate gradually turned red, and he was ready to directly spray an energy beam to knock it down. At this time, several familiar voices attracted Loki's attention. What a weird excuse. If you want to kill Thor, just say so. You're so secretive about doing such a thing, Ba. You even want to kill your own brother. Loki, you are a sinister villain. A question mark of huge amounts of slowly appeared in Loki's mind. What did I do? What happened? Loki felt that smart people and a group of idiots really had nothing in common, and even their brain circuits were completely different. Now I can't understand what these people in front of me said at all. I'm so nervous. Am I the kind of person who would send a destroyer to kill my brother? Loki felt so wronged. At this time, opposite the destroyer, the people who had just spoken some words were none other than the Asgard Quartet. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif, and behind these four people stood Thor holding Thor's hammer. Loki noticed something was wrong. Wait, Thor's hammer? Far away in Asgard, Loki looked at Thor's hammer in his hand. I looked at Thor's hammer in Thor's hand again, and a bad idea came to my mind. Could it be that I was deceived by the idiot Thor? What a humiliation. A terrifying red light erupted from the destroyer's cheek, huge amounts of red light beams, hitting Thor directly. Vasta, the lion of Celestial Palace among the three warriors of Celestial Palace, looks tall and bloated, but his reactions are surprisingly quick. He took out a big axe from his back, made a big jump, and held the axe in front of his chest with both hands to block the red light beam. With a bang, Vasta was knocked away directly, and the red beam of light continued to hit Thor straight. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and Thor just had time to put Thor's hammer on his chest to block it. The red light beam hit Thor's hammer hard, breaking the Thor's hammer into pieces. Thor was also knocked away hard and struggled to get up. Looking at this scene, he was stunned and didn't know what to say. Li Yuqian also stopped fighting with Tony and just used psychokinesis to protect Thor. Otherwise, Thor might have been burped at that moment. No, this kind of life and death crisis didn't bring out your potential. Li Yuqian thought to himself that if he ruined the plot, Thor would be useless too, right? Probably not. At this time, Loki, who was far away in Asgard, laughed out loud. Ha ha! Thor's hammer, which can be destroyed by an energy attack from the destroyer, must be fake. Unexpectedly, my poor brother, after discovering that I took his Thor's hammer, actually made a fake attempt to comfort himself. Ha 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 ha! Loki looked at Thor's hammer in the distance that he had just thrown aside and picked it up with a bang. Thor's hands are all fake, but the ones he holds must be real. Let me just say it. How could Thor, a second-rate fool, become smart? He also knew how to give himself a fake one to lower his vigilance. If Thor had such a trick, I, Loki, would just jump off the Rainbow Bridge. I, Loki, do what I say. Loki felt very good when he thought of this, but when he looked at the Asgard Four through the destroyer, his eyes became a little cold. Loki murmured in a low voice, I gave you four a chance, but you four still want to go against me. So you better go to hell. Killing four of them will reduce the resistance to actually ascending to the throne in the future. Judging from the current scene, the four of them still have great hopes for Thor. What a lack of vision. The target of the destroyer's attack began to change to Asgard's foursome. Vasta, who had just blocked the red beam attack of the destroyer, acted as a human shield and attacked frontally with a large axe. Two other Asgardian warriors, one named Hogun, armed with a mace, assist Vasta. The other, named Fandral, held a long sword and elegantly used exquisite swordsmanship to stab the destroyer from various tricky angles. Sif was even more wild, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, constantly slashing at the destroyer. The four have been fighting together for many years, and they cooperate very well with each other. In cooperation with each other, various attacks hit the destroyer. There was a clanking sound of metal colliding. Unfortunately, the metal all over the destroyer was extremely hard, and the four people's attacks could only restrain the destroyer's movements. Suddenly, the destroyer's body emitted red light, and powerful lasers sprayed out from everywhere around him. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif were directly knocked away dozens of meters by this blow. But it should not be said that the people of Asgard are really rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and these 4 people are the best among them, and they were knocked away by this attack. Surprisingly, nothing happened. The 4 of them groaned, stood up again, and attacked the destroyer. Sif even took advantage of his unpreparedness and jumped onto the tall building. With a big jump, the long sword was inserted directly into the destroyer's visor. This blow directly caused the red light on the destroyer's body to slowly fade. Before the 4 of them could wait, an even more dazzling red light erupted from the destroyer's body, knocking the 4 of them away again. This time, the 4 people were obviously more seriously injured. They struggled to get up, and their movements began to become sluggish. Li Yuqian and Tony looked at each other. Tony looked at the destroyer, a little eager to try. Let's take action. It seems like they can't hold on. Thor doesn't seem to be able to inspire his own power. That's not necessarily true. Li Yuqian saw Jane rushing towards Thor and thought of a possibility. The destroyer looked at the 4 injured people, his face gradually turning red. A huge amount of red light beam, like a long whip, hit the Asgard 4 who were lying on the ground and struggling to get up. In the direction where the red whip passed, Jane was running towards Thor. Originally, Thor, who had lowered his head and said nothing as he watched Thor's hammer turn into pieces, now raised his head and saw this scene. He shouted hysterically, "No!" At the same time, tiny lightning began to appear around Thor. The sky also became filled with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, and a short-handled warhammer cut through the clouds and flew quickly. Thor subconsciously moved his hand, and Thor's hammer flew into his hand. Thor's body flashed with electric light. Countless metal fragments gradually formed armor, and his cape gradually appeared behind him. Then, Thor's hammer was thrown by Thor, which directly scattered the red beam of light of the destroyer, and hit the destroyer's head hard, making a loud noise. When Li Yuqian saw this scene, he couldn't help it anymore and complained to Tony, who was standing aside. It's true. This guy's love brain sees that his partner is in danger, and his potential explodes in an instant. It's outrageous. He was about to die just now, and he didn't even have the potential to explode. If he had known that Jane had been kidnapped and threatened, maybe he would have unleashed his potential long ago and summoned Thor's hammer. At this time, Thor, who was wearing silver armor and a red cloak, recalled Thor's hammer again, and then looked at the Thor's hammer in his hand. Then I looked at Thor's hammer that was shattered on the ground in the distance, and I was a little confused. What is going on? Well, I just left Star Tower. I was too anxious and took the wrong one. Forget it. None of this matters. No, this is important. Far away in Asgard, Loki was about to explode. He looked at Thor's hammer in his hand and threw it out like a bowling ball. The fake Thor's hammer flew far away, hit the Rainbow Bridge heavily, and then slid away for several meters. I was actually deceived by 2 fools. What a shame. The majestic god of trickery was deceived by that idiot Thor. If the people of Asgard knew about this, what difference would it make to shitting in public? Li Yuqian saw that Thor had successfully gained power, and the destroyer, a tool man, was useless. Li Yuqian's whole body began to emit red energy fluctuations, and black flames were intertwined with red psychokinesis. From a distance, it looked extremely handsome. Li Yuqian then turned into a black-red meteor, like a meteorite, and hit the destroyer heavily. Then, Li Yuqian punched the destroyer's limbs 4 times. Twisting its limbs out of shape, then turning around, the destroyer disappeared from the spot. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, sensed that the destroyer he controlled suddenly disappeared. It was as if the destroyer had been taken out of this world, and he could not control the destroyer remotely. Damn it! Loki recalled the last scene from the destroyer. Thor regained his power. No, you must complete a huge amount of merit before Thor comes back, so that your father will affirm you. Loki thought of this and quickly started to contact his real biological father, Laufey. After tricking Laufey over for a while, Loki decided to use the Eternal Spear to attack Laufey directly, kill him, and then destroy Jotunheim, the planet of the giants of Jotunheim clan. Such achievements are enough for my father to recognize me, and for the people of Asgard to recognize me. At this time, The stupid Laufey heard the news that his own son Loki wanted to cooperate with him to kill Odin. He was very decisive and secretly entered Asgard, preparing to kill his old rival Odin with the help of Loki. When Loki secretly provided help, what specific location, and diverted some guards, Laufey went straight to the place where Odin slept. Laufey immediately, excitedly flew away the only guard who was still at his post, and took out his dagger, preparing to stab Odin to death as he fell into coma. The mystery of why Loki likes to use daggers so much was also solved. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that it was hereditary. Just as Laufey raised his dagger above his head and was about to stab him down, Loki suddenly appeared, holding Fong Tion's painted halberd, the Spear of Eternity. A shot was fired directly behind Laufey, and Laufey only had time to say, "Loki, why is this happening?" He fell heavily to the ground, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Old thief, I'm at odds with the enemy. Without saying a word, Loki shot him again and directly beat him into dust. Loki then shouted, "Laufey, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, assassinated Odin and was destroyed by me. Where are the guards?" The sound of rapid footsteps of guards came from outside the hall. The false Thanos, the director of family planning in the universe, and the purple sweet potato spirit. The real Loki killed his father, stabbed his father with a gun, and blew up his father's planet. The most veritable father killer, Star-Lord, his adoptive father died, and his biological father was blown up by himself and his team. A few hours ago in New York on Earth, after Li Yuqian brought the destroyer into the small world, he felt that the destroyer's remote control function was cut off by the small world. Li Yuqian turned back with satisfaction and looked at the people around him, but no one looked at him. Thor and Jane were hugging each other and kissing passionately. Li Yuqian. I felt a little full for no reason. Li Yuqian finally comforted himself. It happened that no one was paying attention, so the destroyer kept it by himself. Odin probably wouldn't care about this thing either. Odin is known as a kind man and never looks for treasures when they are thrown around. Even the Tesseract, a stick of wrath that can increase the user's strength tenfold, was actually thrown to Earth by Odin. TSK. I like this kind of person. After a while, Thor let go of Jane and discussed some things with the Asgard foursome. Li Yuqian didn't need to guess. He also knew that he wanted Thor to return to Asgard and have a battle for the throne with Loki. Sure enough, after a while, Thor walked over and said to himself and Tony with sincerity in his eyes, "Brothers, I have something to go back to Asgard to deal with. Your sister-in-law is immortal and cannot go back with me. Please help her more." Don't worry. I will definitely help you take care of it. Who doesn't know that I, Chow, am willing to help others? Li Yuqian patted his chest and was so enthusiastic that the caretaker was a little confused. "Isn't your surname Li? Don't worry about the details." "Oh, thank you then." Thor looked so honest that Li Yuqian couldn't bear to tease him anymore. Tony, who understood instantly, looked at Li Yuqian with disgust. "Sorry for being weird." After a while, Thor arranged things. After saying goodbye to his girlfriend, he was going to walk to an open space and call Heimdall. Li Yuqian suddenly spoke up and said, "Tell me the specific coordinates of Asgard. I'll go and take a look myself when I have time." "Okay, but I don't need the specific coordinates. It's too troublesome." "Then you could just shout Heimdall," Thor answered as he scratched his head. Li Yuqian glanced at Jin and Thor. "Don't forget, tell me directly. As long as you know the specific location, I will have a way to get to you." "Silly boy, I'm here to help you. Be careful. If you can't return to Earth in 6 months, your girlfriend will run away." "How is it possible not to return to Earth for 6 months? I made an agreement with Jane, and we will come soon." Thor replied nonchalantly, but still told the specific location of Asgard honestly. After Li Yuqian expressed his understanding, Thor shouted Heimdall, and a burst of colorful light enveloped Thor and the Asgard foursome and took the 5 people away. Li Yuqian and Tony talked side by side about the relationship between Thor, Jane, and Sif. At this time, Thor and the Asgard quartet, who had just returned to Asgard, saw a weak Heimdall upon their return. There was still some frost attached to his body, and his first reaction after seeing everyone was to shout, Quickly stop Loki. He is going to destroy the planet Jotunheim. Thor rushed towards the Rainbow Bridge control room, and he saw the Rainbow Bridge being activated from all the way. The Rainbow Bridge can not only teleport but also attack. If the user is strong enough, he can directly control the Rainbow Bridge to bombard it with the help of the Eternal Gun. This attack can even destroy stars. When Odin was young, he often used this attack to destroy stars and obtain the special metal URU metal. Destroying a star can only yield a small amount of URU metal, but in order to create the artifact, Thor's hammer, Odin blasted countless stars in one breath. However, Loki controls the Eternal Spear and cannot directly control the Rainbow Bridge to attack. After all, Loki is a bit weak. The Rainbow Bridge attack can only be controlled with the help of the Rainbow Bridge control room. So the location where Loki is easy to find. Even Thor, who usually doesn't use his brain, knows that Loki is here. Thor came to the Rainbow Bridge control room. At this time, Loki, holding the Eternal Spear, was also waiting for Thor here. Thor saw Loki and was about to escape, but Loki raised his hand directly. "Stop it, you liar. You actually lied to me. I don't want to listen to you. Don't try to use words to stop my plan. Come and fight." Loki held the Eternal Spear in one hand and took out a staff with the other hand. The staff suddenly shone with light, and a white ball of light emitted light. Illumination. For a moment, Loki felt unparalleled confidence. This is the secret of a true melee mage. I understand. I didn't expect that what that mortal said was true. Loki's eyes were sharp, holding the staff in one hand and the Eternal Spear in the other, and rushed directly towards Thor. To notice something strange. Why did Loki suddenly become so fierce? You can vaguely see the figure of an old mage with a white beard on him. Horrible Ruas. Thor and Loki directly started a 1v1 real man battle. Thor really didn't expect that one day Loki would take a staff and hit him on the head. It is simply insulting to gentlemen. It is contrary to Tiangang. Where is your invisibility? Where is your illusion? Where is your little dagger? This contrast surprised Thor so much that it distracted him. Loki took the opportunity to stab Thor in the waist with the Spear of Eternity. Thor quickly grabbed the Eternal Spear with one hand. Now that he has a girlfriend, his waist cannot be injured. Loki smiled evilly and rounded the staff, which emitted dazzling white light, and gave it to Thor. Thor shook his head, raised Thor's hammer high, and smashed the staff into two pieces in Loki's shocked eyes. The staff was broken into two pieces. The white light ball gradually disappeared, and the lighting technique failed. Loki instantly felt that his momentum was weakening. It felt like the protagonist was missing the BGM when he exploded. It felt weird. Thor obviously didn't want to hit Loki with Thor's hammer, so he put down Thor's hammer and jumped directly on Loki. With a snap, Loki fell to the ground. Thor punched him hard twice, then put Thor's hammer on him to restrain him. After doing all this, Thor got up and checked the control room of the Bifrost. He found that the energy of the Bifrost had been collected and was about to launch a colorful beam of light to bombard Jotunheim. Thor thought for a while and decided to destroy the Rainbow Bridge and force the Rainbow Bridge to stop attacking. As Thor recalled Thor's hammer, lightning was all over his body, and a heavy blow hit the Bifrost. With a bang, the Rainbow Bridge attack program was interrupted and terrifying energy spread out. The long Rainbow Bridge also broke. Loki and Thor, who had just struggled to get up, were affected by the terrifying energy and hit the edge of the broken Rainbow Bridge. At the moment when the two were about to fall, Odin, who had been pretending to be asleep and watching the show, took action. Odin held Thor with one hand and the Eternal Spear with the other hand. On the other end of the Eternal Spear, Loki also held on to the gun barrel tightly and refused to let go. Loki saw Odin and shouted very excitedly, "Father, I defeated Laufey, and I was almost able to defeat Jotunheim just now. It's all because of Thor, who stopped me." Odin sighed and wanted to pull the two people up and said at the same time, "As a king, you must learn to be kind. The people of Giants of Jotunheim are innocent, and you shouldn't have sent the destroyer to kill your brother." Odin complained in his heart that neither his biological son nor his adopted son had reached the level of a heavenly father. You two are about to die, but you two are still such a waste of money. Don't you know that if you just be a little more modest, you will actually destroy the planet? Her daughter Hela can barely guarantee the continuation of Asgard with her strength, but she is too ambitious and is not willing to just maintain the continuation and inheritance of Asgard. She wants to continuously expand Asgard's territory, but her goal is too big and her strength is not quite there yet. A big question mark slowly appeared on Loki's head, pointing a finger at himself. Me? When did I send the destroyer to kill Thor? I want to cause trouble for a Midgardian. Why do you all think that I sent the destroyer to Midgard just to kill Thor? Loki said through gritted teeth, his expression sincere. But Odin and Thor looked at each other and shook their heads, disbelief written on their faces. Although his expression is sincere, who doesn't know that Loki is the god of trickery and likes to deceive people? So it's normal for his acting skills to be better. Loki feels that it is going to snow in Asgard today, and I am so wronged. Loki gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. I secretly went to see Thor some time ago and was accidentally beaten by a Midgardian. He was very powerful, and his name was Liuchien. I sent the destroyer to Midgard to cause trouble for him. As for Thor, I was deceived by him before. I took a fake Thor's hammer and thought he was no longer a threat. I never thought of harming him. All right. The more Loki spoke, the more he felt aggrieved. He pointed at Thor's hammer that he had thrown on the Rainbow Bridge and explained loudly. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. Why did that fake Thor's hammer hit me? The scattered energy affected everything around the Rainbow Bridge, and the fake Thor's hammer was also hit by the energy and flew away. At this time, the energy gradually weakened, and Thor's hammer, which had just been knocked away, gradually fell freely. It hit Loki hard on the face, and with an ah sound, Loki subconsciously covered his head after being hit. Then Loki opened his eyes, looked at his two hands, and then looked at the bottomless abyss of the universe. He only had time to say, "Damn, the oath came true, and I actually jumped off the Rainbow Bridge." With a whoosh, the whole person fell in. Thor. Odin blinked his one eye. Is that a fake Thor's hammer just now? It seems so. Thor looked at Thor's hammer in his hand and fell into deep thought. The fake Thor's hammer just fell into the abyss of the universe, and my own hammer seemed to be shaking. A little excited, happy. What's going on? So what he just said is true? Thor and Odin said in unison. One day later, on the flat floor of New York, Liuchien looked at himself happily as he received the dividends he had just received from a group of Superman's world, a large box of gold bricks. Liuchien did a backflip, returned to his own little world with the gold bricks, and put them all back in the little world villa. He turned around and looked at little Sunspot, wearing overalls and a middle-parted comb, letting him take care of his little world. Originally Liuchien's artificial intelligence Little Sunspot, Liuchien modified it, and also modified the destroyer he obtained yesterday. Let become the body of a small sunspot, adding anthropomorphic functions. Little Sunspot especially likes this kind of dress. Liuchien said that he really did not teach him this, and he felt that there were no black pigeons. After Little Sunspot controls this destroyer, he can use it to exert dragon-level strength. It can even be turned into armor and worn by yourself. Liuchien feels that it can increase his income several times, which is indeed a good thing. After Liuchien said hello to Little Sunspot, he did a backflip and left the small world, lying on his bed on the same level. If you think about it carefully, there's still about 6 months until the Avengers. During this time, you can be an otaku and check in and draw a lottery every day. How is your luck every day? Liuchien thought of this and nodded with satisfaction. He planned everything well every day, and he was indeed self-disciplined. On the first day of self-discipline, I clocked in and got a water cup that I could never finish drinking. On the second day of self-discipline, I checked in and got some spiritual trees, which can purify the air and discharge energy factors, which is spiritual energy. You can try to learn the spell book you obtained a long time ago. On the third day of self-discipline, Liuchien, where is the complete collection of spells that you promised to study? Why is it so messed up again? We must study it carefully. After playing cards, you can get an unlimited arsenal, which feels good. You can get whatever you want, including unlimited nuclear bombs. On the fourth day of self-discipline, what is recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spells? What kind of talisman is it? It is too simple. I feel it is useless, so I won't study it. Continuing to show off and check in, I got original stockings today. I really didn't expect to be able to pull out such a thing. It's so insulting. It must be the fault of the evil kid, A. Guang. On the 74th day of self-discipline, Liu Qin burst into tears when he looked at what he had obtained by punching in today. Finally got what I wanted. That's right, it's a time travel card. At this time, Ah Guang in his mind suddenly came out, Host, today is a double blessing. I have connected with the world consciousness of that world based on the world coordinates. Lend me some of the world's energy, and I'll have an online relationship with my goddess. With a bang, Liu Qian punched a Guang and said angrily, You haven't paid back what you borrowed before. Why don't you save enough world energy? Almost. Liu Qian couldn't bear to look at a Guang's excited look. Don't ask me to borrow it. Isn't there already a new world? The time travel card is still the same. In 3 years, 3 months have passed in the main world. The time is just right. I will help you make quick money and earn some world energy. As for borrowing, it is impossible. Otherwise, you can find a way to contact the world consciousness yourself and bargain. Liu Qian snorted coldly, almost giving up hope on this stubborn liquor. I have never seen such a dog. Without saying anything, Liu Qian used the time travel card, and a burst of white light appeared and took Liu Qian away. Today is a good day. The Kingdom of St has ushered in the summoning of Braves meeting once every 300 years. The temple that summoned the Brave was surrounded by crowds of onlookers. There were also many nobles standing in the temple, and the king looked excitedly at the high platform where the heroes were summoned. The king of the Kingdom of St is a bald, fat man, dressed in gorgeous clothes. It is worth noting that he also wears glasses, as if to appear elegant. But overall, it has a strange temperament. According to past records, every time a white light emitted from the high platform, several brave men would be summoned. However, a total of 3 heroes will be summoned anyway, and the abilities and occupations of the 3 heroes will be different in each session. I'm really looking forward to what kind of brave man will appear this time. The Fat King hopes for a brave man with powerful healing abilities, one who can at least extend his lifespan. Suddenly, white light began to emit from the high platform. But why was this white light so small? As the white light disappeared, Liu Qian looked at the crowd of people around him. A big fat man who looked like a fat pig was trotting towards him. Liu Qian was at a loss for a moment. What the hell is this? Where did this time travel card get me? What kind of weird scene is this? Liu Qian's current appearance is exactly the same as the professional mage Lu Haiju's appearance when he was taken to the desert in a car by Brother Hao. The Fat King asked Liu Qian excitedly, Brave? What kind of brave are you? What kind of ability are you? Liu Qian pointed at himself. Brave? The Fat King nodded, with a look of anticipation on his face, which made Liu Qian's head twitch. Subconsciously said, Gunyong. Everyone around looked puzzled, and so did the Fat King, who looked at the whole body of the brave man. What didn't you bring? The stick hero should be similar to the sword hero, the hammer hero, and the spear hero. Where's his stick? The Fat King looked carefully at Liu Qian's body, and then glanced at the middle of his legs. Then the Fat King gradually blushed. Liu Qian, you're blushing like a teapot. Liu Qian feels like he's getting goosebumps. He took out Pochi directly from his back, pointed at him, and said, His name is Stick, so I call him the Brave of Sticks. When the Fat King saw Liu Qian, he took out a large dog that was more than 10 meters tall. It felt weird at first, but when I thought about his status as a hero, it felt normal again. The Fat King's enthusiasm suddenly dissipated, and he casually pointed to a seat next to the high platform. Gunyong, just sit there. There'll be a brave man soon. Liu Qian stuffed Pochi back into the small world, walked to his seat, and sat down, questioning Ah Guang in his mind. What kind of world is this? Do you have any specific information? You need to explore this on your own, my hen. Guang stretched out his two little hands on his hips and shook his head. Li Yuqian felt that his system was a waste. You are unreliable. However, after seeing it on sight, it should be the kind of story about a Western hero fighting the devil. How can I achieve special achievements in this world? Pretend to be a brave man and lead the brave men behind me to easily pass the Demon King. Come directly to the invincible flow and complete special achievements. While Li Yuqian was thinking carefully, a white light suddenly lit up on the high platform. 3 figures appeared in the white light. As the white light disappeared, the 3 figures gradually became clear. A petite, cute-looking child and a charming beauty. In the middle was a man who looked around confusedly and shouted with joy that he had been reincarnated into a different world. The Fat King counted the 3 people on the high platform and then looked at Li Yuqian. It's strange. Why is there an extra brave man this year? Although the Fat King said softly, Li Yuqian heard clearly. It feels outrageous. When did the number of heroes from another world have to be required? The nobles around were also full of doubts, but after struggling for a while, they stopped worrying. Maybe this year is special. Just one more brave person has been added. Who can say clearly about this kind of thing? At this time, another scream came from the high platform. The beautiful brave man looked at his chest and then touched the bottom. She screamed loudly. Where is my second brother? Why was I reincarnated into a different world and turned into a woman? No, I like beautiful women, not to make myself a beautiful woman. The hearts of everyone around him trembled as their minds digested the words that contained a huge amount of information. Li Yuqian was shocked. Do you spend so much money on fun now that you are reincarnated into another world? The Fat King quickly ran up to the high platform, explained the current situation, and asked the other 3 who were brave and what abilities they had. The 3 of them are warriors of law who look like children, possess super magical talents, and have unlimited mana. The charming hero who was a man, but turned into a beautiful woman, who lost his second brother. She has a super charming aura and super healing ability. The last one is the fist hero who just shouted that he was reincarnated in another world. At this time, he is wiping cold sweat and gradually moves away from the charm hero. His ability is an extremely powerful body. The fist hero wiped off his cold sweat, looked at the little Lolita beside him, and said with a smirk, How old are you? You turned to another world at such a young age. Don't be afraid. I will protect you from now on. I like little Lolita the most. With a little calculation in mind, the little Loli will not be punished. Am I a man? The hero of law said slowly. The fist hero was stunned and silently left his 2 teammates. Damn, one man was reincarnated into a woman, and the other was directly a little boy and girl. This is different from what I imagined. No, the fat bald king next to you. Why are you so excited? The brave man of governance has his own charming aura, and you weren't even that excited just now. Damn, why did you take off your glasses? When the hero of the law saw the hero of fist retreating, he smiled evilly. What's wrong, hero of the B, asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You don't want to protect me anymore. Li Yuqian also shuddered. He really thought that was a little lowly just now. What a guy. I've learned a lot. Are boys and girls popular in reincarnations in other worlds now? However, the abilities of the 3 are quite complementary, and the abilities of the 3 combat, magic and animal husbandry are quite comprehensive. However, with the addition of himself as the summoner, the coordination of sending Pochi is quite perfect. I just don't know what level of strength these 3 people have when they take action. Suddenly, white light erupted from the 3 people on the high platform, and several large golden characters appeared directly above their heads. They were marked with what kind of warrior they were, and the shining golden light particularly attracted attention. Then everyone looked at Li Yuqian, their eyes full of suspicion. It seems to be saying, Are you not a brave man? Li Yuqian. Ouch, what are you doing? You are a brave man. Why you still do this? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yuqian, which made Li Yuqian feel a little embarrassed. But who is Li Yuqian? the mastermind behind the destruction of the Monster Association and the founder of the Justice League. This kind of scene can only be said to be a little difficult, but not much. Li Yuqian coughed lightly and prepared to fool him. I'm the fourth brave man. I am quite special. The golden title on my head is inconvenient to display. I was summoned on a high platform. Is there still a lie? Everyone nodded, and the Fat King also thought of the different white light when Li Yuqian appeared. It may indeed be different. He is a special brave man. Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to take advantage of the victory, there was a loud noise in the sky. Jia jia jia. The demon General Fia, will definitely destroy you, the newly born braves. Then a purple-black light pillar suddenly appeared, breaking the top of the temple, and hit the high platform with undiminished power. Li Yuqian glanced around. The many nobles and the Fat King had already slipped out of the temple. That escape speed is unparalleled. And the most outrageous thing was that after they ran out of the temple, they all took out their binoculars and gathered around to watch. Li Yuqian felt that this strange world was strange, and everything was strange. At this time, the nobles and kings surrounding the temple were talking a lot. The brave man's crusade against the Demon King is finally about to begin. Do you think this time will break the record? The devil will be eliminated in 1 month. I think it should be possible. The Demon King has been defeated so many times, and now it's starting to break down. Yes, this is the only demon general left, and he is still so passionate, comparable to Xiaoqiang. Li Yuqian heard the discussion outside and felt even weirder. At this time, a big hole was punched in the top of the temple, and a black shadow quickly jumped out of the hole. Then a heroic posture of kneeling on one knee appeared in front of Li Yuqian. It was a figure with a forward and upward curve, 2 small horns, small wings, and a small tail. The demon general is a succubus? Li Yuqian observed his future opponent seriously. His long legs were so white, and his place was so big. It's so sinful. You are worthy of being a great general. There are also 5 characters written on the top of her head. Demon General. Unlike the brave man's shining gold, she is black. The high platform was just illuminated by a purple-black beam of light, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The fist hero stretched out his fist and stood in front of his 2 teammates. Obviously, the hero of the beam fist blocked it just now. He wiped his nose very coquettishly and shook his hair. Then his body stiffened for a moment, and he almost forgot that one behind him was a young man and the other was originally a man. Demon General Fia looked at the 3 of them with disdain and clicked her tongue twice. I didn't expect that 2 brave men turned into women. It's really fun to play. Tell me, what kind of braves are you? The hero of the fist clenched his fist and pointed at himself with his thumb. I am the hero of the fist. The 2 behind me are the hero of law and the hero of charm. And the one behind you is the hero of the stick. Are you the little boss who is doing evil in this world? See how I can truly show you. Do justice for heaven. Fia snorted. Who doesn't know that you were the weakest when you were first reincarnated, but you still acted for God? If I beat you today, no one can run away. As she spoke, she suddenly froze, turned around and looked at Li Yuqian, who was eating melon, and glanced at the top of his head, but there was no golden title. Are you a brave man? Yes, I am Li Yuqian, the brave man of the stick. The 4th brave man has no title on his head because he is special. Li Yuqian showed the demeanor of a decent character and a gentleman. Fia stretched out her finger and shook it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let's not talk about it. Your temperament is so like a villain. Just saying that you still have a name and you are the 4th hero, it is impossible. Fia's tone became seductive. If I'm not mistaken, you also appeared suddenly. Could it be that you are a time traveler? Li Yuqian. Isn't this right? Can you tell from this? Fia looked at Li Yuqian's expression and knew that she had guessed correctly, and she was extremely excited. Come and become a demon king cadre. Beautiful women, and so on. Shut up. I'm a brave man. Don't frame me. I am not that superficial person. Li Yuqian quickly refused, fearing that he would lose control if he refused again. 3 times the salary. There are also cat girls, rabbit girls, and fox girls. Ah, this. Li Yuqian hesitated. No, this treatment is too good. I'll join. The fist hero knelt down and slid over. I'm so sorry. 3 teammates. I can't hold on any longer. The opponent gave me too much. The fist hero looked at his 2 teammates. One was a boy, and the other was a boy who turned into a girl. He looked at the succubus general again and decided in his heart that he must conquer the demon king general. Of course, this conquest was not the other. He directly joins the demon king's army, feeds the tiger with his body, brings back the beauty, and kills the demon king. Of course, if the demon king side is full of beautiful women, then it's not impossible for me to join sincerely. Hey. With a bang, Li Yuqian punched the fist warrior hard. No, you're a real brave man. How come you can't stand the temptation better than me? And the way you laughed just now was so lewd. Faya stretched out her long legs and gave the fist hero a hard kick. She held her hand in the air, and a purple-black long whip appeared in her hand, and then she whipped it towards the fist hero. He whipped the fist hero several times, and at the same time, he shouted arrogantly, "You are dreaming. You are not worthy of joining the Demon King's army. Don't reward him. There are so many people watching outside the temple." Li Yuqian saw the corners of the fist hero's mouth rising crazily. It feels like this brave man from another world is a bit perverted. The fist hero, who had been whipped several times, finally grabbed the whip and stood up. "Evil General Demon King, I will punish you. And you are not a brave man. You must be an undercover sent by the Demon King." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fia kicked the fist hero directly between the legs, causing Li Yuqian to take a deep breath. The fist hero tilted his body and lay on the ground, curling up. Fia then turned to look at the Dharma hero and Charm hero who were about to slip away, showing evil smiles. GGG. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm a woman. I'm a child. Wow, I was wrong. You shouldn't have the heart to hit a child. What a bargain. Bah, I'm a woman too. I didn't know you two were men before you were reincarnated, so I pretended to be pitiful. If I don't beat you up this time, it'll be too late next time. Damn it. We were just reincarnated as heroes. Why would a little boss like you show up in advance? You're kidding. If I don't beat you now, why don't I wait for you to beat me after you level up and become stronger by defeating monsters in a step-by-step manner? It makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Fia beat the 2 brave men violently, and then gave each of them a kick, hitting the vital point directly. After finishing these things, Fia clapped her hands and exhaled, with a look of relief on her face. As if the long-simmering anger had dissipated, Fia then looked at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian subconsciously crossed his legs. "No, I'm not a brave man. You just guessed it right." "Wait, that's not right. Why am I afraid of you? It's not like I can't beat you." Li Yuqian could see it just now when this ruthless egg-beating machine beat 3 brave men. Fia, the general of the demon clan, is only as powerful as a ghost. By analogy, the peak level of the Demon King hero is probably the dragon level. I'm obviously sweeping this world. Why Mao feels a little bit pained when he looks at this woman, damn. This guy must be a man-killer. No, this woman also kicked the charming hero just now, advocating for equality between men and women. Fia nodded. "Of course I know you are not a brave man. Come with me, a time traveler, a traveler from another world, and other strange things," Fia said, holding Li Yuqian with one hand, and the small wings behind her began to flap, and she was about to fly away with Li Yuqian. "Wait a minute, I can fly. Secondly, why should I follow you?" Li Yuqian took the hand of the beautiful woman in front of him and spoke righteously. Fia pointed at the melon-eating crowd outside the temple, and the fist hero huddled on the ground. "Everyone has heard that you are not a brave man. This trashy brave man below must be jealous that you can hold my hand. Do you believe that if you stay here, you will soon be labeled the Demon Lord as a traitor and a traitor to mankind? I'm doing this for your own good. Then I really thank you." Li Yuqian followed Fia and flew into the distance with a dark look on his face. "I kept complaining in my heart that I had deceived them in the first place. If it weren't for you, how could my identity be exposed? However, Liu Qian felt that it was quite interesting to follow this guy. He felt that this other world was different from the regular other world. It feels like a lot of fun. It seems that I have done a lot of things in the past 3 years. After flying for half an hour, Liu Qian just passed a city and couldn't help but ask, "That Faya, where are you going to take me? If it's far away, just tell me the specific coordinates, and I'll take you there directly." "Of course I'm taking you to the Demon King city. It's not far," Fia said casually. Liu Qian raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had just passed a human city, and it was probably still some distance to the Demon King city. The next second, Fia pointed down and said, "We're here." Liu Qian looked at the human city in the distance, and then at the Demon King's city, which was just across the river. What is the difference between this Demon King's castle other than the buildings being painted black? Why is Mao so close? Aren't the humans in the next city afraid of the Demon King leading an army to massacre them? Fia saw Liu Qian's doubts. "We have never done anything bad. We are just pitiful prisoners created by God to create a formidable enemy for the braves." Liu Qian frowned and asked, "God? All life has its own consciousness, and the world is no exception. The consciousness of the world is God. Isn't that world consciousness? So the battle between the brave and the devil is just a show? What is this for? What's so special about those braves?" Liu Qian muttered. Fia looked at Liu Qian and said seriously, "They are not as special as you. But the 3 of them come from a special world, and for some reason they were caught by gods and became brave. God also created us demons, and the inspiration for creating us was also obtained from the minds and memories of the 3 of them. The first time the heroes fought against the Demon King, the 3 of them used the knowledge of another world to influence the world and defeated us. They died within a few years. Later, when they were reincarnated for the second time, God blurred their memories and changed their appearance and ability every 300 years, and the 3 of them were reincarnated into brave men. Use the unique perspectives of the 3 of them to change the world and continue the game of brave men fighting against the devil to seek change. I have to admit that they have indeed brought some changes to the world, such as telescopes, cars, etc. They even innovated some magic and warrior systems. Although their memories have been diluted, they still have some whimsical ideas that they still vaguely remember. In fact, it's not a dilution, it's God who modified their memories. The mess was made so that the 3 of them would not realize that they were the reincarnations of the previous generation of brave men. Let them think that they are reincarnated into a different world for the first time, and that they will enjoy happiness after defeating the devil, so that they can be motivated. But why should we be regarded as bad guys? Although we are resurrected every time, we are beaten to death after a few years of life. But that's not necessarily the case this time. You, a special being, might be able to lead us to defeat the brave. Whether it is good or bad, we should have the final say. Liu Qian's mouth twitched. "You didn't mean that. Why are you so righteous? You're a villain, okay?" However, Liu Qian also understood the specific situation of this world. The 3 unlucky brave men probably traveled through time for some reason. He was also discovered by the consciousness of the world. So he played a trick of a hero fighting the devil in an attempt to absorb the knowledge of the other world. Make the world more prosperous. After all, war can promote the development of civilization. However, after the hero defeats the Demon King, he will die in a few years. I am afraid that it is because of enjoying the blessings, or because he knows the truth and starts to mess up. Without the enthusiasm to change the world, we will no longer change the world and promote development. The consciousness of this world secretly creates some accidents, kills those 3 people, and reincarnates every 300 years. This is to drain all the value out of those 3 brave men. It also kept messing up people's memories. No wonder the 3 brave men introduced themselves as brave men, and even their names were naturally ignored and not said out. Liu Qian didn't pay attention at first, but now he realizes it. I'm afraid those 3 brave men have forgotten their names, right? The world consciousness in this world is not a good thing. It's quite naive. Liu Qian summed it up. It feels like after the 3 years of my time traveling through the card of past, I am afraid that the consciousness of this world is either trying to catch me by force or kicking me out. If I use the energy of the world to buy the right to live as a hero, I am afraid that the consciousness of that world will still open its mouth. The time travel card created by the system is very special. After using it, you can stay in that world for 3 years. During this period, the consciousness of the world will be like drinking fake wine, directly ignoring itself. Liu Qian raised his biggest question. Then why didn't you kill the 3 brave men just now? The consciousness of the world was tricked by them. If you answer correctly, you can only beat them up. If you want to kill the 3 of them, the 3 of them will directly cheat and develop their abilities to the extreme. Just kill me and then destroy the Demon King. If you just beat them up, nothing will happen. Although they can develop their abilities to the extreme after practicing for several months, their memories will not be restored. It can still be delayed for a while. It is better to die than to live, although you can only live a few years after each resurrection. Fia's tone was very unhappy. Liu Qian thought of a new way to play. Since he can no longer be a hero, how about becoming a Demon King and defeating the hero? This is also quite interesting. Liu Qian and Fia slowly descended and arrived at the gate of Demon King City. At this time, there were 2 demon guards at the gate of Demon King City. They were lying on the ground, casually, sleeping soundly. Liu Qian and Fia approached, but they didn't wake them up. This must be a poor sense of vigilance. Fia didn't care at all and led Liu Qian toward the palace inside. The Demon King's castle is in tatters, except for the palace in the middle, which is relatively complete, as if it had been recently repaired. Demon King's castle and other buildings seem to be too lazy to care about. In the middle palace, Liu Qian walked in and saw a fat devil sitting on the throne in the middle. Except for having 2 big horns, a tail, and small wings, he is almost the same as a normal fat man. Standing next to him was a thin, bamboo staff demon with a feather fan in his hand who looked like a dog-headed strategist. Fia pointed at the 2 of them and introduced them. This is the Demon King. You can call him Fatty or Pete. That one is the Demon Tribe strategist. You can call him Thin Bamboo or Bob. Liu Qian looked at the extremely decadent Demon King and the Demon Strategist with unusually intelligent eyes. There are also dark nicknames above the 2 of them, a Demon King and a Demon Strategist. Well, it's quite easy to tell them apart, although the characteristics of the 2 are relatively obvious. The 2 of them look like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix together. They might have been reborn and resurrected repeatedly and then beaten to death by the brave, and their brains were damaged. Fia also introduced Liu Qian to the 2 of them, and Peter immediately became energetic. So, you want to join the Demon King's army? No. I want to be the devil. Liu Qian moved his fists, preparing to show off his strength. That's great. You'll be the devil from now on. Peter couldn't wait to take off the crown on his head and handed it to Liu Qian. Why didn't you follow the routine? Liu Qian took the crown in a daze. I sighed in my heart, what have these demons experienced? However, although Peter couldn't wait to give the crown to Liu Qian and promised to hold a ceremony to abdicate the throne later, Liu Qian still showed off his strength a little bit. The terrifying energy fluctuations made Peter's eyelids jump, and an idea came to his mind. Maybe this guy can really defeat the brave. Fia took Liu Qian around the Demon King City. All the demons, that is, the guys with 2 horns, wings, and tails, seem to be more than 100 together. This Demon King's army is a bit sparse in number. Liu Qian touched his chin and suddenly thought of something. That's wrong. What about the cat lady you mentioned before? Fia on the side looked at the sky and whistled. Liu Qian asked another question, speechlessly. Do these demons know that the brave men of each generation are actually the same 3 people? Fia shook her head. This matter only involves my military advisor and the Demon King. Peter knows that the 3 of us are old opponents of the brave. After being resurrected again and again, it was confirmed after some tests that they were too weak. They were defeated every time they started a war. They had no idea about such a thing. However, he was defeated by the brave every time he was resurrected, and as time went on, he became useless. And there is no point in telling them. If they know that the three brave men are the same three people, it will only make them worse. Can you tell the truth about God and let those three brave men cooperate with you demons? An idea came to Li Yuqian's mind, but Fia shook her head. The three of them have hacked us to death so many times. Cooperation is impossible. That would be too humiliating. Anyway, let's die. We're all used to it. Li Yuqian felt that the demons in this world were really miserable, and they were created to be villains. By the way, when a hero first appeared, what was the relationship between the three of them? What was it like? When the three of them first appeared as brave men, one was a warrior, one was a mage, and one was a priest. It's quite similar to this time, but they are all men. Although they were all men originally, they seem to be brothers in the same dormitory or something. I can't remember clearly. It was quite novel for three people to travel together in a dormitory, but unfortunately, they encountered a consciousness of the birth world. Li Yuqian walked around the Demon King city, and then Peter summoned all the demons and gave way to Li Yuqian. With a ding sound and a prompt for completing a special achievement, Li Yuqian officially became the real devil. At the same time, two big character devils appeared above Li Yuqian's head. It's pretty obvious that it's quite dark. Li Yuqian. Fortunately, this thing is not green. The two characters, Devil King, on Peter's head were changed to Devil Butler. Hey guys, this also comes with updates. The news of the Demon King's abdication also spread from Demon King City to the surrounding areas. After all, the ceremony of abdication was held in the open air in front of the gate of Demon King City. It's as crude as it gets. Across the river from the human city, there are a lot of people eating melons and watching a show. Should we still discuss it? Good guy. There is actually someone willing to be the Demon King. That's right. Who doesn't know that the Demon King will die in a few years after he is resurrected? Who is this person? He is so afraid of death. I know there is news from the royal capital that this person is a traveler from another world. I bet this devil won't survive 3 years. I bet for 2 years. 1 year, just stud for 1 year. Li Yuqian heard those words clearly and twitched the corner of his mouth. No wonder there were only demons in Demon King City. From the outside world, following the Demon King would have no good results at all. Li Yuqian also vaguely knew the reason why the demons could be resurrected, because no one wanted to be a villain who was bound to die. Li Yuqian thought for a moment that someone had just called him a traveler from another world and casually pulled a guang out of his mind. Let him float beside you. I am a traveler from another world. How can I lack emergency food? Although a guangzhou is a bit ugly, at least he is still a mysterious floating object. A guang. Li Yuqian also decided on a small goal to defeat the brave man in 3 years. If you don't use your super powerful force to kill the brave man, then these 3 years will be less fun. I have to slowly play with the 3 brave men. Anyway, the upper limit of this world is just like that. Li Yuqian also studied the system of this world and found that there are actually 2 types in total. One is to use magic, and the other is to strengthen one's body. Moreover, neither of them has a specific realm, and the online lag is extremely difficult, and this world system does not extend human lifespan. The lifespan of a normal person is only 100 years. No matter how talented you are, your destructive power will probably reach the peak of ghost level. Heroes and demon kings are special cases that can reach dragon level. Li Yuqian's strength is simply invincible, right? The next day, in the central palace of Demon King City, Li Yuqian sat on the throne and looked at his men. The 3 cadres of the Demon King are the former Demon King and the current Demon Steward Peter, the Demon Military Advisor Bob, and the Demon General Fia. There are only 3 in total, and the rest are cannon fodder or servants. It feels a bit desolate, and we will need to recruit more people after a while. After coughing a few times to attract attention, Li Yuqian began to formulate a plan for the brave. Strategist. Send out a few subordinates later to find out when the 3 brave men will officially start their journey to defeat the Demon King. The 3 brave men just set off today. Military advisor Bob took out a stack of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Yuqian. This shocked Li Yuqian. He didn't expect that even with so few people in Demon King City, he could still obtain information so quickly. That's okay. Li Yuqian lowered his head and saw a newspaper that read, "Today, the 3 brave men set out on the road to defeat the Demon King. Even the specific departure route has been written down." On the other side of the newspaper was written, "The devil gives way," and so on. No wonder the information was obtained so promptly. It turned out that the route of the Brave Crusade was openly published in the newspaper without anyone going behind its back. Li Yuqian looked at the first small checkpoint on the Braves' route and defeated a group of bandits. Interestingly, the 3 brave men are so above board. Are you sure that this group of bandits will not escape early? Li Yuqian decided to take people to the location of the bandits later. Then Li Yuqian began to take out a lot of robots and Little Sunspot from his back. Under the control and management of Little Sunspot, let those robots start building the Demon King City. Li Yuqian nodded as he looked at the Demon King City that was finally getting lively and felt a sense of power. Otherwise, such a large Demon King City, with only about 100 people in total, would look like a ghost town. Li Yuqian also released Boki and asked him to look after his house. Then he took his 3 Demon King cadres and flew towards the first level of the Braves. It is worth mentioning that Peter sneaked over and put a small suggestion in Li Yuqian's ear on how to deal with the brave man. Li Yuqian was immediately shocked and raised his thumb. He was indeed a man named Pete. At this time, excited shouts came from a room in a mountain village. A dark-faced man with 2 big axes on his back shouted excitedly, "Boss, you really abdicated and made me the boss." The bald man opposite him nodded. "Among the younger generation in Shanghai, I think most highly of you. The older generation are getting old, so Shanghai will rely on you in the future." The black-faced man was extremely moved. "Brother, you will always be my eldest brother. I will never forget you if you are popular and drink spicy food in the future." The dark-faced man sat happily on the main seat, not even noticing that the original bald man had disappeared to nowhere. After a while, the dark-faced man realized that the bald man was gone. That couldn't be done. Now that he has become the boss of the copycat, he has to secretly kill the previous boss. It is impossible not to kill him. His reputation in the copycat is too high. As soon as the black-faced man left the house to search, he found that half of the people in the entire village were missing, leaving only a group of young bandits, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing what was going on. The original bald man led a large group of bandits and rode away. It is worth noting that the last member of the bandit team was carrying a lot of newspapers on his back. There were 4 people standing above them. Li Yuqian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. These bandits are so stupid. They actually pull this trick. Is this a golden cicada escaping from its shell, looking for a scapegoat? Li Yuqian glanced at Faya, who was standing aside. Faya immediately understood, and a purple beam of light hit the front of the bandit team. There was a bang, and the entire team stopped. Some bandits on horseback were hit by the explosion. The horses were frightened, ran randomly, fell directly to the ground, and let out screams. Li Yuqian took his 3 cadres, 1 from each direction, to surround the team. The bald man showed a scared expression at first, and then saw the horns, wings, and tail of the 3 cadres, and the scared look on his face disappeared instantly. He took a closer look at the 4 people in front of him, looked over their heads, and recognized the identities of Li Yuqian and the 3 cadres through the nicknames above their heads. He said somewhat politely, "It turns out that the new Demon King and the 3 cadres of the Demon Clan are face to face. We have known each other for a long time, and we are all villains. I don't know why we attack each other as soon as we meet." Li Yuqian, does a bandit leader have such a clear positioning of himself? No, I'm not a villain. Li Yuqian looked at the large and small packages behind this group of bandits. Blind guess is gold and silver treasure. Li Yuqian coughed slightly and said loudly in front of the bald man, "I planted this tree and opened this road. If you want to live from now on, you'll have the money to buy the road." To put simply, robbery. Hand over everything you carry on your back. The bald man was stunned. The black man eats the black man? You four can definitely defeat us. Although you are the Demon King, with so many of us brothers, we might work together. There was a whoosh. A black flame hit the open space next to the bald man. The black flames continued to erode the land, and soon a big pit was created, or it was no longer a big pit. This depth and width are already considered a large fish pond, and it is more than enough to stuff hundreds of people into it. Li Yuqian said to himself, "Why don't we make it bigger? Just in time to bury these bandits together. Let them have some private space." The bald man's shining head was scratched by cold sweat. "Immediately change what you say. Oh, Lord Demon King is asking us for money. That's what we should do. After all, you are the leader of our dark forces, the dawn that leads us to defeat the brave. All I ask is that after you collect the money, let's go." The bald man said, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps forward, placing the large package on his back in an open space. The bandits behind him looked at each other and followed their boss carefully to place packages as large as file and small in an open space. There were more than 200 bandits, and the packages behind them were piled together into a small mountain. I was very satisfied to see these bandits being so self-conscious. With a flick of my hand, psychokinesis wrapped the packages and checked them. There were many gold and silver coins, as well as some valuable treasures, such as pearls, agates, and the like. Good guy, he's quite rich. It's right to think about it, this group of bandits, plus the scapegoat they left behind in the village. Altogether, there are almost more than 400 people, and they can be regarded as the #1 bandit. So the bald man in front of me is considered the bandit king? Li Yuqian took all the treasure packages into the small world. Seeing this scene, the bandits gritted their teeth and their hearts bleed. That bandit leader, why do you want to keep some young bandits in the village instead of running away with them? Do you have a grudge against them? Are they threatening you to become the boss? Li Yuqian asked a question with great interest, and the bald man shook his head quickly. We, the older generation of bandits, have heard from word of mouth that there's a way to deal with brave men, and that is to find a scapegoat. Those brave men are so stupid that after killing a wave of bandits, they will leave with satisfaction. If all the bandits run away, those few brave men will be like deadbeat dogs, unable to get rid of them no matter how hard they are. Use special methods to find our traces, and everyone will know when the time comes. It is better to leave some scapegoats to reduce losses. Of course, Lord Demon King, this method is of no use to you. The nicknames on you and your demon clan are too obvious. The bald man looked at the two shiny black characters, Demon King, above Li Yuqian's head, and sighed in his heart that the demons are also very miserable. With such obvious characteristics, they can't hide or hide. Li Yuqian, why Mao looked at me like this? That makes sense. Now that you have answered my doubts, let's get on your way. Okay, brothers, get on your horses and run. The bald man smiled. As long as he was alive, he could say anything. The next second, Li Yuqian's body emitted red light, and the invisible psychokinesis restrained all the bandits. The bald man panicked instantly. No? Lord Demon King, you took the money. You agreed to let us go. You're confused. You bandit leader. If I kill you all, won't the money and treasure still belong to me? And I didn't say let you go. You're going this way, not that way, you know. Li Yuqian thoughtfully told the bald man the truth so that he would not be a fool. The bald man looked shocked. I have never seen such a shameless person. How can you be so embarrassed if you still refuse to do anything after receiving money? Tisich, I am the Demon King and the villain. I must be embarrassed. What Li Yuqian said was so arrogant. After snapping his fingers, black flames burned on the bandits, burning them up instantly. Li Yuqian watched the bandits all turn into ashes, looked at the bandits' horses, turned around, and took the horses into the small world. Li Yuqian looked at the large stack of newspapers carried on the back of the last horse, raised his eyebrows, took one from it, and flew towards the bandits' stronghold with 3 major cadres. At this time, in the cottage, the black-faced man had already kicked open the door of the bald man's house, the eldest brother of the cottage. After searching for a long time, not a single valuable thing was found. The black-faced man's face became even darker. He had just gone to the place where the looted money and treasures were stored in the village. All the gold, silver, and expensive things were gone. There was only a pile of copper coins left. Could it be that the previous boss had made enough money and ran away with the money? Damn, I haven't blasted your gold coins yet. The black-faced man thought he had guessed the truth, but when he ran away from Mao, he also brought his old brothers with him, leaving us who had just become bandits for a few years to stay. It's weird, I can't understand it. Suddenly, a burst of villainous words came from the sky above the mountain village. Jia, 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 Jia. Who is in charge of things in this village of yours now? There were 4 figures standing in the sky. If the bandit in the village took a closer look, he could see nicknames above the heads of the 4 figures. It's so dark, you don't have to guess, you know it's a devil. But why? There's an extra demon butler. Never heard of it. The bandits gradually gathered together, and the man with a black face also stood up. Although these bandits are relatively young, they are not stupid. It is useless to escape in this situation, although the devil and his men will be eliminated by the brave every time. But there is no doubt about the strength of the Demon King and his men. It turns out that the Demon King is in front of you. Everyone is a villain. I wonder why you came to our village. No wonder he is a copycat. He talks so similar. Li Yuqian said that he knows that he is the villain and does not need you to remind him all the time. When Li Yuqian looked at the black-faced man, saying that he was a villain, his face showed pride. Being a villain also brings a sense of mission and a sense of professionalism. Li Yuqian used psychokinesis to carry the newspaper in his hand and threw it to the black-faced man. The black-faced man took it and took a look, and his face turned green instantly. Bandits are a kind of business hiding in the mountains. There is no way to get news. Newspapers can be said to be the fastest and most direct way. If the black-faced man didn't read the newspaper, he wouldn't even know that the brave man had reappeared during this time. He thought there would still be some time. No wonder Lao Deng ran so fast. Damn bald man. He actually wants to use us as a scapegoat. I just said why there's been no newspaper during this period. It took a long time to do it. It was already planned. Don't let me know where that bald man is. I will kill him. The young bandits looked at the black-faced man. After reading the newspaper, their expressions became worse and worse. They also came over, read the contents of a newspaper, and then started yelling. Li Yuqian pressed his hands down. Quiet, quiet. That bald man. I'll help you solve it. I killed that group of bandits. How should you thank me? Just to remind you, the 3 brave men will probably be here in half a day. Li Yuqian thought for a while. The cities the 3 brave men passed through in the newspaper were similar, and they should arrive in the afternoon. The black-faced man and the young bandits looked at each other, and then looked up at Li Yuqian in the sky. After a moment of eye contact, they knelt down directly. Lord Demon King, we bandits will hang out with you from now on, and you will be our godfather from now on. We want to provide for you in your old age. The black-faced man said it very emotionally, but he had already calculated it in his heart. Anyway, the Demon King and the demons are like grasshoppers in autumn and cannot jump for long. When the time comes to use this to attack the Demon King city, I will sneak away with my brothers. I don't have such a dark title on my head. It's not easy to hide incognito. But don't worry, Lord Demon King, when you die, I will go to your grave and have a drink with you. Of course, as a brave man is so strong, I will definitely not avenge you, and I will end all grievances when the time comes. Li Yuqian floated to the ground with 3 cadres. Okay, you will hang out with me from now on. Now I just have a task for you. You must do it well. I just asked the Demon King to take us away, Ba. Make a strategic move. After all, the brave men are almost here. The black-faced man made a suggestion, and Li Yuqian agreed, then refused. The mission you are asked to complete is related to the brave. Come closer. Li Yuqian looked at the numerous bandits with a wicked smile on his face and lightly snapped his fingers. The appearance of all the bandits began to change. At the foot of the mountain where the bandits were, a fist hero wearing platinum armor appeared. Behind him were a mage hero wearing a mage robe and a charm hero wearing neutral clothes. The fist hero wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. The official journey to defeat the Demon King has finally begun. Those old guys from the Science and Technology Academy in the royal capital. He asked me crazy questions about all kinds of knowledge, but I'm a bad student. How can I remember so much? The brave man of law curled his lips and said, miscellaneous fish are just be asterisk 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 D fish. Our knowledge of science and technology and civilization is very important to this other world. Okay? But it's strange to say that it's obviously a different world of swords and magic. But the level of technology has already reached the 18th or 19th century. It always feels weird. The hero of the law provided some appropriate knowledge to the Royal Capital Science and Technology Institute. As the hero of law was talking, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, didn't you find that our memory is a little strange? We don't even remember our specific names. There's no other way. It would be nice to be able to live another life. It's normal for the memory to be affected a little. The fist hero touched his head and racked his brains to come up with an answer. TCH, it's useless at all. The brave man of law turned around and looked at the brave man of charm and asked, Old Charm, what do you think? At this time, the brave man of charm, who was silent and kept muttering, Second brother, grow up quickly, seemed to have heard the brave man of law calling him. He replied somewhat unhappily, Don't call me Lao Mei. I don't want to care about these things. I just want my second brother to grow back. Actually, I think you're doing well now. The fist hero said comforting words, but he didn't dare to look at the charming hero. I am afraid that I will doubt my sexual orientation. The warrior of law looked at his teammates and felt a lot of pressure. These two guys looked unreliable. The three of them went up the mountain noisily, and when they saw the cottage on the mountain becoming clearer and clearer, the fist warrior moved his hands and feet, preparing for a big fight. As a result, when the three of them arrived at the gate of the cottage, they were stunned. At this time, in the village, a group of women surrounded the three brave men with expressions of hopelessness. The fist hero took a closer look and saw that these women's clothes were in tatters, but they had small faces and figures. No, how could the point of his attention be born like this? The fist hero punched himself in the heart. He wiped his saliva and spoke righteously, looking at these women. Ladies, I am the hero of the fist of justice. Why are you all in the bandit's cottage? The women looked at each other in confusion, and one of them, a beauty with darker skin and a kind of dark-skinned hottie, stood up. We were kidnapped up the mountain by a group of bandits, but the bandits seemed to know something, and they all ran away, leaving us behind. In this deep mountain and forest, we weak women can't escape, so we have to stay in the village and pray for good-hearted people to rescue us. The black-skinned hottie blinked her eyes and squeezed out 2 drops at her eyes. The fist hero instantly felt distressed. He quickly hugged the black-skinned hot girl and comforted him. It's okay. Those bandits probably heard the name of our brave and fled. Don't worry, I will rescue you. The black-skinned hot girl was hugged by the fist hero. She became anxious. Her expression was a little distorted, and she pushed the fist hero away. She might have been frightened by the bandit, the fist hero thought in his heart. Moreover, when the fist hero looked at the dark-skinned hot girl's profile, he vaguely remembered his biology teacher before his reincarnation. Then I looked behind and saw that the women behind the black-skinned hottie also looked alike. Just like Sora, Yui. And the feeling just now was weird. Why did it feel bigger? The dark-skinned hottie in front of me was obviously fat where she should be fat, but she was really thin where she should be thin. Strangeness? The fist hero felt that he must be hallucinating. Surrounded by so many women, he felt like he was in heaven. His mind was wandering. It was normal to have some hallucinations. On another hilltop, Liu Qian took out his mobile phone and was filming the scene of the cottage remotely. The mobile phone that was magically modified by Liu Qian and modified in times has built-in ultra-long-distance shooting and is not affected by various light brightness, especially suitable for sharing the first line. The 3 major cadres behind Liu Qian, were also watching the scene of the copycat scene on their mobile phones with dismay. Fia's face was full of excitement. It would be very interesting if the fist hero knew that the man he just hugged was a black-faced man with a big beard on his face. That's all thanks to Peter, who told me that no matter what the three heroes are reincarnated into, they all have one characteristic. They are lustful. There will definitely be something good to watch soon. Li Yuqian's smile was extremely evil, and the corners of his mouth kept rising, making him look like a villain. Peter, who was standing behind Li Yuqian, nodded on the surface, but couldn't help complaining on the inside. I only said that they're lustful and can use honey traps and so on. In the end, you cast an illusion to make a group of men look like women. Let them seduce the brave man and even shoot a video. It's such a perverted way to play. The most important thing is that those men just look like women now, and it's like they have a layer of stuff on them. TSK, 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 TSK. At this time, Fia looked at the women in the video and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the Demon King could turn so many men into all kinds of women at once. Lord Demon King, you have seen quite a lot of women. Liu Qin coughed lightly. Don't lie, I just changed it randomly. Definitely not because I have seen them often. Fia felt that the devil's tone was strange, so she shrugged and continued to look at the situation. It's interesting that Brother Pig and Fist Hero is still so funny. It would definitely be interesting if he knew the truth. The three brave men who came to the village were extremely happy. Needless to say, the Fist Hero was a lustful guy, and it was written directly on his face. He almost laughed out of his teeth when he was with so many women. Although the hero of the law looks like a little beauty, she is a little tomboy, a boy. Surrounded by so many women, his sultry personality began to gradually emerge. The charming hero was equally happy, but he looked between his legs from time to time with a sad look on his face. Grow it out quickly, has almost become her mantra. Some of those women found some food and some wine in the cottage. I begged the three brave men to take them out of the cottage tomorrow. In a while, the sky will get dark, so they should stay in the cottage for one night. The Fist Hero wished for it, so he quickly agreed. There's wine and meat. Prepare to have a meal, sleep, and take the women away tomorrow. As the sky gradually darkened, a bonfire was set up in the village. The Fist Hero drank several bottles of wine, and the Law Hero was no exception. The two of them were happily being supported by two women and were about to be taken into the room. The Fist Hero understood in an instant. He must have seen his handsome face, understood his identity as a righteous warrior, and fell in love with him. I was thinking at night, hey. The charming hero also had a woman who wanted to bring her into the room, but she refused. She was useless drinking alone here. The woman took her to the room. Maybe she really wanted her to rest. When he thinks of his two companions, the charming hero's heart is as sharp as a knife. Damn, they are both heroes. Why are they two men? In the room, the Fist Hero looked at the dark-skinned hottie beside him and smiled brightly. Sure enough, it is true that beautiful women reincarnated in another world throw themselves into their arms. Beauty, here I come. Originally, because those old guys at the Royal Capital Science and Technology Institute were asking about all kinds of things every day, the brave man had no time to see the beauties from another world. Now I have officially defeated the Demon King. I am on the road with my friends, and I can finally become a real man. Before, I stayed with the charming hero every day, and some of the thoughts that flashed through my mind made me shudder. Now is a great time to prove your sexual orientation. But it's a pity that the room is so dark with no lights or anything. On the top of another hill, Li Yuqian and three major cadres were holding their mobile phones and looking at the situation with great interest. Well, things are progressing about the same. The dark-skinned hot girl in the cottage house is actually the dark-faced man, and she stays there until the time is almost up. When he thought of the shameful spell to break the illusion, the black-faced man felt so embarrassed that he could dig out a villa with his feet. Forget it. Try your best. You can't really sleep with a man. Seeing the Fist Hero slowly approaching, the black-faced man gritted his teeth and fell down on the bed. Come on. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Use your strength. As a man, Could the fist hero still be able to bear it? He certainly couldn't bear it and pounced directly on him. The room was too dark, and the fist hero could only clearly see the figure on the bed, who was struggling. The fist hero smiled and became shy. He used his hands to take off all the clothes of the figure and threw them aside. Touchdown! Wait, what is this? The fist hero woke up after drinking and looked down. Bigger than mine. When I looked up, I saw a black-faced man with a raw expression on his face, looking at me. Fist hero. Ah! The fist hero instantly let out a scream, and people who didn't know better thought he was the one being our *****D. The black-faced man had a look of resentment on his face. It's obviously you who took off my clothes. What's your name? You're born. The fist hero was confused and quickly ran to the ground, looked for his clothes, and started to put on his clothes. In the next room, the hero of the law stood up in a daze. He had drunk too much. He was too drunk just now, and now he was very confused. He was about to go out to check the situation. As a result, a hand grabbed his waist, and the brave man of law smiled and turned to look at his eldest sister. That's right, the person who just brought him into the house was a very thoughtful big sister. When I turned around, I saw that her breasts were quite big, and that was the face. A question slowly popped up in the mind of the hero of law. A muscular man with chest muscles that put women to shame. His breasts are indeed big, but he is a man. The hero of the law was stunned. He was a little better than the hero of the fist. He didn't take off his clothes for anything. He was still enjoying the feeling of the big-breasted girl holding him, and he hadn't had time yet. As a result, he suddenly fell from heaven to hell. As soon as the brave man took out one leg, the big hands on his waist pulled him tightly. The strong man chuckled. "Don't run away. I'll give you a good health." No, the voice was full of despair. The charming brave man standing at the bonfire in the center of the village was also stunned. There were so many women around him, and they instantly turned into unshaven men. My head feels so itchy. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Li Yuqian put away his phone with satisfaction and edited the video for a while, including the video of the boxing hero and the black-faced man, the law hero and the muscular man. Then it spreads out, and the stories that the brave and the bandits have to tell will definitely be very attractive. Interesting. With a ding, Li Yuqian heard the sound of the special achievement being clocked in again, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Li Yuqian and the three major cadres arrived in the sky above the village in an instant. It turns out that you brave men are so playful, and you really have no heart in the world. The fist hero was dripping with sweat and ran out in his underwear to meet the charm hero. The charming hero was no fool. He looked at his teammates and then at the black-faced man who came out of the room. Think about it. The hot black girl just now shivered and stayed away from the fist hero, fearing that he would take action against her. At this time, the two of them also saw the Demon King Li Yuqian in the sky. They were stunned for a moment and understood that all this was actually designed by Li Yuqian. "You fart. Is this all your fault? Now you have become the devil. Let me do justice for heaven." The fist hero was filled with anger, clenched his fists, jumped hundreds of meters in the air, and was about to punch Li Yuqian in the face. Li Yuqian used psychokinesis to freeze the fist hero in the air with a single click. Needless to say, he is indeed a brave man. In just a few days, he has become several times stronger. But it was still weak, so Li Yuqian used psychokinesis to throw the fist hero into a room in the cottage. There was a bang, and at the same time, a burst of explosions erupted from the house. It was the Dharma warrior releasing magic and attacking. However, it seemed that they all hit the fist hero who had just fallen from the sky. Li Yuqian hooked his finger, and all the bandits, including the black-faced man and the burly bandit, were all floating in the air. Moreover, psychokinesis scanned 3 brave men. The brave men who had just left the novice village had nothing good. Li Yuqian shrugged, turned around, and thought about how to deal with the bandits, preparing to take them back as slaves. At this time, the strong bandit had a look of reluctance, and the hero of law looked like he had been mentally injured. He was still bombarding the hero of fist. After a while, he stopped his movements and started looking for clothes to wear. That's right, just in that moment, the strong man took off his clothes. Fortunately, the brave man remembered his identity, and an accelerating magic escaped from the strong man's palm. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The fist hero who was blasted by magic. Li Yuqian glanced at the three weak heroes with disgust and raised his fingers at them. The boxing hero was surrounded by the bombardment and lay dead. The law hero suffered mental damage. The charm hero looked at his teammates and hid in the corner with great care. And he said very unconfidently, "I am passing by. Passing by. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want." Li Yuqian turned to his three cadres and said, "Do you want me to help you? Kill these three brave men now. With my strength, even if the three brave men regain their power, they will still be no match for me. Of course, you can also choose to deal with them slowly or kill them yourself. If that doesn't work, I will kill all three of them when the 3-year period is up. The kind whose soul is destroyed, the kind that cannot be resurrected." Li Yuqian knew that under the influence of the time travel card, even if he killed 3 brave men, the consciousness of the world would not be able to directly attack him. At worst, I'll run away on my own in 3 years. The 3 cadres looked at each other for a few times and said with firm eyes, "We choose to deal with them well and ruin their reputation. Anyway, there's a boss, and you will take care of everything." Li Yuqian nodded, who would let him, the boss, pamper his subordinates, and it would be really interesting. The red psychokinesis wrapped the bodies of all the bandits and disappeared over the mountain village with them. Seeing Li Yuqian leaving, the charming brave man walked out of the corner and walked towards his teammates. This devil is really terrifying. The Demon King's city took on a new look, with countless steel soldiers patrolling near the city wall. The original desolate and dilapidated buildings in Demon King City have all been repaired and become magnificent, which is very suitable for Demon King Li Yuqian's identity. In the central square of Demon King City, Li Yuqian came here with the bandits. Li Yuqian placed them in the square, stood on a high platform, and loudly announced where they would go in the future. "I, the great Demon King, saved you from being killed by the brave this time. You have completed a task together and are qualified to become my subordinates. You work hard, and you will live a good life in the future." After Li Yuqian finished speaking on the high platform, he walked down and asked Sunspot to take good care of these people. Feed them, give them shelter, and arrange some work for them. Give them 4 hours of rest every day, and they only need to work 20 hours. Let them go after 10 years of service, but if they do anything wrong, their sentences will be increased. Little Sunspot nodded, and then asked a question: how to determine the length of the additional sentence? Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows. "Let's put it this way. If they step out of Demon King City with their left foot, they will receive an additional year in prison." Little Sunspot: "It has to be you, my master. What if they resist?" "Resist? If you resist, your sentence will be increased." Li Yuqian was furious. He was so conscientious that he still resisted. Little Sunspot smiled and clapped. Okay. After Li Yuqian dealt with the bandits, he rubbed his hands and walked into the central palace of Demon King City, Demon King's Hall. In the Demon King's Hall, the 3 cadres had been waiting for a long time. At this time, there were a lot of photo balls beside them. In this world, the prop that can store images is the photo ball. Demon strategist Bob looked at Li Yuqian smile and couldn't help but sigh. "Demon King, I haven't smiled like this for a long time." Demon Butler Pete, ? Stealing my words? Li Yuqian ignored the funny Bob and edited and modified the video he had recorded before. After turning the dark-skinned hot girl into a black-faced man, the fist hero pounced on her. In just a few dozen seconds, there was also a video of the legal hero being held by a big-breasted man. Clip them together and record them all into the recording stone, and call Little Sunspot and instruct him to send someone to contact the people who trade intelligence among humans. While making a fortune, it will open everyone's eyes. After doing all this, the 3 major cadres looked at Li Yuqian with eyes full of admiration. "It's so awesome. It's so heartbreaking to kill people." Li Yuqian sat calmly on the throne and said lightly, "Let's just watch the show." Li Yuqian originally thought that it would take some time for little Sunspot to find the human intelligence dealer, but he didn't expect to find it the next day. After all, he reached a deal and received a lot of gold coins. It's funny to say that the evil race of demons and villains, a race described by adjectives like yours, has never had time to do anything bad since the day it was born. After all, every time a brave man rushes over to defeat the Demon King, humans are not only afraid of the powerful strength of the Demon Clan and the Demon King. In fact, I'm really not afraid of demons and demon kings, and the profits from trading intelligence weapons are very high. Little Sunspot just randomly sent a few robots to search the human city next door and found the information dealer. He was considered a smart man and managed things properly. On the third day, the contents of the photo stone spread throughout the world, and it caused an uproar, and all kinds of discussions were endless. Did you know? Brave men like men. What's wrong? Although the charming hero was a man before reincarnation, she is a woman now. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the other two. I know you were shocked, but don't be shocked yet. I still have the video. You can watch it before you are shocked. Wow, 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 wow. Actually, I think the hero of the law is not bad, right? F***K. Stay away from me. Hey, brother, you smell so good. Regarding this matter, the newspaper of that day wrote this. 5-star reviewer Steve Giga commented, "Don't discriminate against others because they bravely pursue love. You should bless them." Li Yuqian saw this newspaper. The third cadre of the Demon Clan, Li Yuqian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Bald fatty king, don't think that I won't recognize you if you put on your glasses. Li Yuqian thought of the time when the brave man was reincarnated. The king watched the brave man of law take off his glasses excitedly and couldn't help but shudder. I silently mourned for the brave man of the law, and then looked at the back of the newspaper. At the back, there was a live commentary of the interview between the three brave men, the charming one, and the newspaper. The general meaning is that, in fact, all this is the devil's fault and a trap set by the devil. The hero of the fist and the hero of the law do not really like men. Unfortunately, the relevant video clearly shows that the hero of the fist and the hero of the law could not be washed away even if they jumped into the river. Finally, it also shows the portraits of the three major cadres of the new Demon King, a total of 5 portraits. Li Yuqian was stunned for a moment and counted carefully. Whose is the extra one? When I took a closer look, I almost died laughing. Isn't that the picture above of a Guang? There are also a few big words, mysterious lighting pet, written below. Ha ha, Wang. Come here and take a look. Someone has noticed you, and you are even the newspaper. Li Yuqian almost died of joy, Wang. It turned out to be for lighting. A Guang floated over happily. Ever since Li Yuqian was called a traveler from another world last time, Li Yuqian had thrown him out and let him float around. A Guang didn't care, he just floated. The most outrageous thing was that no one noticed him despite being such a big ball of light. Now, someone finally noticed the mysterious and powerful self. Ha ha ha. A Guang showed a smile, came over, and took a closer look. The whole ball cracked. Li Yuqian patted his head and said, "So you are a mysterious lighting pet. Ha 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 ha." A Guang, can you please stop saying it so loudly? Don't I want to lose face? Degree. A Guang looked at Li Yuqian's raised fist and started to emo in a very sincere manner. In the next few days, Li Yuqian was quite leisurely. The 3 brave men were hiding in the capital and did not dare to go out. The power of public opinion was terrifying. Li Yuqian took advantage of the opportunity of trading with the information dealer to start business with a human city across the river. All kinds of businesses are doing very well, and the best one is catering. The food in this world is really rubbish, mainly because there are too few seasonings. Li Yuqian casually asked Little Sunspot to take out some seeds of peppers and other plants and use the magic of this world to promote growth. Made into seasoning, this delicious food has never been made before. Li Yuqian also took the time to study the various dangerous places that the brave men passed through on their way to defeat the Demon King, and what else they could accomplish. After eliminating the bandits, The second level is to resist the beast tide in the Warcraft forest that occurs every 300 years. Why there is a beast tide every 300 years? It is very simple. There are obviously many bugs in this world, and there are many problems in the ecological cycle system. Many monsters have no natural enemies. They live happily by relying on their magically strengthened bodies and some innate magic. The number of Warcraft is growing explosively every year, but the world also has a limit to bear in order to avoid destruction. The monsters in the monster forest will spontaneously attack the surrounding humans every 300 years, which happens to be shortly after the hero is reincarnated. It is obvious that all this world consciousness is planned. This is the first time I have seen such a world consciousness with such a strong desire to control. Li Yuqian curled his lips in disdain and began to think about how to destroy the second level of these three brave men. If the previous mission to eliminate the bandits was a novice village mission, then resisting the monsters would be considered an official main mission. Warcraft in this world also has magic cores and related utilization technologies, but the birth of the brave also brought some science and technology. Steam engines, generators, etc. Two different civilization systems have greatly affected the related development technology of magic core. It is also one of the reasons why the beast tide in 300 years was so serious. Because of the backwardness of magic core technology, no one hunted magic beasts because of the magic core. On the one hand, it made the beast tide even more serious. But on the other hand, the brave man has the ability to use magic core to grow rapidly. Therefore, resisting the beast tide can not only expand the reputation of each generation of braves, but also promote the improvement of their strength. One kill accomplishes multiple things. In the end, when the brave men die, the energy in their bodies can be better absorbed by the world's consciousness. Li Yuqian suddenly realized that the consciousness of the world was the real vampire capitalist. If he squeezed those bandits, his conscience would still feel uneasy. Sure enough, I am still unqualified. However, Li Yuqian also thought of how to deal with the brave men in the second level, while also continuing to increase the income of Demon King City. Under Li Yuqian's terrifying power of thinking, an instrument was created that transformed the magic core into a universal energy body. Li Yuqian directly asked Sunspot to start purchasing large quantities of magic cores and mass manufacture various instruments and tools that use magic cores as energy. After doing all this, Li Yuqian stretched his legs and prepared to take a stroll in the Demon King City. Nowadays, there are more and more humans in the Demon King City. Have you ever been a demon with two horns on your head? It's a look that you are accustomed to as a human. In general, Demon King City is developing really well now, and those demons who used to play bad emo every day are now quite energetic. It would be nice if they didn't talk so loudly. Li Yuqian's face turned green when he heard the two demons chatting with a few people. One of the tall and thin demons said with admiration, "Our Lord Demon King is 8 feet tall and 8 feet wide. He is so powerful and domineering." Li Yuqian, is this a human being? Is this a cube? If I hadn't seen the way you admire me so much, I would have beaten you into a cube right now. Another slightly fat demon looked at the humans in front of him, made a face, and said to scare them, "The Demon King also likes to eat people. He will eat at least 100 people a day. If he misses one person on any day, he will go on a rampage and eat at least 1,000 people the next day. That's right, I like to eat muscles like yours. How strong they are. I'll capture you just in time and give them to the Demon King as snacks." The fat demon approached the humans with a smile and tried to capture them. Those people were so frightened that they screamed and turned around and ran towards the gate of Demon King City, fearing that they would be taken away as snacks if they were too late. Li Yuqian stood behind the two of them. "When did the Demon King eat people? Are you talking nonsense? TCH, do you understand the Demon King? Or do I understand the Demon King? The great Demon King is definitely going to do bad things." The tall and thin demon didn't even look back. He smiled and pointed at the few humans running towards the gate of Demon King City. One of them ran too fast and even fell down. "Li Yuqian, Asterisk, and can't the Demon King be a good person? Holy crap, who are you? You actually insulted us, the Demon King, for being a good guy. But our Demon King is a villain. A villain. Do you know? You know that saying that our Demon King is a good person is the greatest disgrace to a villain. Can you please respect our Demon King's profession? The fat demon and the tall and thin demon turned around and stopped shouting. They looked a little embarrassed at Li Yuqian and the two characters Demon King above his head. Li Yuqian fell in a deep thought. What he just said made sense, but he couldn't refute it. What happened to humans just now? They are human traffickers. They probably want to kidnap people in the Demon King city and give them to the demons indefinitely, although they have not officially taken action yet. But we heard in the human city across the river that those guys were human traffickers, and we would never admit it. Although Mr. Sunspot handles the affairs in the city, he will definitely solve them properly after they happen. But we brothers feel that we can help a little bit, and we're going to secretly go out with them to kill these bastards. The fat demon and the tall and thin demon spoke sincerely. Li Yuqian called Little Sunspot and asked him to deal with it, and asked him to strengthen information analysis and investigation of people entering the Demon King's city in the future. Not only should we solve problems in time, but we should also prevent them in advance. After Li Yuqian finished doing this, he slowly returned to the Demon King's palace. This group of demons was quite interesting. They were actually quite nice people, but they just pretended to be fierce. He also had a strange point of view, haha, but he was right. Li Yuqian looked at the two characters Devil King above his head. After shrugging, he said slowly, I am really a villain in this world, but this time the Demon King will not be killed by a righteous hero. Oops, why did you suddenly say such profound words? Li Yuqian shuddered to himself and had goosebumps. Damn it, it's all Aguang's fault for secretly playing with his mobile phone to read emo copywriting these days. Evil Aguang brat. Aguang was floating next to Li Yuqian, and a white question mark appeared on the entire white ball of light. Aguang. Now you're scolding yourself for not going behind anyone's back, right? Don't you owe me some energy from the world? Now you're scolding yourself for being so confident. Okay, kid, remember it for me. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully the system into poverty. Li Yuqian looked at Aguang, who suddenly became energetic beside him, and shook his head, feeling nervous again. At this time, in the capital of King Ste, the Fist Hero felt like he had been in a nightmare recently. The matter between himself and the black-faced man had become known to everyone. Now when I go out, the men around me look at me strangely and stay away from me. I tried my best to explain, but no one believed me. Damn, but it was a blessing in disguise that many aristocratic wives were getting closer to me, and they even dropped hints from time to time. Their husbands also relaxed their vigilance towards them. The Fist Warrior sighed. With his reputation, could it be possible that he would only become a thief in the future? It's so confusing. Should I be a thief of Chow, a thief of Chow, or a thief of Chow? It's so hard to make a choice. Damn it, what a damn devil. However, the Fist Hero is still glad that he is better than his teammate, the Law Hero. Although I was criticized for being criticized and criticized, at least I was able to become a Chow thief as a blessing in disguise. Fortunately for the Dharma Brave, the Fat Bald King directly targeted him and invited him to the palace from time to time. He also said that there were many interesting things in the palace, and he wanted to give him Kongi Kong. Che, everyone knows the heart of St. Jigga. The key is that this guy is still a king. The brave man of law is really bad, so he directly attacks him. After all, the current Dharma warriors do not have the strength that a warrior should really have. Only those who can bend and stretch can be a husband. But he couldn't stand up to King St. Jie's persistent pursuit, which made the Dharma hero almost become autistic. The Fist Hero suddenly laughed. He was confused for a while and didn't know why he was laughing. Maybe it was because his teammates were in a worse situation than him. When the Fist Hero was about to surrender to his heart and act as a thief, suddenly, the door of the house was opened with a lock. No need to guess, he knew they were his teammates, because some of the props, armors, equipment, and this house among the 3 brave men were all left to them by the previous generation of brave men. Therefore, only 3 brave men have the key to this house. It stands to reason that the previous generations of brave men should have left a lot of gold coins for themselves. But I heard that the money being kept was charged a storage fee every year, and after collecting it, only a little was left. The Fist Hero's face turned dark when he thought of this, and he knew with his toes that the king and the nobles must have embezzled the gold coins of the previous generation of warriors. Damn it! Damn bald fat man! I will go to your house to be. The door opened with a bang. The brave of law walked in with the brave of charm, and said somewhat unhappily, "What are you thinking about? Miscellaneous fish? Why do you smile so obscenely?" The Fist Hero's expression instantly became firm and serious. "What are you talking about? How can I be wretched?" The hero of the law looked at the hero of the fist suspiciously, then lay down on the sofa indifferently and said what he wanted to mention when he came back today. "Let's go to the world of Warcraft Forest to hunt Warcraft. There should be a wave of beasts in a while." The hero of the law said it very casually. Although he was about to leave for the Warcraft Forest now, perhaps a little earlier than the original plan, the hero of the law thought that the hero of the fist would agree. After all, he is influenced by external public opinion, and so is the Fist Hero. Even if there is no annoying bald fat king, he is at most a little better than himself. The charming hero agreed. How could he not agree? But the Fist Hero was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a while, and said, "Why is it suddenly advanced?" "No, haven't you heard enough of the public opinion outside during this period? Go to the world of Warcraft Forest as soon as possible, hunt World of Warcraft, and improve your own strength. When we gain strong strength, let's see who dares to say this about us. Are you crazy if you don't want to go yet? You idiot!" The eyes of the hero of law were filled with disbelief. A look of embarrassment flashed across the face of the Fist Hero, and he quickly replied, "Go. Definitely go. Let's set off again tomorrow, and prepare well tonight." "That's natural." The hero of law and the hero of charm walked up to their rooms. The hero of law obviously had a little excitement in his voice, and he seemed to want to leave the royal capital as soon as possible. In the early morning, in the palace of the royal capital, a figure quietly climbed over the palace wall and slipped in. This figure was none other than the Fist Hero. I was really speechless. My 2 teammates felt like they had been beaten to death today. From time to time, they would run out, pack things, and make plans. It was only now that the 2 guys had stopped moving, probably falling asleep. Fortunately, there is still time. The Fist Hero feels that he has been reincarnated in a different world for so long. He must realize his ideal in life, at least become a Chow thief. Yes, that's it. The Fist Hero was a little excited and even hummed a song. "I used my brain at 5:20 p.m., looking for a wife at 4:14 the next day. There will be no villains this time, and Chow Chow will never make the same mistake again, killing the 3 sages with 1 shot. Because I laughed so hard that I only have 2 teammates." The Fist Hero came to a palace, which was brightly lit. The lighting decoration was obviously a magic prop. As expected of a queen, the Fist Hero swallowed and quietly approached. At this time, a woman who looked very mature and charming was reading a book. When he saw the Fist Hero, he was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" "I understand. Are you lonely?" The Fist Hero smiled, and what he said made the queen confused. The queen thought for a while, understood what the Fist Hero meant, and almost laughed out loud. "No, Xiaoquan, you really don't like men? Ha 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 ha, do you think I like you? You have good taste, but it's a pity that you think too much. I just thought you liked men, so I got closer to you, and so did those ladies." The Fist Hero was stunned, but he felt like a joker. The brave man of the fist felt that he had Chow Chow's ambition, but unfortunately he was not as capable as Chow Chow, so he turned around and ran away. This was the palace. If the queen screamed, he would be in trouble. As a result, the Fist Hero turned around and saw the fat bald king looking at him in shock, with 2 words written on his big fat face, "Unhappy." Behind the Fist Hero, the queen said in a lazy voice, "Actually, if you take advantage of the time when no one is around, I might not refuse. After all, it's normal for nobles to have several lovers." It's a pity that by chance he happens to be here. It's not good to put this kind of thing in the public eye. The Fat King took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Guards, come quickly." The fist hero directly punched forward, knocking the Fat King away, and quickly ran outside. The fist hero thought that it was over now. His reputation was completely ruined, but there was still hope. When the time came, he would go to the World of Warcraft forest and try his best to reach the peak of his strength. When the time comes, with the urinary temperament of these kings and nobles, they may be able to suppress these things. In the house where the three brave men live, the brave man of law and the brave man of charm have already packed their luggage and are waiting for the brave man of fist. The brave man of law said a little irritably, "I'm convinced. Where did the trash fish go? I can't wait to leave. I just rested for a while, but why did he disappear?" The charming hero said weakly, "Maybe you want to say goodbye to someone? TCH, I guess he wants to be a thief. He fights fiercely with those ladies every day. Bah, all male besties deserve to die." When the hero of law was about to continue saying something, suddenly a loud noise opened the door, and the hero of fist pulled two teammates and ran out. Two teammates hurriedly grabbed the luggage and shouted, "What are you crazy about? The fat man, caught hooking up with the queen, run away." The fist hero dragged the two of them and replied. The hero of the law felt like he was going to be P*********** D to death. "That's none of my business. I'm convinced. You've tricked us both to death." The hero of the law knew that even if he told the fat bald man that what the hero of the fist did had nothing to do with him, the fat bald man would not let him off easily. Maybe he will take the opportunity to make demands. So at this time, I can only run away with him. As for the bewildered, charming hero, he wanted to say something, but he was too embarrassed to say it. The fist hero sang a song when he set out, saying that he would not kill the three sages with one shot like Chow Chow. This time it was better. It was indeed different. He didn't even shoot a single shot and directly killed three brave men. Liu Qian was reading the newspaper the next day, eating melon in shock, and silently gave the boxing warrior a 6 in his heart. Sure enough, although Prime Minister Chow is dead, the spirit of Thief Chow has been passed down forever. It was written in the newspaper above that the fist hero took advantage of the situation and intended to do something wrong to the queen. After being exposed, he even wanted to attack the king directly. He was stopped, but he managed to escape, and even coerced the remaining two brave men to accompany him on his escape. Having no responsibility is simply a shame for a hero. And it was shown in the newspaper that the hero of the fist is a pervert loved by both men and women. He also specifically asked the Dharma Brave to be careful. Liu Qian nodded. Brother Jia really loves the hero of the law. Really, I cried to death. It's so touching. At this time, Guang on the side looked puzzled. What are you looking at? You are smiling so happily? The corners of your mouth are almost raised to the sky. I even suspect that the corners of your mouth are already in a game with the moon and the sun. Guang slowly came over and laughed when he saw the content inside, bouncing around like a bouncy ball. But after a while, he couldn't laugh anymore. A thief tonight. You like men anyway. Hey. Fia walked over slowly, holding a fruit plate and tea in her hands. Ever since Liu Qian rectified the three brave men and made the Demon King's city more and more prosperous, Fia's attitude towards her can be said to be very good. Liu Qian leisurely ate fruit, drank tea, and let Fia squeeze his shoulders. Guang's eyes turned green. This guy's life was getting better and better, and he felt a little unhappy for no reason. No, buddy, as long as you live, you are really having a good time, right? Liu Qian looked at the constipated Guang and knew that he had nothing good to say. After giving him a punch, he summoned Little Sunspot. After a while, Little Sunspot came to the Demon King's palace and reported on the recent development of the Demon King city. Due to the sale of a series of tools and props from the Demon Core, despite the policy of purchasing a large number of Demon Cores, our Demon King city still earned a lot of gold coins. It is worth mentioning that the catering industry has reached a new level, because after some people hunted the monsters, they also sold the flesh, blood, and other body parts of the monsters to the Demon King City. After our cooking, some high-end catering industries have been formed, which are even more profitable. Liu Qian was very satisfied and said in a casual tone, "It seems that the beast tide this time does not need the help of the brave." The three brave men climbed over a mountain in embarrassment, looked at the city in front of them, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fist hero wiped his sweat and looked at the three big characters on the city gate in front of him. He knew that the destination of Warcraft City had arrived. Due to its geographical location, this city is always the first to be attacked by the beast tide. It is located in a remote location, and the king's power will be greatly weakened. The three of them can also keep a low profile, rent a place to live, and then go to the Warcraft Forest next to Warcraft City to hunt Warcraft. Although the beast tide has not happened yet, it is estimated that the Warcraft Forest should be full of Warcraft. It will be great when the time comes to accelerate the growth of your strength. The Fist Hero was about to call his two teammates to follow him, but he saw that the Law Hero and the Charm Hero had already walked away. The two looked disgusted and didn't want to pay attention to the Fist Hero. The Fist Hero gave them both a middle finger and quickly followed him. The city of Warcraft is located in a remote area and is about to encounter a beast wave. I'm afraid there are not many people in this city. But as long as we eliminate the Warcraft and resist the beast tide, Warcraft City can still return to its former prosperity. The hero of Law muttered, but as the three of them approached, all three of them were stunned. At this time, the Warcraft City was bustling with various adventurers carrying weapons and various vendors. This level of prosperity is almost as good as that of a king. A question slowly appeared in the heads of the three brave men. After a while, the three of them found a tavern, and the charming hero went to inquire about the news. At this time, there are many adventure groups in the city. Adventure groups and adventurers are a special profession in this world. Most of them are people who accidentally learn magic or learn to use magic to strengthen their bodies. They use their strength to complete some tasks and get paid. These people hugged each other to keep each other warm and finally formed an adventure group. This is the origin of adventure groups and adventurers, but in fact there are not many adventure groups and adventurers in the world, because there were very few tasks they could find, either to help the villagers deal with bandits or to deal with World of Warcraft. But the relationship behind the powerful bandit is complicated, and if the little bandit kills him, there is nothing else to gain. There is not much to gain from World of Warcraft, and it is a profession that does not have a very promising future. But since World of Warcraft has become more and more valuable, a large number of adventurers and adventure groups have emerged in a short period of time. With the desire for wealth, these people resolutely embarked on the path of becoming adventurers. After the charming brave rejected several adventurers who wanted to wash their hands in a golden basin and wanted to get married in order to make a new life for him. This was an outrageous incident. The charming brave got the information and returned to his teammates with a pained face. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Quan Yong and Fa Yong were both anxious. What happened? Why is this different from what we imagined? I have a bad feeling. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that the value of Warcraft on the market has increased significantly. Therefore, many adventure groups have sent people to capture Warcraft. So there are a lot of people in Warcraft City. The charming hero has a vague premonition, but he can't figure out what will happen. After Quan Yong and Fa Yong heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. That should be fine. How many monsters can a group of adventurers kill? But it's okay. By then we will be more confident in resisting the beast tide. But they are really a group of people who are chasing money. I have never seen an adventure group before. Now that World of Warcraft can make money, they all appear one by one. I'm so sure. Where's the World of Warcraft? The Fist Hero and his teammates rushed to the World of Warcraft Forest the next day, and they were all shocked. The World of Warcraft Forest is full of people. How can it be called a World of Warcraft Forest? Let's call it a human forest instead. At this time, the World of Warcraft Forest was full of adventure groups, each holding a weapon with green eyes. Brothers, check more carefully. Think about your mortgage. Think about the money you spent to marry your wife. Brothers, fight for it. Nima, has this area been licked by a dog? Why is there not a single monster? Let's go, brothers, and head towards the depths of the monster forest. Jejia. I found a monster. Catch it quickly. Damn, it's pretty strong. It's worth at least 100 gold coins. Damn, there are still 2 rabbits. If they're a male and a female, wouldn't they be rich if they were captured and raised for a few years? We, the Iron-Blooded Adventure Group, want it. Bah, our Kamikaze Adventure Group is not afraid of you. Our Flame Adventure Group wants it. Let's see who dares to stop us. And our Demon Kings support group. Wait, is there something strange mixed in? The 3 brave men looked at several groups of adventurers fighting together in front of them, looking at each other. At this time, a new adventure group came. Our brave support group wants it. No, there's actually a support group for the hero. The hero of the fist does such a thing, and there are actually fans. Bah! The fist hero among the trio of warriors, all dressed in black and keeping a low profile, almost fell down. If you hit me, why are you mentioning me? At this time, the new adventure group said righteously, who is a fan of him? He is simply a scum among the braves. I am a fan of the charming brave one. He was a man before he was reincarnated. What happened to the man? Crying alone. True love is invincible. Captain, Commander, actually I think the hero of the law is pretty good too. Brother Stegi, take off your mask. Don't think that I won't recognize you if you wear a mask. Haha, don't be kidding, I'm not that fat king. The adventurer who had just suddenly said that the brave man was pretty good showed off his strong figure and took off his mask. I will give you the nickname Brother Banana. It's actually him. The 4 great kings of philosophy in the brave support group are all here. The trio of brave men calmed down and quietly prepared to return to Warcraft City. The brave man of the law is sweating profusely. Isn't the painting style of this different world a bit abstract? The fist hero looked confused and muttered to himself. The same is true for the hero of the law. He is almost autistic and wants to reincarnate himself into a little Lolita. Is the appearance of boys and girls a new trend in reincarnation in another world? Damn it! The charming hero beside him was a little embarrassed. Among the 3 of them, he seemed to be the only one who was doing okay during this time. Hey, it seems that the responsibility of saving the world will fall on me. Then should we kill the monsters to increase our strength? We must kill. We are brave men. I don't believe that those adventurers can kill all the monsters. Quan Yong and Fa Yong were not loud, but their voices were firm. They were indeed their teammates. The charming brave gave the 2 of them a thumbs up, and then found an opportunity to go out for a walk, planning to find some licking dogs to cheat some magic cores and improve their strength. By the way, those people who told him before that they wanted to marry him are good targets. There's a vague saying in the memory of the charming hero. Accepting a gift does not mean that I agree. It just makes a lot of money. Hunting World of Warcraft? The charming hero thought about it. There were so many adventure groups in the World of Warcraft forest, and sighed. I feel that even if I add my 3 brave men, I might not be able to defeat those adventurers who are like locusts. It's simply a natural disaster. 5-star reviewer St. Jigo once said that as long as there is enough profit, if you ask adventurers to kill the Demon King, they will agree. The plan to hunt monsters and obtain magic cores to improve their strength was not successful. The brave trio did kill some monsters, but even if it was useful to improve a person's strength, it was not enough. Not to mention that it was divided into 3 parts. Quan Yong and Fa Yong were almost autistic, and both of them felt low pressure. However, the charming hero among the trio of heroes lived a happy life every day. Until one day, big news broke directly in the newspaper that day. The brave man who shocked the charm is the big Aquaman who raises hundreds of fish. An adventurer has personal experience. She accepted gifts every day, but after pointing them at me for a long time, I wasn't even her spare tire. Woo woo woo. The latest formula, Mei Yong's inequality. Accepting a gift does not mean that I agree. Shocked. The exact location of the fist hero was revealed. He is actually in Warcraft City. Ste Jiga is gathering an army on his way here. Shocking. What the hero of law and the four philosophical kings have to tell. Brother Jia was actually cuckolded? At this time, in a hotel room where the three brave men stayed temporarily, each of the three brave men became more silent than the other. The hero of the law had the word injustice written all over his face. I have absolutely nothing to do with the four philosophical kings. If you accept it, those group of clickbait, they will just choose any name to frame us, right, Mei Yong? While the charming hero was silent, the legal hero looked shocked. No. Are you serious? You are actually a scumbag. The room fell into dead silence again. After a while, the three brave men sighed together. Who is the paparazzi writing the news? Why is it so pervasive? I obviously hit it well, okay? What went wrong? The three people lost their smiles on their faces, even the charming hero who was smiling every day before. But according to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles will not disappear. They will only be transferred to the next person. Ha ha ha. These three brave men are more funny than the other. They made me very happy. Li Yuqian read the newspaper and almost died laughing at the situation of the three brave men. Li Yuqian knew everything clearly. After all, apart from Demon King City, Warcraft City is one of the cities most affected by Li Yuqian's plan. The profit impact generated by the transaction of a large number of magic cores and magic beasts is extraordinary. Li Yuqian knew that the beast tide would probably not happen, and he had also canceled the second level of the Brave. He spent the rest of the time quietly waiting for the special achievement check-in sound. Li Yuqian stretched out and prepared to go out for a walk and buy some food. After eating and drinking well, I snatched a child's candied haws and molested the child. He turned around and prepared to go back boldly, when two figures blocked Li Yuqian's path. It looks strangely familiar. Aren't those two knowledgeable brothers from a few days ago? After understanding the Demon King, in front of Li Yuqian in the final analysis, do you understand the Demon King, or do I understand the Demon King? Li Yuqian has a very deep memory of these two people. The fat demon swallowed and said, Boss Li, we two brothers have something to do, and I would like to ask you, sir. Li Yuqian frowned and said angrily, Usually when you call me your job title, you call me Demon King. Why don't you call me the boss? Don't be too close. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just let it go. Since Master He took charge of the affairs in Demon King City, he sent some robots to take charge of the security of Demon King City. We, the original guards of the Demon King City, have nothing to do. Lord Demon King, do you think you can arrange some work for us? The tall and thin demon asked with a smile on his face and expectancy. Li Yuqian found it a bit interesting. Didn't you guys behave badly before? Now that Demon King City is getting better and better, we can't let it go to waste like that. Lord Demon King, we really want to make progress. The fat demon's words made sense. Li Yuqian nodded and informed Little Sunspot to ask him if any demon made similar requests in the future. Just arrange suitable positions for them and let them shine. Li Yuqian watched the two demons walking away with a smile and felt that he was pretty good as a demon king. Li Yuqian stretched his body and decided to train the brave men again to see if he could use his own wisdom to defeat the trio of brave men. Jia. What is the journey of the brave man next? Li Yuqian thought about what he had written in the newspaper before. There are basically 4 steps that brave men will take. At the beginning, you can eliminate some bandits and thieves, and so on to increase your reputation. Then solve the beast tide to increase your strength and reputation. The 3rd step is to solve the evil dragon and bathe in the dragon's blood to obtain the complete state. The last step is to come to the Demon King's city and defeat the Demon King. Li Yuqian thought for a while and seemed to have some circumstances. The so-called evil dragon is a red western dragon who can also be reborn. He should also know something and just want to discuss it. By the way, Li Yuqian thought a problem. The 3 brave men now are unable to solve the beast tide and increase their strength. They can't defeat the evil dragon either. Li Yuqian thought for a while, shrugged, and took the 3 cadres to communicate first. After all, a brave man or something would definitely become stronger. It's impossible to explain this kind of thing. At this time, the trio of brave men who Li Yuqian said would explode and become stronger were planning a shocking case in Warcraft City. In a secluded place in the Warcraft forest, a trio of brave men are discussing something here. There is no one around this place, and the reason is, of course, very simple, because this place is the first area explored by those adventure groups. Not to mention Warcraft, there are no Warcraft furs, so it is impossible for anyone to come, and the place is remote, which is perfect for plotting something.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.